figure who is about to cast on Twitch. He just needs lights. Close out of this stuff. Open this stuff. A brief flash of light. Alright, there we go. Alright, next up. Save this thing. Great. Good morning, Red Kazan. Alright, so there's a lot to do today. If I ever don't say that, then you know that the gameplay is probably nearly finished. And you can see in the keyboard camera there is a plate right here, which is the breakfast that I haven't finished yet. So at some point I should probably do that. Maybe I'll try to take a break at like 9:30. I woke up a little bit late today, doing the thing I did yesterday but don't want to mention today. You're roving on you talking about professional work? And hey, McLeod. I found something very interesting. Now, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but back on Nightmare Day, someone else blogged about this same thing. I'll link it in the chat, actually. That way I don't need to sum it up. Or just not do it justice. Oh, watching a commercial. Yeah, I can't do anything about that. Alright, so most of the buff system is done. I don't know how much of this I want to... Let's put that over here. I don't know how much more of this I want to do. Figure out whether we want to show team buffs on everybody or just the originator. Yeah, fix the presentation of the UI is something I definitely should do. Also, this is something I'll do right now. This is pretty cool. It's about time we updated this. Do you intend for people to play the whole game single player at the login screen? No. So, this is something I'm going to have to design a little bit today. One of the things I had planned is that when you load Botland, you get to the title screen, and the game is playing itself on the title screen. And maybe there's some way for you to interact with it, I'm not sure. But then there are choices for single player, for multiplayer, or for account management stuff, and you'd have to actually enter single player to play it. But yeah, for now, oh yeah, okay, never mind. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, for now that is something that's working as intended. Yeah. And Control K is probably broken because I made it only work in multiplayer. I should fix that. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, yeah, spawning bots, picking buffs, like this was all supposed to be possible. And there's an AI. Yeah. Partial data says, so I didn't get to see the game art and my life is very incomplete. Oh, well then I have the perfect link for you. It's nice for testing weird scripts against the AI. Yeah, and eventually that's gonna be the point. Single player is gonna be a tutorial, which will probably be somewhat forced. Meaning you have to go through some of it at least. There will be a skirmish mode where you get to play against, AI in a real match. And there will be like a staging mode. You get to test strategies and maybe even choose the AI that gets deployed. So this is what we have planned for single player. How much of this we have at release is up in the air. I think the tutorial is necessary. I'd like to have the staging in there too, but I feel like one of the things, I've been reading a lot about Hearthstone lately, and one of the problems that Hearthstone faces, at least a perceived problem from the fan base, is that you go through a tutorial and then you're just kind of thrown into the world after maybe 10 games or something like that. And that 10 games is not enough to prepare you. Well, in Botland, I think what's a little bit different is since you're writing AI and since you could always copy paste a strategy, you could be viable right out of the gate. That doesn't necessarily mean that our tutorial can be shortened, but I think not having a skirmish mode at release is okay. But this might not take a very long time to code, so who knows? We'll have to see as the time gets closer. Also, Red Kazan, I will give you points for commenting on the Control K bug, which I will write down. So Control K in single player does what exactly? Throws an error, yeah. Alright, and then something I just said let's do right now is I'm going to go to my channel and we're going to give it a makeover. So I have these images, Botland, about the game, about me, about the stream, about the technology. So yeah, we're gonna put these up here. Okay. All right, so edit panels. Hopefully this is easy enough to do. Does Markdown let me have just images here? Probably not, so I can probably only have these on the headers. I know there's add image right here. So let's take this and let's put panel about. Oh. Wow. Let's see what this looks like. Might need to change this up a bit. Alright, how does that look? Did that even happen? Did it work? Oh, I never hit submit. Submit. Alright, let's try again. I want to see what this looks like. Aha! Neat. So now I don't need the panel title anymore. So let's submit that. And then let's take the rest of these things. Oh, there's no pre-beta. Oh well, whatever. We'll get the majority of these that we can get. So let's do this, add image, done, and submit. All right, schedule. Good. Submit. And YouTube videos. Delete and submit. Okay. So now we just don't have one for pre-beta, and then I also have these, like about the game, about me, about this stream, about the technology, but I don't think I can use these. So let's see what this looks like. Right, is there, yeah, Markdown didn't mention anything about image tags. I don't know if, I wonder if this is the thing, Markdown image tags. I guess you'd have to, Markdown and image alignment. Images. Oh, yeah, this is probably not something Twitch even allows. I don't know. Okay, well, this looks perhaps a bit bright. Oh no, it's better Twitch TV that's doing this. Let me look at this in an incognito tab. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this. I just wanted to prettify the page. Is this going to have a white background now? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this doesn't look so bad. Yeah. Yeah, so I can't use the headers I have here, huh? Alright, well, whatever. If anyone knows of another Twitch channel where they do put images inside of these, let me know. I'll keep track of can't use subheader pictures on Twitch page. And then let's try to figure out how to, excuse me, I have like a bubble in my throat. Let's try to figure out how to change the background picture. So profile picture, I want to keep that the same. Channels and video. Somewhere you can set an offline image. Video player banner, here we go. Okay, yeah, so let's choose this and let's pick BG image. And did this get updated? Hello? I guess I have to hit save changes, so you can see how many people I've banned from here. Okay, profile changes have been saved. Alright, so I can't test this until I'm offline, this particular one. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I can test this. Unless maybe it pops up if I if I load the page and just, nah, I don't know, whatever, we'll figure this out later. I'll write this, test out Twitch offline image to make sure it looks good. But I'll show you guys the image in case I didn't let you see what it actually says. So yeah, botland, streaming schedule. And the reason we put a period here is because that's the URL as well. If you just go to bot.land, you will have all the information about botland. I don't know if it's super obvious that it's a URL though, without an HTTP there. But yeah, it's got my streaming schedule. We should probably put what time zone this is in. Add time zone to streaming schedule. Yeah, okay, cool. So that was the first thing I wanted to do. I think we're done with that. All right, and then I'll fix this bug really fast because it shouldn't be too hard to fix. Let's try it out. So we're going to hit Control K here. And I guess the error is thrown in here. Could not read property emit of undefined. Oh, actually, if that's the error, well, I guess you'd want to have your console open. Okay, we'll fix that. So client main kill bots. So we have to say if this .spmp router is in single player. If it's not in single player, then we want to do this. So let's try this out, and that should be good. And by the way, the big thing we're going to work on today, we're about to get to. I'm just cleaning up the small stuff, the easy stuff we can pull off this list. Okay, so now we're in single player, just like before. I hit Control K, and yeah, no error is thrown. But when I connect to multiplayer, it should work fine. So let's mark this off the list. This only works in multiplayer right now. There's no reason it couldn't work in single player, but I would need to make a proper router action for that. Okay. Yeah, so let's check this in. Oops. Wait, why are there two changes here? That's fine. What is this? Oh yeah. Okay, fine. So pressing Control K in single player no longer throws an error. Okay. Great. Check that in. Hey, Void Dreamer. And let's mark this as done. And let's test it. I was just waiting for this thing to finish. All right, there we go. So we connect and we deploy some bots. Deploy, deploy, deploy. You can see them over here. I hit Control K and it deletes them. So we're fine. Oh, and we probably check over here. Yeah, there's no error. Okay, cool. That's that. So have the server print out who won when the scores are non-zero, e.g. red team beat blue team 45-17. This is another thing that's just so small and easy to do that I might as well do it. Let's go into client main. Oh, actually, I said let's have the server print it out. I also want the client to print it out, I guess. Have the client print this information too, or just have the server tell the client. Yeah, okay. So let's go into game server. We have started new game here. Here's what I'm gonna do. There is a transition down here from post game back to pre game. So when you go in game into post game, this is when we're gonna print the score. This dot print team scores. All right, so print team scores is going to be a function if not this dot game state dot is a team game. And I think that's what it's called. Is a team game. Yeah. Okay. So if it's not a team game, then just return. Otherwise, let's print logger.log. So we'll say let winning team. Well, I'll say this, or really the number of teams. Do we have get number of teams? Yes, we do. Okay, so if this dot game state dot get number of teams is not equal to 2, then just return. So we'll only do this if there are 2 teams exactly. And let's say team 1 score equals. I don't think we have a way to do this, and we'll need a way to do this eventually. So I might as well come up with it now. But the way that the client does this is by summing all of this itself. So this is not the most minor change or anything. Let's see. Get team score. We have this here. Player depot, players by ID. So since this iterates over the entire player depot, we should really put this into the player depot. And the nice thing about that is that now the server and client can use the same code. So I like this very much. Yeah, let's do that. So now wherever we had called get team score from here, which is only here, we just say player depot.get team score. Then we go into shared player depot. We put this function over here. And instead of iterating over this dot player depot, it now becomes this, just plain old this. Now stat names probably doesn't exist, so we need to include that too. We need to make sure that main still needs stat names. It does indeed. Okay, so then we just need to include this from over here. So we put this there. Great. So now there are stat names, there's a team score. Yep, all that looks good. So now we can say team1 score equals this dot player depot dot get team score 0, and team2 score is going to be get team1. Partial data says very cool. Just watch the recap on the art concepts. Yeah, nice. I'm glad you liked it. I'm going to copy paste this into the art appreciation file that I started here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and I uploaded it to YouTube as well. Let me go find that. I don't know how to even, oh man. I don't want to end up going to my personal YouTube page, so I don't know how. I'll just do this, I guess. Yes, so concept art, round 1. Wow, this already got 10 views. Okay, yeah, I'll do this instead of linking the highlight. Let me go change that now too. So I'll go into script, commands, help command, and then where we have concept art here, I will say to link to the YouTube video. There we go. So now if I type concept art, yeah, you guys see the YouTube video, and let's see. Yeah, alright, nice. Oh, it's 9 minutes 27 seconds here. Did this cut anything off? I exported it directly from Twitch, and I thought on Twitch it was 9:31. Well, whatever. 9 minutes and 27 seconds. Maybe I cut off like the last couple words. But interesting. This is a similar structure to the floating Omega core. Alright, so we're going to say 927 here, I guess. There. Alright, so now we have the team scores. We need to figure out which team won and what colors they are. I guess we've just been hard coding which team is which color. Well, not really, but we kind of have. The first team is the blue team. I should really say something like export const team names equals, and yeah, blue team, red team. So we're going to say blue team, red team. This is also kind of stupid, to be honest. It really should be like team structures. Red Kazan says, do the will x hit functions return true if you don't have the hardware? No, they return false if you don't have the hardware. Is it just a distance and pathing check? No, it's also a cloaking check. Do the will x hit functions return true if you... Oh, you just pasted the same message twice. Yeah, so here's what they do. Let's say you have will missiles hit, and you don't even pass in a target. This is going to check, are there... Well, 1, do you have missiles hardware? If no, return false, like right off the bat. So your missiles can't hit if you can't even shoot missiles. I think that makes sense. Next, it's going to check, are there any enemies in your vision range that can be sensed? And if no, return false. This is really important, the that can be sensed part. So if there's an enemy right next to you, your missiles will hit it. If there's a cloaked enemy right next to you, you can't see it. So your missiles can't hit it. There are some kind of weird cases with this, and they're all intended right now, but they're still a little bit weird. Let's say you say will lasers hit right, and let's draw this little, imagine this diagram. So you are here, and directly next to you is a cloaked enemy. So if you were to fire your lasers to the right, you would actually hit this cloaked enemy. But will laser's hit is going to return false, because as far as you're concerned, you can't see the cloaked enemy, so you will think that it'll return false, but it really will work. And that's intentional. That's how cloaking is supposed to work. Otherwise, if you could get around this at an API level, cloaking would be absolutely pointless. So, was there any other thing I wanted to say here? Oh yeah, there's one other thing. Okay, yeah, so will missiles hit can also take in a target. Let's say you did this. Let's say you said target equals find closest enemy bot. But you did this like 2 turns ago when target was visible. And now this is 2 turns later. 2 turns later, the target has cloaked. So what's going to happen is this will also return false. Because as far as you're concerned, again, the target is dead according to you. You don't know that it's there. It might be cloaked, it might be dead, it might be out of range. So this is going to return false even if it's right next to you. So you can't glean any information about cloaked bots that your bot would not be able to figure out. Orandre says, you can just make the asserting that my team won. Oh, just wait until I actually play a real Botland match. I've been holding back this whole time. Alright, team colors.length. Team colors. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to change this to export const team info. And we're going to make this an array of objects where it has a color and it has a name. So we're going to say color is OXOOOFF and name is blue team. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. And we're going to say color equals this, and this is red team. Okay, so let's get rid of this stuff, and change this into object. Information pertaining to teams. For now, just read below to figure out what's in each object. Normally, I document each object contains a color and a name, but I mean, come on, just you'd read this and you'd figure out what it has. Okay, so but now we need to change everything over here. So instead of constant team colors, we need to do this, and we need to do this dot color. Great, perfect. So then over here we do the same thing. We say this dot color. We can eventually make these objects at some point. I'm not too concerned with that yet. So then over here in game server, what we wanted to do is we wanted to say const team1 name equals constants.teaminfo0.name, and same thing here for team2. Whoops. So let's do 2 and then 1. Alright, so if team1 score equals team2 score, then let's say do we have any way? Okay, I don't know what actually happens here, so let me test something out. When you type something on the client, hello. Yeah, no, nothing prints on the server. I was worried about that. Well, all right, we'll just do this. We'll just say let message to send equals nothing, and here we'll say message to send equals the game ended in a tie. Wait, how would you expect a tie message to print? The game ended in a tie and then just the scores? You wouldn't expect it to say red team tied the blue team. You know what the teams are. So I guess we'll just, alright, I guess we'll just say this. Team 1 score dash team 2 score. I think that's probably fine. Otherwise, one team definitely won. So let's say if team 1 score is greater than team 2 score. Also, I don't really want to, no, that's fine. This will end up printing messages every time no one's played a game. But that's just for the sake of pre-beta. Because if nobody played a game, both teams are going to have a score of 0. Even that's not even true, eventually. That should be impossible at some point. Like, it should be impossible that both teams have a score of 0. Unless you were intentionally trying to do that. And that would be pretty tough to coordinate in a random game. There are no ties in Botland. Yeah, it's just hyper overtime. Okay, so anyway, if team 1 score is greater than team 2 score, then let's say message to send equals the game ended. We'll say team 1 name 1. And then I guess we'll say this. I don't know. Whatever. We can take a look at how this looks, and if people want different information. This is super easy to fix, though. Okay, there. So then we're going to log message to send, and then we're going to send it to everybody. Now, as far as sending it goes, we have some way to do that in here. We have a chat message or something, player chat message. There should be server chat message. Here we go. SIO.to constant.chat socket room. So we need to write a function in here. The problem is this is technically also client code. So we can't do this unless we use the client server router. Alright, so to do, use the client/server router to send this message to everyone. It should be impossible that. Famous last words. Should names on player chat messages be team color coded? I think people expect them to be, which means that the answer is yes. And because of that, because players expect that, and I don't want to do this right now, I think I'm going to just change it so that, let's go into chat message. Right now the author is set to blue by default. If we just set this to black, then it won't look so weird anymore. No, wait, no. But then people can do that thing where you type a whole bunch of spaces and then say something like Adam13531, I'm a dope. And then wait, that didn't work. Well, anyway, this only further proves that I'm a dope. Let's come up with a color that's not blue and that's not red. This is probably going to take a couple of days, so I'll get back to my work in a bit. Oh God, none of these are readable. Orange. We decided to go for orange. Oh man. FF60000. Alright, let's just say that we'd pick this color. Pick. Wait, I said the word pick and this didn't go away. Okay, there we go. And now let's see what red text would look like after that. I don't know why my eyes are watering right now. But no, that looks like we just went to Chuck E. Cheese and some kid vomited up rainbow sprinkles. Let's instead change this to dark green. I don't know. All of this is stupid. There's just a lighter gray. What is chat saying? The answer is pizza, chartreuse. We need team chat and global chat and private whispers and explosions and puppies. Okay. I'm going to make this just gray. So let's go with our classic 373737. There, that's fine. Next, what was I working on? Game server here. So I wrote to send this message to everyone. I kind of don't even want to do this right now. I might as well just do it. Let's go into router actions. And let's see, what do we have here? Do we have any like send message? We don't have any way of doing this. Well, we'll need it. No, we won't need it because we don't have chat in single player. Whatever. Let's code it anyway. So we'll do server chat message. Now, what did we call this in constants though? Server chat message? Yeah, I called it server chat message. So, yeah, I guess we can just do this. Alright, let's search for buff choice successful. We'll find all the places where this happens. Are you in Seattle area? You seem to be safe from the flood. I'm in the greater Seattle area, yeah. And I don't know how bad the floods are. But I guess I'm safe. I say as water comes crashing through my window. Let's put, this is client constants, so we need to associate this to a router action. Yeah. Oops. Okay, there we go. Now we subscribe in here. We have server chat message. I guess this is already technically connected. So now it just doesn't matter where we send it from. So now what we can do is we can make no, we have a pubs up topic though. Server chat message. Yeah, this is practically already done. I watched people like jet skiing through parking lots on the news. Oh, really? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I've been getting flood warnings on my phone for like, I think weeks, maybe 2 weeks, and I've just been ignoring them. That's exactly the kind of reaction to a natural disaster that's going to leave me one of the sole survivors here, is ignoring important messages. Server chat message. So then the only thing we don't have here is this. We don't have, yeah, there, and now we have it. So what this means is we should be able to send out, let's see, we should be able to send this out to people. So let's put this here and go to router. Yeah, here we go. So we're going to route this to everybody, and we're going to route it with a correct message. And what format does this even take? I don't even know. Received chat message. It's author and message. Wait, what author? This is stupid. Author's undefined for this stuff. Whatever. I guess we're going to write it anyway. We're going to just write the null here, and then our message is going to be message to send. So let's try this out. And out of open store, zombie everywhere. Zombies everywhere. Yeah. Adam says, oops. Guess I shouldn't have ignored those zombie warnings on my phone. Alright, there was one other thing we need to do here, and that's that we need to make games end very quickly. So what happens right now when I start up the game? We see, what, red timer, white timer? A red timer. Match is about to start. So we set the pre-game time to 1. We set the in-game time to 10 seconds. 10 seconds should be long enough for us to get a kill. So let's try this out. Hey, Weedley. Yeah, 32 minutes of uptime so far. Alright, here's what's going to happen. We're going to deploy... I can't do this that fast. Whatever. Let's just leave this here. So what we should see happen is that it should print out at the end that I guess the team's tied, unless someone gets a kill. Got server chat message. Null. The game ended in a tie. 0-0. Okay, that's perfect. So the only thing we need to do is we need to test what happens when you get a kill. So let's do this. Melee, thrusters, a melee script, and oh wait, the red team had a point. The game ended. Red team won 1-0. Now we need to make the blue team win. Maybe these things will just naturally happen. Let's just say move left and deploy. That was unfortunate. We're gonna say pursue enemy. So okay, these bots are just gonna stupidly run into enemies, and hopefully they die. Come on, you got 3 seconds to kill these stupid things. Come on, die. Oh man. Okay, we gotta do this. We gotta do this better. We could just increase the amount of time from 10 seconds, but that's not fun. We're gonna do this. They can, okay, good. There's gonna be a kill. Okay, so blue team is gonna win, unless red team screws this up by winning for me. So the game ended, blue team won 2-0. Yeah, perfect, okay. I'm happy with that. And this should print in chat as well, which we should really test out. So I guess let's start a game server. This would be even harder to do unless I set this in-game time to like 30 seconds. So let's try that out. And then I'll just mark this as fixed. In fact, let's just start to write the commit message. So let's see what we did. The winner, the result of a game, i.e. who won, is now printed out on the server and also sent to the client. There was some refactoring involved in this that isn't worth detailing here. Okay, let's take a look through the code. Yeah, a lot of this is just going to be adding the routing setup. This was a relocated function. This is changing the color of chat messages, which I really should say. The authors of chat messages are no longer colored blue because that could be confused with being blue team scum. I shouldn't put jokes in commit messages. With being on the blue team. No matter how funny I think they might be, you never know. In the future, someone's going to get mad at you. So print team scores is coming from the game server. Print team scores. Prints the team scores to the logger and also sends them to all clients. How is it only 9:30 a.m. here? Orange Ray to the rescue. So these things called time zones. Yeah. I am in GMT -8, I believe, which means that you are in GMT. Or some equivalent. I don't know how many GMT based time zones there are. What happened? No. I forgot to type run. Which reminds me, do you guys remember that Game Boy camera run thing? Yeah, who were you running from? It's weird. I had a Game Boy camera. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. This was back before cell phone cameras, kids. He answered that question appropriately. Okay, here we go. We're going to connect. Well, actually, let's refresh first. And the only ocean like Adam time is irrelevant. That's why I have all those flood warnings. Now it makes sense. Alright, the match is about to end. So we have to do this very carefully. No, we don't. Let's just wait for the match to end. Then we should see something print in chat saying the game ended in a tie. 0-0. Oh, that printed twice. Wait, why did that print twice? Oh, because I'm socket emitting directly, I shouldn't be doing that. Oh, so really every message is going to print twice. In fact, like if I join as another player in that... No, wait, no, that's not true. No, this is the only message that's going to print twice. So we need to fix everything else. Well. Server chat message. Let's go find all the places in the code where this happens and fix it. It counted down to 0 and then started over at 5 and then counted down again. Is that intentional? Yes, that was. That was so that I could go through games very quickly here. So every time we emit this, we should be using the router, which do we even have in here? Of course not. Of course not. Oh, how do we fix this? So let's go into server main, which is where we make the connection manager. And where does this happen in relation to the client server router? This relies on the connection manager? I guess that makes sense. Wait, no, so then this isn't a problem. Something's a problem. There's a problem here. So something is a problem. Let's figure out what the problem is. It is that in game server, I'm calling route right here. And I'm only calling it once, right? The game ended in a tie. Yeah. So I'm calling this once. This is going through the client server router on the server, which is sending something to everybody. Well, yeah, how is this printing twice then? Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here. Received server chat message. Alright, this should get hit after 5 seconds. So now we wait. Alright, so the first time this gets hit, 18 stack frames are hidden. Oh, because it's coming from socket.io? Okay, no, that makes sense. This is because, what's the topic that we're publishing here? We're doing this dot subscriptions key +2. This should be... Oh, wait, no. This is already a bound function. We should have topic somewhere in here. Yeah, there we go. Server chat message. Okay, so server chat message is published. Then what? We hit play. and I guess the exact same thing is published, then server chat message is published. So how is this getting published twice? That's the part I don't understand. We have route a server chat message. Okay, let's try something else here. Hello world. All right. Then let's change one other thing. We'll make games last not 30 seconds. I don't know what we're gonna choose instead. Maybe something a little bit lower, 15. All right, now let's run this. Hello partial data. Haven't thought anything yet, but need something in parentheses. Account hype is real. Yeah, eventually, probably in the next 20 minutes, we'll be done with this, and then we'll move on to accounts. And I think most of the time you guys have seen me say, all right, here's approximately how long something like this is going to take. For accounts, it's going to start with a lot of research, and the research might take maybe a couple hours. The research is going to determine how long this task fully takes, and even then it might not be definitive. All right, is this working? We hit connect. So a match starts, and then in 15 seconds, hopefully we only get hello world once. Otherwise, there's a problem with how I'm routing things. I'm not totally sure how this would fail. Nope. Yeah, weird. I am getting this twice. Okay, let's put a... Okay, let's just refresh the page. And let's put a breakpoint when we're on the client. Do we get things twice here too? My bots are dominating, Tyron said. I haven't been paying attention to the server. Are people playing the game? No, nobody's playing the game. Alright, time to destroy Tyron with the greatest bots. Melee, cloaking. Let's put cloaking, reflect, melee on here. There. These are the kill Tyron bots, and you'll see that they're very effective. 1 kill. That was a warning kill. Oh, you think you're clever because you can cloak. Oh, whoops! I put reflect on. I don't even have reflect. You know what? I'm not even gonna put it on there. You know, we'll see what we do. Where we've purposely handicap. Hey, wait, no. Red Kazan just joined the game. You guys are cheaters. Fine. Time to put reflect on my bots. Let's do this. If is cloaked, no, if not is cloaked. If not is cloaked and can reflect, then we want to reflect. Now I kill my bots off and we deploy these again. So there we go. Now we should reflect when we're not cloaked and we're close enough to an enemy. I think. Oh, and we're not in melee range either. Yeah, so we do occasionally, except for Red Kazan has melee as well. This is the problem with playing against humans, is that they react to your strategies. Okay. By the way, dear viewer, if you would like to get access to the game, you can read the message I just had typed out by the bot. Bots are controlling everything in this channel right now. Alright, so is Hello World printing twice? It is not. This is only when we're on the server. I wanted to see, is this server code getting called twice? No, we'd know that because we'd see this get called twice here. Yeah, so bug, for some reason, this is publishing twice on the client. Perhaps I did that accidentally. Melee seems powerful. Yeah, so everything is relatively powerful right now in terms of how many hits it takes to kill someone. So in order for melee to be better than, say, lasers took 3 hits to kill someone. So for melee to be better, and it has to be because you have to get in close range for it, it had to do 2 hit kills. So eventually, we're going to take more metrics on the average bot's lifespan especially after it has already taken damage at some point, and we're probably going to extend everything. So what that means is that, let's say lasers eventually take 6 hits to kill something. If it took 6 hits, now melee doesn't need to take 3 hits necessarily. It could take 4. And that would give you a little bit more opportunity to put a shield on your bot or heal it or something. But yeah, melee is pretty powerful right now. Interesting. Tyron has now put melee on his bot. By the way, Tyron, what do you think of the game so far? You hadn't played until yesterday. Okay, and let's take a look through these. There must be something that I screwed up here. So let me think about this. I know what's happening, I think. There is both an emit and, yeah, okay, that's what's happening. All right, so this is, how do I even say this? Client main is listening for server chat message. So we're sending out an emit, and we're listening to both an emit and then the pub sub that's sent out too. Tyron says, when there's a lot of activity, it's pretty fun, excluding the fact that I hate JS. When I logged in last night and no one was around. Yeah, when no one's playing, eventually it could have AI players there, and there will be a single player. Oh, actually, by the way, guys, today marks the 3-month anniversary of the Twitch stream. So this is the very end of 3 months. And so everything you've seen on stream so far, that's all been done in 3 months. Yeah, I should put that under news. Didn't I? I thought I wrote this somewhere. Alright, well anyway, 3-month anniversary today. Alright. The only other person on the blue team is Weedly, and Weedly has abandoned me. Alright, so here's what's happening. So, bug. We communicate server chat messages to the client in 2 different ways. One is directly emitting from the socket, and then 2... No, wait. Oh man, this is so difficult to figure out exactly what's going wrong here. There's a socket interface which listens for server chat messages and then just publishes something out. Oh, but this is not necessary anymore, I believe, because we get rid of this entirely and now everything works fine. Yes, that was the problem. Okay. This is a client problem. So now when we connect to the server, everything should be fine. I think this is going to work. Oh, whoa. Nice landmines. Landmines are definitely a very good counter to melee. Because my bots can't do anything now. If you... Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting. Let's see. Tyron says, do reflect shields reflect melee? No, it's just missiles and just lasers. Not artillery, not zapper, not melee, not reflected projectiles. So you can't run into a situation where you shoot a laser at someone, they reflect it back to you, and then you reflect it back to them. Reflect is just one bounce, that's it. So it's only non-reflected lasers and missiles. But yeah, regular shield, so just this thing, the purple shield, as opposed to the sort of bluish reflect, shield absorbs all damage from every single source. Landmines, just everything. Okay, so I believe this should have fixed this. Let's test this out. We refresh. And I hit connect. And now we have to wait 15 seconds But then we should see hello world only get printed once. In fact, let's get rid of this break. Oh, we got rid of it. Okay. Yep, so 6 seconds left. And then as long as we see a message just print once, we're fine. As in no duplicates. Yeah, perfect. Okay, problem solved. Yeah, nice. All right, then we can check this in. So let's finish looking this over. We're going to revert this. So, and I want to take a look over at all of the code again, just to make sure that I didn't do anything stupid. So team info dot length. Yep, that was one of the refactoring things that I talked about. Yep, that's all fine. I know I already looked through this. I'm just taking one more quick look through it again. Yeah, that was the key bug fix right there. This is fine, and I now commented it as well. This is good. I like how I consolidated those data structures. This is the relocated code. This is where it relocated to. And actually, what was that? To do. If this ever changes and we need something else, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Pub sub topics. Yeah. Router actions. Perfect. Okay, cool. Check it in. All right. Now it is almost 10 a.m., which is the time when I wanted to be starting to work on account stuff. So one of the other things, guys, I think I'm going to check this in. Let me show you something. So right now on the server, ooh, wait, hang on. Wait, let me pick that. So right now on the server, if you hold tab, you can see the scores. But if you hover over people's names, it doesn't show you anything. So now on the client, if you hold tab, you can see the scores. But when you hover over people, you see this terrible UI show up, which shows you buffs. So I think what I'm going to do is, it's still going to look terrible. I'm just going to push it onto the server right now. No, that sounds stupid to me. No, I should probably just make it show up. And no, I think I'm not going to fix this. I'm not going to fix this right now. I think we're going to move on to accounts, and this will at least be functional, even though it's not great. Yeah. Yeah, let's I don't know. I just don't know if I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Let's do this. BLT run, BL deploy. It's going to take a long time to do that anyway. Let's close this while that's working, and then I can start to work on the next pieces here. So this is done. Have the client print this information too. This is kind of canceled since, well, I guess that's technically done as well. So then let's do this. These are the remaining buff tasks, which I guess now we have to put down here. Right now, it's just on the originator. Okay, so those things have just been relocated. The buff summary UI, as far as I'm concerned, is done. And that was all yesterday. Now we're on to accounts. So this life lead stuff is also one of the remaining buff tasks. So I'm going to do this so that we don't end up with a crazy to-do list here. I'm actually just going to move all this stuff up to the top. That way there's a pseudo archive down there. All right, so design, blah, blah, blah. There's a ton of stuff to do. Oh. The game ended. All right, I'm going to leave the match so that these people get reshuffled into a 2 versus 2. And it won't matter too much anyway. Okay, all the tests passed. So we're going to check this in. Let's take a look at what's changed. And we'll show log over here too. So I believe the last thing was Control K. Yeah, that was the last thing. Okay, here's what we're going to do then. We're going to commit this, and no, not that one. We're going to commit this one, and we're going to say added in a shield duration buff. Added the buff summary UI, which looks pretty bad right now. Hover over names in leaderboard. And the result of a game is now printed to everyone's chat. Okay. So yeah, this is in the process of deploying. Now that the teams have been re-scrambled, I can look at the server again and warn everyone that the end times are near. No, whoops. The server hasn't started yet. Oh no, but this is fine. I'm on the red team now. In fact, if you hover over chat, it should probably make this transparent. I'm going to write that on the to-do list for doing this at some point at least. To do hovering over chat should probably make it somewhat transparent. We could at least try it out. Transparent chat. I don't know if we'll get there. All right, yeah, this is finishing up. I know one of these things takes another like 40 seconds. Oh, by the way, well, no, I was gonna say something else. I already linked this earlier. It should be transparent until in focus, actually. Yeah, that's actually probably a better way of doing things. Maybe do it the other way around. Transparent until it has the focus. All right, here we go. We can push this stuff now. Perfect. Okay. So I know a game just started. You guys should wrap it up, and I'll reboot the server. So it's 4-4. I don't feel bad stopping a tie game right now. We're just gonna ignore that it's 5-4, and act like it's still 4-4. Oh, I gotta load this up too. Okay. Great. So here we go. Oops. Screen-RD. Let's go to here, get pull. Oop. Okay. Then here's what we'll do. We will go into the server and reboot. Wrap it up like we have control. What I meant is save off your script. Okay. Yeah, so this is restarting. So I think the server page should be up and running again. Yeah, and now you should already be able to see the new buff UI. There we go. All right. So I am the first person to connect. I'm gonna go with this. Your shield lasts for 6 more turns. Wait, whoa. What was the wording on that? Your shields oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, good. Does the server run as root? It does right now, I think. I didn't really want to configure these boxes too much. At some point, I should make a new user for them. Server restart while you're playing. Alright, so Weedly and I both got the buffs that say your shields last for 6 more turns. Tyron got the teleport cooldown. So yeah, now as you guys hold tab, you can see this stuff. Oh, so everyone got the shield buff. Alright, well, I already have shield code written out. So, we pursue allies and we try to shield them. Let's do this. Init equals function time since last shield equals 0. We're gonna say, we're gonna put this down here whenever we shield someone, and then we're gonna say if time since last shield is greater than or equal to 3, let's just shield ourselves and can shield. There. And let's set this to negative. Shield has a duration of 6 and a cooldown of 4, so we need to set this to negative 10 afterward. So we're going to set this to negative 10 in both cases. All right, this is the best AI. We've written the perfect bot. Are you ready for this? We're going to make shield 3, missiles 3, regen. And my dir is right. All right, you ready for this? All right, so these bots are going to shield allies. So Red Kazan has a shield even though Red Kazan chose the damage buff. But Orin and Tyron aren't actually doing any damage. In fact, Tyron's bot is just dancing around. Some sort of interpretive botland game. What? Did you guys forget something? Or is there a bug? Wait, why are your bots doing nothing? You have 2 kills somehow. Okay. I don't know what's happening. This is probably the biggest disparity in scores I've ever seen. Also, my bots have very thoroughly shielded Weedly, but Weedly is nowhere near the enemy. And now I have surrounded Weedly. Although my bots will eventually move. Yeah, see? There we go. Alright. I'm just gonna leave this open over here. We're gonna start to take a look at accounts. Alright, so I wrote design, SSL, which database, game server and auth server interactions, pre-beta account migrations, account metrics, design UI, and then a new VM. So yeah, I want to set expectations for the stream at this point. From here on out, for the next, hang on, let me also raise my chair a bit. So from here until maybe the end of the week, I don't expect that we'll be really changing Botland per se. We're changing the account system. So it'll probably be a little bit less exciting and a little bit more research intensive. And also there'll have to be some times on stream where I have to just like stop sharing my screen entirely, which I know sounds stupid if I'm streaming, but I at some point need to sign up for a new VM, and that involves like credit card information and all this other stuff. So it's gonna have to happen at some point. Also, are my bots doing what I want them to do? Yeah, I am shielding, guys. Nice. Research with Adam. Yeah, so, all right, let's start this out. Let's think about everything that needs to be done. So I'm gonna do this. So right now, here's what's happening. And let's say that we've started the design at this time. Not that it really matters exactly how long this takes. Right now what's happening is there is a SQLite database running on my machine and on the DigitalOcean VM. This database contains, create database wrapper. This database contains this stuff, and that's it. So database contents are a username, a password, last creation date, not creation, is valid, and num accounts created. Great. So there's no real need for security right now because there's nothing stored on your account. You didn't pay for it. But that's going to very quickly not be the case anymore. Eventually, you'll have an email associated with the account. You'll have, well, your credit card info won't be saved, but like you will have made a purchase, and yeah. All right. So what do we need? We eventually need a new VM running a socket server with an SSL cert. There will be credit card information stored eventually, or will you never store it? Oh, okay, that's too soon. Yeah, I don't plan on ever storing it because I think that opens me up to a lot of legal aspects I don't want to have to deal with. And I also, anyway, I think there are payment vendors who will process all this stuff and will happily store the credit card information themselves, and you probably trust someone like PayPal more than you trust one developer. Suggestion: separate buffs into 2 groups, hardware specific and non-hardware specific, and always offer at least one non-hardware specific buff. Red Kazan, I think that's a good suggestion for right now, but I also think that eventually, hopefully there are enough different buffs where all right, let me talk about one particular thing here. If you're given 3 buff choices and none of them ever seem to apply to your bot, it probably means that you should have changed your bot. So eventually you will have customized these before you enter the match. So let's say all of your bots are very similar. You have a missiles and cloaking, a lasers and cloaking, and an artillery and cloaking. And then you get a landmines buff. And you think, well, this would have been really great if I'd had landmines. Well, that's a chance for you as a player to be like, maybe I should have a landmines bot for preparation for this stuff. So we might do something like that, but we'll probably wait until much later to do it. Will it include information about what late night shows I've watched? Yes. Is there a max length for your script? Yeah, Red Kazan is correct. 5,000 bytes. And by the way, if you ever think 5,000 bytes is restrictive, definitely let me know what script you're doing. The only way I think you could ever be restrictive is if you were writing like tons of comments, and like really you should probably just cut out the comments at that point. But if you feel like you have some AI that needs more than 5,000 bytes, then yeah, I definitely want to know what that is. So you won't be concerned about enabling FIPS for security. SSL may be enough since there won't be personal information possibly. So what is FIPS? I feel like I've seen this before. Federal Information Processing Standards. What are the actual concrete things that this entails? No, I don't know. I don't think I'll be doing this. I don't know what that entails though. Worked for a company working on personal information. We had a cache of dead squirrel pictures, and whenever confidentiality came up, we'd talk about the dead squirrel. Is this a metaphor? Red Kazan said I went over 5,000 trying to break it. Oh. Well, sure, yeah. But if you're ever doing it for real, that's potentially an issue. Okay, so we need a new VM running with a socket server with an SSL cert. Now, as far as pre-beta databases go, there still needs to be a way to tell this server to add and delete accounts, because I'm not going to have you guys sign up for your own accounts. But passwords probably shouldn't be stored in plain text. So passwords shouldn't be stored in plain text. So if you forget your password, you will whisper /w botland bot password, and it will send you a and it will reset your password, then send it once in plain text. Sending passwords in plain text right now is not a problem. Like I said, you have no personal information on the account. If your account got hacked and everybody stole everybody else's account, it really doesn't matter. This is not like a traditional account yet. It will eventually matter. I am totally aware of that. I'm just saying that right now it doesn't matter. And I know people are going to ask me about this as the week goes on. G-Star Gaming says, did you just say that we should not do comments? No, what I'm saying is this. So here's a botland script right now. Let me give you a typical botland script. This script, because this is my script. And this is actually a decently verbose script. Now let's say you put some comments here of like, find the closest bot and do something else. I don't really care what I'm typing here. It's just to illustrate that you may have a long comment. All right, and then you write something else here, blah, 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 blah. And you've got a couple comments interspersed throughout this code. This code is 1,100 bytes long. So you could copy this 5 times before you'd finally hit the limit. What I'm getting at is that let's say you had code that was literally like this much code in your botland script. First of all, what are you doing? Like, what kind of crazy AI do you need to write where you need this? But even this is still valid. It's once you copied it a 5th time that it would no longer be valid, because it'd be 5,500 bytes. And then what I was saying is, well, at that point, just get rid of your comments, and you've saved, 500 bytes, and you could add in some more code. Oh, there was a kappa. Oh, your kappa was not the right message. FIPS is a government spec. If you download OpenSSL libs, you can get FIPS versions. Discordant Strike says, hey Adam, is this your full-time job or are you a developer by trade? So this is my full-time job, but I'm just not making any money. And there's no way for me to make money right now unless I enabled something. Like, I don't take donations. I don't have ad money, YouTube, Twitter, everything. Nothing is generating money for me right now. In fact, I'm spending money. So this better make money at the end. I'm at 2,758 bytes, and it's pretty comprehensive. 5,000 is a lot. I'm actually pretty surprised you're at 2,800, and I kind of wonder how you got there. And I also wonder, do you mind sharing your script out? I'd be curious to see it. If you don't mind paste binning it, that'd be great. I mean, I guess I could technically just get it. I control the game server, but if you'd like to share it, you should share it. So anyway, password shouldn't be stored in plain text. So if you get your password, you'll whisper /wbotlandbot password and it'll recite your password. Then send it once in plain text to the requester, or to me and then to the requester. Yeah, so the SSL cert part means that all connecting clients will need to verify the certificate. Now, this is not something I've done before. And this is where I'm going to need to do some research and set up little prototypes here and there. Basically, here's the simplest thing I want to do. I want to say start a node server with SSL, then start a fake node server without that SSL, and then connect to both with a properly written client and make sure the fake server is rejected. So can I just do SSL connections? And that's it. That's going to be one of the things that we do. And like I said, it doesn't directly help Botland, but it's needed for the account server. You mentioned the flooding earlier. This river often floods my road out. Oh. It's gone up by 2.5 feet. He's crazy. Dumb link. It's in a Git repo. I can push it out in a minute. Okay, cool. Yeah. The URL is scary. I agree. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So this is pretty important. A new VM. And then what is the flow for all of this? So a game server, we actually have 3 different endpoints right now. We're going to have the client, which is just really a website. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be hosted on Node. It just needs to be hosted somewhere. There's nothing Node specific about it. So client is a website. Then game server is a Node server. And then there's the account server, which will eventually be servers. And so part of this is going to be, we need async connection from game server to account server. All right, so let's think of how this will work. You connect to the client, which is play.bot.land:3000. You see the title screen, which has something like, single player or multiplayer or account management. And somehow there's some way to type in your credentials. So you type in your, how about this? You choose multiplayer. I don't want the hyphen there for multiplayer. You choose multiplayer. You type in your username/password and check the EULA box. Then the game server takes your credentials and sends them to the account server to verify if you really have an account. Now there's another way that this could be done. You as a user could send it to the account server and then get back a token but then the game server would need to do this anyway. The problem is for your account management, this means, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have to learn about a lot of different things here. So the game server takes your credentials and sends them to the account server to verify if you really have an account. There needs to be some way to manage your account too. So I'll write this down here. How does account management work? Also, what happened on the server here? Did it print out who won the last match? Test hello world. Wait. That's probably not supposed to be possible. Oh no, oh, that's not, that it's not supposed to be possible. It's an accident left in a hello world. Oh my god. Alright. Well, sorry about that. You guys are going to see hello world every time a game ends. The red team won 583 to 43. And now I should be able to see buffs people chose. Yeah, so you can basically tell who's AFK and who's not AFK by who chose buffs. So you can see Orandre chose the regen life buff. I'm going to close out of this for now. You going for OAuth token? I'm not totally sure what I want to do yet. I didn't mean FIPS, sorry, I just meant TLS. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not too sure yet. Discord and Strike says, why not use something like a Google or Facebook third-party login? Seems like it would be much easier and more secure. Just a thought. Well, we don't want people to be required to have an account. Like, ideally, we'd want both ways. We'd want you to have a Facebook account or a Google account, but then also be able to sign up for a Botland account. And so I figured if I'm going to allow both ways, why not start with the way that I definitely want and then make it easier for people later. Let me think about this. Because yeah, this means that you'd have to connect to the game server with SSL as well. Otherwise, yeah. So game server needs SSL as well. Otherwise, you could be sending your information over, well, to man in the middle. And game server also needs to be able to communicate without SSL. We don't care if someone like hijacks your bot scripts or something like that. We only care if they hijack account information. Passport can do them all, local and OAuth too, unless you want to roll your own. Let me take a look. Passport local strategy. Authenticating with a username and password. Easily and unobtrusively integrated in any that supports Connect style middleware, including Express. Yeah, so this is probably what I'm going to end up doing. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work to do all of this stuff. Because there's a lot of little changes that need to be made. Mouse just glitched. Okay. So anyway, game server takes your credentials and sends them to the account server to verify if you really have an account. Account server responds with like success, and then your bot base. I think that's pretty much it. Just your bot base. That's all that's really needed on the game server. Yeah, and your bot base. So your bot base looks something like this. Bay 1 is like, its tentative name is Kill Our Bot. And it has lasers 3, missiles 3, and cloaking 1. It has code that does this, update equals function, fire missiles. And it has, what else is, oh yeah, cosmetics eventually. So, like I said, dragon head, knight armor, UFO legs. And Bay 2 is some other thing, right? Pacifist. It has no hardware, update equals function, doesn't do anything, and no cosmetics. It's a stupid bot. Discord and Strike says, cool, the reason why I mentioned this is just certain people suggest to avoid your own login password if at all possible. That link is a YouTube video on it. It's fairly lengthy, though. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. By the way, now's the time what I'm going to mention. I used to work in security for many years, and it might not seem like it because I may seem like a moron when it comes to this stuff, but I understand general concepts. I haven't ever implemented this stuff myself in a scalable system, and even the stuff I have implemented, it was like nobody used it. So if it had the biggest leak in the world or shared everyone's information with the entire world, like no one was affected. And that's clearly not the case now. So now we got to make things properly. So, okay, the account server responds with success and your bot bays. Then you play the game, and let's say you win. So now game server tells the account server that you won. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so I think that's a pretty straightforward way of connecting the game server. So this is... Note that this is asynchronous. Did I used to work for VTech? I haven't even heard of VTech actually. Note that this is asynchronous, so actually things are going to be very different eventually. This is not how things are going to work eventually. I need to write this down. This is asynchronous. Yeah, great. So there's account management. So this is like modified pre-beta scenario. Let's tab all this in. Now here's the real world scenario. Real world game scenario is you connect to the client, play.bot.land. You see the title screen, so all this is the same. You choose multiplayer, and now, yeah, I guess you need to do this. And now here's where things differ. The account server says that you have an account and tells you what your bot bays are. Then it starts to find an available game for you. See, this is where things get a little bit different. Maybe you connect. Yeah. You press the quick play button, which may or may not exist. You perhaps, I don't know, some server, the account server, starts to try to find a match for you. Then it eventually finds one. When one is found, you are connected to the game server, and the game server doesn't start the game until everyone is in the game. Toymaker VTech hacked? Whoa. Lots of personal information leaked. Wow. Hey Jack HGTV. Alright, you're connected to a game server. Then the game doesn't start until, yeah, so then, yeah, you play the game. Results are sent from game server to account server. So yeah, at some point there'd need to be some sort of matchmaking server, and I think that'd be different from the account server. I guess I'll write this here. The matchmaking server starts to try to find a match for you. They're uploading all images and videos to their servers from a kid's toy and have stated that they have no reason to have it. Anyway, we won't be doing that in Botland. There will be no pictures of users anywhere. And part of what's nice about this setup, at least, is that, like, I've got to have something working for pre-beta. So let's say someone wants to help me out and they try to hack the game server and they find out that, yeah, Adam, it's like trivially easy to get passwords or something like that. Then hopefully they report it to me and I can find a way to fix it before things go live. And this is where I was thinking, If I had the money, I could give people a bug bounty for that because that's what major companies do. But I think the amount of money I could give for that would be insulting to people. And they would probably just say, I'm going to exploit the bug now and just get money once you've made money. Not giving you any ideas or anything. So that's a real world game scenario. Now we had to say, how does account management work? I guess, again, you connect to this thing. And then you choose something like manage inventory or buy salvage. So now the account server tells you your bot base and inventory, and you mess around with it and then send a message back saying what you did. The account server validates it and sends some response, and everybody's happy. So I guess that part's fine. Most of us are insulted already. Alright. So what does this mean as far as testing things goes? I wrote SSL. I still need to do, let's say, test SSL setup, and that's what this was here. Yeah. So all connecting clients need to verify the certificate. So this is start a node server with SSL, start a fake node server, connect to both, make sure that the fake one's rejected. Okay, great. The database, I've been talking to everyone about this, and everyone suggests MySQL. So one of the things I want to look into is look into MySQL license, then download MySQL and make some really basic like store/load application. Maybe just store name plus number. That's it. Not even like a real thing. This is just a test to make sure that I can interact with this and that I'm using everything correctly. Game server. Oh, and I guess, and also. All right, game server and auth server interactions. This is how are you going to get identifying information from you, the client, into the auth server via the game server and make sure that it's secure. And so SSL would, well, TLS, I guess, would make sure that this is all secure. I connect to a game server. I have not only validated its identity or verified that it is who it says it is, but everything I send will be encrypted over TLS. Then it communicates to the authentication server the same way, so I would have confidence that if everything was coded correctly, that your credentials can't be stolen somewhere in the middle. They can't be replayed. None of those attacks would be able to work. Yeah. Alright, so this is make sure the client, game server, auth server, game server communication is all secure. Then account migrations. I don't think we're going to get to this point for a while. How do we get to the point where accounts are managed by this new VM? So I don't think this is really worth talking about too much. I think what I could do is I could say, when this stuff is all done, I just sort of ban everyone's account and then make it like 0 points to sign up again, and you just sign up again. And then everyone for a day can get accounts. So it would be a maximum of however many people are watching me at the time. And then anyone who had a problem, they'd just spend their points. I don't know, it's not that bad. So I'm not too concerned about this. Account metrics, this I'm also not concerned about. If the framework is there, then this stuff doesn't matter. And the UI, again, I'm not really too concerned about this. So I kind of want to just delete all of these things, or put them at least somewhere else. This does not belong in design for right now. MISC. Yeah, let's put that there. So I think I want to test this out. I think this is a good way to start. I just make sure, can I set up an SSL certificate? Can I launch a node server that's listening with that certificate? And then can I make sure that it is who it says it is. Something else I need to consider here. This will work when the game server is not the authority. All right, yeah, let's start with this first bit. I'm gonna save this as like botland scripts. Oh, I just deleted the wrong file. Oh well, whatever. I lost my script for zapping. We're gonna say Adam13531 shield ally script. Okay. So let's take a look. SSL Node.js. TLS. Except for this is version 5.1. And as we know, I do not have 5.1. Let's look up old documentation. Do we have... I never remember how to find this. Node.js docs. Index. Like, what? How do you find old documents? I found the... Oh, here we go. Yeah. I have 0.12.5, I believe. Although upgrading to this one probably wouldn't be too bad. But still, isn't there all versions? Here we go. 0.12.5. Perfect. Okay, docs. No, that didn't work. Why? API docs. Oh, here we go. Got it. Okay, so TLS, is that a thing? Yes, here it is. So let's read through some of this. Like I said, this is very different from how I've normally been conducting my stream so far. This is where I'm going to be doing some reading. I will probably comment on what I'm reading, but at some point I need to just be reading, and yeah. So we get TLS. Each client and each server must have a private key. Private key is created like this. All servers and some clients need to have a certificate. Certificates are public keys signed by a certificate authority or self-signed. The first step to getting a certificate is to create a certificate signing request. This is done with OpenSSL rack. Yeah, got it. To create a self-signed certificate with a CSR, do this. Yep. And I've done this before. I don't remember why I had to do this. Oh, I actually set up SSL for the prototype of this game. You had to connect over HTTPS to this. Huh. So I got some of this working. I guess I could look at that code. Alternatively, you can send the CSR to a certificate authority for signing. Docs and creating a CA in the known source code. Okay, I don't need to create a CA. And in fact, I heard about, there are a couple of services out there that'll give you a signed certificate for free. Okay, cool. So it's compiled with SSL v2 and v3 support by default, but these protocols are disabled. They're considered insecure and could easily be compromised. However, in some situations, it may cause problems with legacy clients. If you wish to enable v2 and v3, run node with... No, I don't care about that. There is a way to force it. No, I also don't care about that. Yep, great. This is exactly what I want. Okay. If you have set secure options to anything. Yeah, so I'm not going to change the protocols. This is the client and the server negotiate whatever protocol that they are both aware of and is the highest one. So renegotiation, attack mitigation. Renegotiations are limited to 3 times every 10 minutes. The limits are configurable. Oh, this sounds fine. I think if someone's going to perform a denial of service, that basically nothing I can do will ever protect against it. I would have to trust in my platform, not in what I've written. And even giant services still get a denial of service from time to time. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about like lowering this. At least not now. To test your server, connect to it with Client Connect and tap R character return a few times. Interesting. All right. Next protocol negotiation. Perfect forward secrecy. It means that even if a private key is compromised, communication can only be decrypted by eavesdroppers if they manage to obtain a key pair specifically generated for each session. This is achieved by randomly generating a key pair. Okay. And then here are the functions. All right, cool. So there is a create server. So like I said, the actual TLS connection really only needs to be for any account-based information. When you're connected to a server and the server tells you something like, this bot just moved left, that doesn't need to be over TLS. If there was some man in the middle attack and someone got in the way and said, this bot really moved right, then, like, do I really care? Who would be willing to hack you to that point? Okay. Here you go, Adam. People can analyze my code while you research. Yeah, I wanted to see this. Oh man. Suggested hardware. Missiles, cloak, shield, reflect. Yeah, so by the way, this is exactly what I want to talk about this for a little bit. So one of the things I discussed on stream is that the original way that we'd planned Botland did not have a large enough decision tree for the user. And so one of the things we talked about is, and I'm going to go over this, so if you've heard this before, imagine if you came up with these random events that took place in the arena, and you had something like, we're going to light every tile in the arena on fire for 3 turns or something like that. The first time you see it, you'd say, great, this is awesome. And then you write code to get around it, and you'd say, that was fun. The next time you see it, you would do something like this, where you put, on fire equals false. And you just set this to true when the arena's on fire, and then that would control certain code down here. So anyway, Red Kazan has put certain flags up here. So if you have mines, actually, let me see. This might be unnecessary. Oh, this is for reveal mines. Never mind. Wow. I'm going to just share this with the code designer. Close distance, reveal turns, always defend enemy. Oh, interesting. Enemy or not check enemy. This is pretty great, actually. I like this. This is a very high-level overview of the AI. And yeah, direction equals left. This is stuff that hopefully you don't need an API, or you don't need to say this off yourself. So check defend. If life is less than last life, or life is less than or equal to lifetimes, always defend divided by 1,000 or 100. Yeah, so you have at what, 40% life, you're always in defender mode. And defend only tries enabling one of these things, I see. Because then once one is enabled, it just returns. Huh. Check enemy. So can zap already checks not is zapping for you. But it's fine to have this in here. I wonder how long your code takes to execute. I should really take a look at this. It probably still takes like 3 or 4 milliseconds, but it shouldn't be too bad. Nice. Okay. No, this stuff makes sense. I would, just for your sake, I would put if can teleport and get distance to entity is greater than 2. That way because you can teleport when you're only 1 tile away, but you'd never want to do that because that wastes your teleport. So I'd put something like that in here. And next direction. Wow. Well, cool. Yeah, I'll have to. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this in my OneNote. Talk about Red Kazan script. There we go. Roving Eye says, "Wow, you look good. I had you on my virtual screen and crashed the code to allow me to get you off there. Could hear you but not see you. Why not use Nginx with SSL and forward unsecured to an unopened port? Should we be doing the same thing for 80 so the client doesn't need to run as root? I think Nginx can be started as root privileges, but will drop them once 80 is open." Yeah, I need to use Nginx at some point too. I I wasn't going to start doing that until I actually needed it. As far as, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll write that down here. Consider using Nginx sooner rather than later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So as far as the SSL thing goes, so here's what I'm gonna try. Let's make each client and each server must have a private key. So wait, each client must have a private key. I guess that makes sense. But then how would you... Interesting. Still need to write enemy avoidance for artillery and mining bots and a better move looper. Yeah, and for people who are looking at Red Kazan's script and saying like, this is crazy, I'm never going to do this in Botland. Well, the nice thing is you don't really have to. You could always copy paste exactly what someone else has done and change whatever code they have available to you. But yeah, I think good job so far, Red Kazan. It's nice that people are trying this stuff out and coming up with interesting AI, because you've seen the stuff that I write. I just write stupid code and then I let my bots run, and if they don't do well, then I get mad at the bots. That's how it works. So yeah, this part, when you connect via Chrome to an HTTPS site, that must mean that Chrome generated a private key for you. Because otherwise, actually, I guess, oh man, this is one of the questions I have. I guess I should keep track of all my questions. Yeah, let's just put this stuff here. So, questions. Should I generate a private key for the client if they don't already have one? Wait, I can't even do this. You're going to be connecting through... No, this is stupid. No. The user will be connecting through their browser, so they need to have some way of accessing HTTPS sites. Otherwise, the whole internet would break for them. Not the whole internet, but like they wouldn't be able to go to popular sites like Google and Facebook over HTTPS. Okay, so let's try this out. We're gonna make a like a test bed area for this. So let's go to code, JavaScript. Okay, here we go. So let's make this. We'll say, oh, this is really slow. Say SSL test. So here we're going to make a few folders. We're going to make an SSL server. Would give you secure for nothing. And isn't SSL based on the Diffie-Hellman key exchange? I think it can be based on that. I think any secure key exchange is allowed to be used. But, yeah. Still need to write better. Oh, wait, that was already done. Aren't they keys you are talking about, the ones used to validate communication? I was talking about the public and private keys of the client. And I don't think I need to do anything about that. Nginx would give you SSL for nothing. Oh, it's not for nothing, right? Nginx would mostly give you, like, I still need to do some validation. I need to see how this works. I also need to figure out, yeah, how, oh right, the SSL servers are bound to domains, so. Oh man. Yeah, and this is where if in the next couple weeks I get some prototype at least up and running of this, then I think it's always easier to modify something that exists than to create it from scratch. So we're in the business of creating it from scratch right now. Not really from scratch, but more so than what we have. So let's do this. cd/d. We'll go into the SSL server, and I should make this as simply as possible. I have OpenSSL. Yes, good. So let's generate a self-signed certificate. Now I also wrote this down myself from when I was struggling with this. Okay. This was on May 18th of this year. Let's see. SSL is already on my machine thanks to Git. So make a file. No. Make a new directory and run these commands. I had gen rsa-out ssl-key.pem. So that was this. Set conf equal this. And then I did request-new-key. That is this command. A lot of prompts were added. Oh, this is to make my thing a certificate authority, and then do request-in cert request. Yeah, so I have pretty much the same steps that are written here in my own notes. Can you just say what you're trying to do? You really shouldn't front face Node. Well, what I'm trying to do right now is just test to see, can I make a server with SSL and then verify that I'm connecting to that server regardless of what the server tells me. So basically, this is going to be called start a real Node server and then start a fake one without SSL and just make sure, can I connect to the correct one? If condition 1 or 2 and 3, can condition 1 and 3 be true and it will return true? I don't remember the order of operations for this, so I always just test it out. If you do something like this, if false or false and true, so this should be false. You can actually just print this stuff out. And then this should be true. Yeah. So if condition 1 is true and 3 is true, yeah, actually only 1 needs to be true in that case. And you can always test this stuff in Chrome or whatever target language you're using. Anyway, Roving Eye, I don't know if you think this is not a worthwhile endeavor right now, but I think this would give me some peace of mind into just kind of understanding how this stuff is working. Then later, if I want to use Nginx, from what I understand about Nginx, it can handle SSL, but it could also just forward ports to the node servers for me. I guess well, I'd still run into this problem where I need to know, is the SSL certificate what I expect it to be? And that's kind of all I'm focusing on for right now. So I don't know how much of this is needed. In directory containing app.js, the above was meant for Express 2.0, but here's the Express 3.0 code. And then I can make an HTTPS server. Okay, well, let me try this out. I'm going to do the stuff I have written out here. Actually, I'll use this one. So they said 2048. All right, here we go. So let's generate this. We're gonna call this test key. Okay. And all servers and clients, so we need to do this now too. Let's take this, we'll take our test key and we will make this a certificate signing request. Unable to load info. Yeah, so I have this written down in my notes already, and I already have the fix for it right here. We do this. Whoop. How did I copy this thing? That's weird. All right, let's just take that. So set, all right, good. Now this should work. Yeah. So now it asks for a whole bunch of things. So we take US, take Washington, locality name, easy city. Let's just say Seattle. Organization name, let's say Adams Test Org. Organizational unit name, Department of Magic. Common name, Adam. Don't care about this. Email address, this doesn't really matter. So let's say adam@alienator.com. And challenge password. This is between the SSL issuer, which is you since you're running OpenSSL, and the user of SSL, which is also you. So you don't really need to set this. So let's just say foo. And then a challenge password. Wait, what? It has to be at least 4 bytes long. Foo4. Okay, optional company name. I can just leave that blank. Great. By my understanding, you can't proxy SSL, no man in the middle, so Nginx will unwrap the secure stream, handle the authentication and validation. You give it the URL certificate, and it does everything for you and passes an unsecured stream into Node. It will vet the stream and make sure it's okay before Node gets a hold of it. Recipe's pretty simple. You can Google, and it's how most people run Node. Yeah, that does actually sound much easier. I wonder... All right, I'll paste this in. I think I'll tackle this next. So we'll start with this, and then we'll migrate to Nginx. And here we go. All right, and I'll just put all this here. All right. You run Node in user mode on 3000. Nginx starts at root, but drops root once it has 80 and 443 open. Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate this. I haven't used Nginx before, and I figured that at some point in this project I would use it, given that I'd probably want multiple node services running on the same machine. And this sounds like the best way to do it. You still need the certificate, but Nginx does the hard work. Now, the other thing I wonder about is how much memory does Nginx take? And that's something I'm going to have to test out because, like, if you look at my server right now, it sometimes gets up to like 400 something megabytes, and it only has 500. So what I'm going to be doing is starting a new server, but if Nginx starts out by taking like 200 megabytes, I probably need to go for a larger server. Points question mark? Yeah, sure. I've only played a little with it. All right. Yeah, so first thing, I'm still gonna go forward with this just to test this out. So we made a certificate. Next we need to do this last step in here. So this is where we said let's take our test certificate signing request and our test key and output it into a test certificate. Okay, cool. All right, so now we should have a certificate key, or a certificate file, I mean. Wait, what do I have? Store all of the contents of the new directory. Should be a CSR and 2 PEM files. Wait, I don't have a CSR. Did I screw something up? Test CSR.pem. Oh, CSR. They all have .pem, I guess. Wait, but then the test CSR.pem, that's not even needed. The only things that are needed are the key and the certificate. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. DigitalOcean, how to set up a Node.js application for production on Ubuntu. Open source JavaScript runtime. Yep. Prerequisites. Server where we install Node.js, and the server where we'll install the Nginx web server, which will act as a reverse proxy to your application. Users will access the server's public IP address to get to your Node.js application. It's possible to use a single server for this, but you'll have to make a few changes along the way. So private IP, this is the whole thing about how this needs to be in the same data center, these servers. Regular non-root user with sudo privileges configured on both of your servers. This is the user that you should log into your servers as. You can learn how to configure a regular user account. Well, at some point I should do that. If you read to the bottom, there's a link to how to configure TLS and SSL. Alright, so we're going to save this too. This is for Nginx. Nginx link. This also has information on how to configure TLS/SSL. Okay, so they say install Node. So they do get, then they get the package from Node, and then they unpackage it and install it. We don't care about that because we know how to do that. Now we create a hello world that simply returns hello world any HTTP request. Because we want this to serve requests that come from our reverse proxy server web, we will utilize our app server's private network interface for inter-server communication. Look up your app server's private network interface. What is this concept? This is, okay, wait. Yeah, it's this that I don't totally understand. Look up your app server's private network interface. So private network address, this is something that I guess DigitalOcean provides? I'm not sure. Wait, what is this? You just don't open the firewall for 3000 node port? What is this? Oh no, a pop-up ad. Wow, thanks Rowing Eye. I didn't know how to do this. Now I click the subscribe button, right? And then follow them on all of these sites. And that's how I search on Google. Anyway, look, okay, so to people who are just joining the stream right now, I'm working through a lot of sort of not game related things right now, and it's all for the sake of the game, but it's all of this account stuff. So I wanted to test out SSL and Nginx and all these other things, and then set up a database and get account servers running. If that's not interesting to you, I advise that you come back in a week or two when I'm probably working on game stuff again. And for now, I'm doing a lot of research into how I'm going to perform these tasks. So that's why Roving Eye is teasing me about searching. I have not had the time to set this up beforehand. The IP address is the address of the connection, not the machine. Right, I see. So it's just saying there are two connections then, right? A private connection and a public connection. The public connection that you get to it. Okay. We shall include this as well in here. So, and I'm going to have to take notes at some point on this. So let me see. Where do I put these notes? I'm trying to find a way so that you guys don't, hang on a second. I'm taking a look at my OneNote right now to see what I can and can't show on screen. I think I can show this all this on screen. I can't show individual notes. I think this should be fine. Yeah, okay, let's do this then. Yeah, so I'll start to take notes as I do this stuff. So we're going to make something here called SSL slash TLS slash Nginx slash Node.js. Yeah. So, and we'll say these nodes pertain to setting up SSL slash TLS for Botland and getting a production ready environment. So they have one network that connected to the internet box, and the other is for the internal LAN. So you don't need to worry about being secure on the internal network. The wire has an IP address at each end of the wire. Yeah, okay. And I should file all these notes at some point. Yeah, so DigitalOcean has an IP for the... And yeah, I guess that makes sense. And I guess I already kind of realized this and said this stupidly, because I recognize that, like, I have an IP address for my own network and I have one for the outside world. And it's not that my machine has this IP address. It's that my ISP has given me the IP for that particular connection. So DigitalOcean has an IP for their LAN, just like how I do at home, and they have a public-facing IP address for connecting externally. All right. So I'm going to look through this. Hopefully, yeah, I was going to say, hopefully this is like this stops roughly here, and I'm not reading for like 10 pages on just how to make a simple application. So yeah, now we create hello world. So got it. If you're using this, you may look up the server's private IP address with the metadata service. So this is, what is this? What is this IP address? 169.254.169.254. What is this? Slash metadata slash v1. You want to copy the output? This is, I guess this is what? This is owned by DigitalOcean, this IP address? Let me do something. NS lookup DigitalOcean.com. Wait, what's the name of DigitalOcean? DigitalOcean.com, yeah. Alright, I'm getting that their IP address is not what this is, but they could have multiple servers. Wait, am I watching day one again? Yes, you are. We are now 3 months in. Every 3 months, we're just going to reset back to day one. That being said, you should be careful, because if the internal network is shared across multiple users and clients, someone else in the data center could get access to my data. Yeah, and that's, like, they say this is the private network. I'm familiar with packet sniffing, and if someone had this running, then they would be able to check this out. So I don't know to what level this is private and how much I should trust it. Can I use bitwise math in your validator? That's a good question. I don't actually know if you can. Also, I'd be curious as to why you'd want that. I don't mind adding it. I just don't know if it's possible. So let's find out. X equals 5 or 2. You cannot assign to a built-in... Oops. I say A equals 5 or 2. No, yeah, it works, apparently. I don't remember ever coding that, but it works. Yeah? Okay. So here's what I don't understand partially, is that they said connect to this thing to get your internal IP address. Why didn't they just do something like ifconfig? Let me take a look. I don't even think I have curl on my machine. No, I don't, but I can get curl. They have yum and everything. Oh, this is on CentOS, not Debian. Okay, so sudo apt-get install curl. Whoops. I'm already super user. All right. Okay, so now I should have curl. Great. And where did this thing go? Here we go. Alright, and I'm going to not show this on screen because I don't know what the output's going to be. I just want to see. It says not found. Okay, well that's stupid. So that means it can't find this URL? Huh. Alright, I don't exactly know what to do about that. But let's see. Next, create and open your Node.js application for editing. For this tutorial, we'll use VI to edit a sample. So yeah, open at hello.js. Insert the following lines. If you want to, you may also replace the highlighted port 8080 in both locations. Yeah, I see. I see how this is doing it. So I remember reading the documentation for Node's HTTP server. This is binding it to only listen on a certain IP address, like a certain host and a certain port. So it's only going to listen to things on the internal network. So I actually could do something like this myself if I wanted to test this out. I could, let's just go to desktop, delete me folder, and let's make dir quick node test. So we go into quick node test, and I say express npm install, and then actually I don't need to do open here. Let's just go over here, del quick node test. So if I open up bin www and I make this listen, where do we create the server? Create server is here. There's a port though. Normalize port. Where is this? Oh, app.set. Anyway, if I created a server that only listens on my internal network and then tried connecting from my phone, it wouldn't work. Are you a droplet or a server? It doesn't matter. I don't actually know. I think it's a droplet, and I don't know if it matters or not. I have to check this on my other screen though. Alright, login. And yeah, it's a droplet. I don't even see something for create server though. I thought they were all called droplets. Does reflect shield return true if they were successfully used? No. So that's where Weedly you'll want to do if can reflect, then whoops, then reflect, or if can shield. Oh man, I can't type. Then shield. I've only played in my basement of the pile of machines I pulled from the garage. If you bind a 0000, it binds to all NICs on your machine. And only bind to internal connections on the local machine. Yeah. Okay. So I don't think there's a need for me to even test this really, but yeah, so this is so that you can only connect from the internal network on this port. But again, there's the question of how secure is this internal network? So this, and by the way, if it's not secure, then it sounds like this is not something that I'd want Nginx to route to for me. Because otherwise I'd need SSL for that hop as well. Zan says, oh man, can't type. Even when you're typing bad, you're faster than I am at any given point. Well, there are lots of typos in what I was typing. Application simply listens. Yep, returns hello world. Alright, so test application. Now run it and then connect via the private IP address. Which, by the way, if I do something like curl http google.com, yeah, good. This gives me all the HTML of that content. Document has been moved to www.google.com. Now I get all of google.com. So yeah, that's fine. Because the web server is on the private network, we should be able to reach the private IP of the app server using curl. Be sure to substitute the app server's private IP address. Yep. If you see the following output, the application is working properly. So all of that was just to configure a node server to work only on this internal IP address. Which I guess you guys already have the public IP address for this machine, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to connect to it. But if I run ifconfig, I get an address. Well, whatever. Install PM2. Is this a lifetime management for Node so that if it goes down, it comes back up? Demonize applications, run them as a service. We'll use Node packaged modules. Basically a package manager for Node. Yeah, I haven't used PM2 before. Start an application. PM2's process list was output every time you start an application. Interesting. Automatically assigns an app name based on the file name without the JS extension and a PM2 ID. Applications that are running under PM2 will be restarted automatically if it crashes or is killed, but an additional step needs to be taken to get the application to launch on system startup. PM2 provides an easy way to do this, the startup subcommand. That's interesting. This is something I would probably want at some point, because if anything ever kills itself, then I want it to reboot. Hey, Chief Mango. It might be you get a personal internal network for your account, so all droplets in your account are connected. Yeah, but this is the kind of thing where like I can guess at it, but as soon as it turns out that wait, nope, that wasn't my own network, like I need some DigitalOcean explicit documentation saying this is the case. If I do shield return true, will this work? No, Weedly. So all of your terminators, and terminators are anything that you find in Blockly under the terminator section. Let me close all this. So under terminators, you'll find something like shield. So this is a terminator, and you can tell because there's no little divot underneath it, so you can't connect another thing to it. Like this does not fit here. So what that means is it implicitly returns. So if you said code like this, move right, move left, this will never get hit. And the reason why is because this code is essentially saying this: move right, return, move left, return. And so clearly after return, nothing else is going to happen. And shield is a terminator even if it doesn't succeed, by the way. Like, let's say you're up against the rightmost wall in the arena and you call move right, this is still going to act as though there's a return here. And so what I might do, this is something Spurtman was suggesting, is why don't you just have people return the terminator that they want? Something like this. That way it's very obvious what happens here. Of like, okay, this code is clearly going to end here. And what's nice is you could probably already type this, I think. You could just put returns before anything you want. Yeah. Terminator is not allowed here. Put on its own line. Okay, well that was something I prevented you from doing, but there's no reason why you can't do that. Eventually. There's a very good reason why you can't do it now, and that's the game forbids you from doing it. But yeah, eventually this will probably make things a little bit more clear. The way I figured is that if you know how to code JavaScript, then telling you, hey, these things throw exceptions would probably make sense. And if you don't know how to code JavaScript, then saying go use Blockly I think would be an okay substitution. But there's still work to be done there. It's called Google. Okay, Rowing, I want to reiterate here that I just haven't done the search yet. Not that I don't know how to do the search, but I do appreciate you looking it up for me. How to set up and use DigitalOcean private networking. Offers shared private networking in all data center regions. All new droplets created in supported regions have the option of using it. It can be activated by choosing private networking. Oh, so I must have had, let me go take a look at this. DigitalOcean. So, wow, I have to log in again. Weird. That's strange. I don't see anything about private networking now that I've already created it. I wonder if I need to make a new one. Oh, here it is. To enable private networking, please power off your droplet from the command line. Oh, okay. Alright, so let's read about this. Covers how to enable it on existing. Shouldn't this just be turn it off and then follow the other tutorial? Step 1, turn it off. Step 2, follow the other tutorial. Okay, great. Oh, then you use ifconfig. And you have different interfaces. But that should be this tutorial as well, right? Yeah, it is. Wow, interesting. Man, this is the kind of stuff where it's like, I can't imagine doing this from scratch, which is something you pretty much had to do like 10 years ago before the cloud was such a big thing. So let's see, at this point, in order to take advantage of it, you need to create new servers in the same region. So the in the same region bit, I wonder how This will impact me later. Private networking could be helpful if I'm using Nginx to route to different node servers. So I'm definitely going to have different game servers in the same region. So yeah, I guess you will need to have picked a region by default at the beginning at some point. And if you have different accounts in those regions, then yeah. So there could be like a US region and a Europe region or a rest of the world region. Be very American. Alright, find your private network address. It's not secure. You should use IP tables to secure for yourself. So wait, then what's the point of doing any of this if this isn't secure? Oh, probably not to use bandwidth? Maybe that's it. Also to be faster, I guess. Please, 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 can I have a sysadmin? I don't actually know about IP tables. User space application program that allows a system administrator to configure the tables provided by the Linux kernel firewall. Kernel modules. Is this... Huh. Okay, so... here's the architecture that this would enable if I were doing this. There'd be a server somewhere with Nginx. Actually, let me just write this. Nginx server. And this would route to various node servers. So there'd be something like, node server A, node server B, C, D, E. And these could all be different virtual machines. So what this will allow me to do is you connect to Nginx with SSL. Nginx does this process. Unwrap the secure stream, handle authentication and validation. And then at this point, it's not secure. So Nginx handles SSL and then routes like unencrypted data to the node servers. Regions, seems you have a vision of grandeur. It's secure to the outside world, but not to other machines. Yeah, and that's the problem. Not being secure to the machines on the private network. Like anyone could be sharing a VM with me and be sniffing this traffic. Captain says, does anyone know how to make a Star Wars text that is hollow? You could just download a Star Wars font, right? Yeah, so if I do this, the problem is that people could sniff the unencrypted traffic unless I use IP tables. How would IP tables help with this though? I guess I'd need to say something like only allow traffic from the Nginx server on this IP address. But that sounds very tedious, isn't it? You should have multiple Nginx servers. If one fails, one falls over. Oh. Captain says, I found a Star Wars font, but I can't use it in my app. You'd need TrueType font support probably. Or you could screenshot all the characters in the font and then turn it into a bitmap font. But you'd have to look up how to do those things. IP tables let you limit packets from only other IP addresses. Yeah, but that's part of the issue, right? IP addresses can be spoofed. And also, I need to know the IP address of the Nginx server that this thing's supposed to be communicating with, or servers. This sounds like it'd be a configuration nightmare. And so here's what I'm thinking, is I can do things this way. I could have Node handle the SSL itself. That way, you connect to a client, let's say. Well, like client, I mean like you try loading the client web page. This could really hit Nginx, and then it can route it to a bunch of different node servers. But these don't need to be SSL, or rather it can enable an SSL connection afterward. I don't know. I think I'm gonna continue with the example I was doing where I'm trying SSL with Node. I think that makes the most sense right now. And I don't need this quick Node test anymore. Yeah, let's check this out. So I have a note here, Node.js. Where did I put this? Yeah, it was in my, okay, here it is. So after I've done all this, I should have 2 .pem files. Yep. Should be a csr.pem and 2 other .pem files. So now I could make an Express server here. I could do Express destination.empty continue yes and npm install. And then what I'm going to have here, if I go into code, JavaScript, test SSL, wait, what? It's not, oh, it's SSL test. And then I go into SSL server. So this is app.js and it's next to my test key. It doesn't stop you sniffing, although if the routers are smart, you can't sniff as packets won't be routed across your link. You can't. Node in SSL is a bad idea. So part of what I'm doing here is just attempting to learn by setting this up. I'm not necessarily saying that this is the best idea. I think the problem right now is that I have not fully envisioned a way to get this to work in production with encrypted data. Roving Eye says, I don't think anyone other than people that don't know what they are doing do it that way. Right. So I fit into that category too, of a person who doesn't know what I'm doing right now. And I'm saying in order to learn at least one hop of this process, I'm going to do it this way and not consider this to be the way to work for production. I just want to kind of test this out and make sure it works the way that I think. Then after that, it's back to the drawing board. Yeah, let's load this up. So I'm going to open up app.js. Here I don't even make an HTTP server here. This is actually in www. Put in www. Okay. So let's load that up. Bin www. I eventually typed it. Alright, so we need the file system, we need HTTPS. So let's do var fs equals require fs. We'll also get HTTPS. And we will get our private key. Private key equals fs.readFileSync SSL key.perm. Except for it's not called that, it's called test key. Whoops. At least I think it is. Test key. And it's not .perm, it's .pem. Oh, this is a chemming issue. I thought it. Yeah, anyway. Alright, so we get the test key and then we get the test cert. And this is the certificate. Yeah, so I have both of these things now. Next, I form. Where is Express form? Oh, this is back in Express. No, that shouldn't be necessary. HTTP server, create server. Yeah, I don't need that. I can do this here. So where is Express even used? It's not. Okay, so var credentials equals key private key certificate. Good. And then when we make an HTTP server, we make a normal HTTP server, and then we make an HTTPS server. HTTPS server is created with the credentials. So we say credentials here, except for this needs to be swapped with that. All right, then we listen on both of these servers. So listen, server.listen port, and so let's put this here. Server.onListening is on listening. I don't know if I want this all here. Let's put, fine. Let's put this up here though. So this is this server. Now we're also going to put an HTTPS server here, and the port that it listens on is going to be, we'll say HTTPS port. We're going to have this listen on, so first of all, let's put 3005 and 3006. So not standard ports right now, that's fine. We're going to have this listen on the HTTPS port. We're going to have an onError function that is, that's fine. Let's do onError.bind null, and we'll put HTTPS server here. And we'll do the same thing over here. We'll say onError.bind null HTTPS server. All right, so now in onError we have an error. We also have the source server. So when we say console.error, what is this, type of port equals string? So let's put this here, plus source server. Okay, great. And then in listening, we'll do the same thing. We'll say source server, and we'll say source server plus is listening on whatever. All right, and then we do the bind up here too. So wherever we have bind, let's just copy paste this down to here. Got a D on the Java exam? Ooh. Well, I'm glad you're happy, Chief Mango, but I think you should work to understand what it is that went wrong. And ask any questions if you need help with that. So we're listening on an HTTP server and on the HTTPS server. So when I start this up, if I do, let me copy this command from up here. Actually, how do I want to do this? We're going to say echo set debug and node bin www2. Oh, these need carrots here. Run.cmd. So let's run this. Let's see. Listener must be a function. Did I screw something up? Yes, I clearly did. Hey Lulong. Yeah, I'm taking up both the first and the second course, and I'm glad I didn't fail completely. Out of curiosity, why aren't you doing the courses sequentially? Also, events. Where's this coming from? Eventually, I should see this come from, 34. Here we go. So we make an HTTP server, and it says listener must be a function. Oh, whoops. I think I typed something wrong. Yeah, this was supposed to be HTTPS. Oh, that's why. All right, let's see what we've got now. I should see some debug messages show. I know what's going on. I need to say, this is silly. I need to say this colon star here, otherwise I won't get any debug messages. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I have, it says HTTPS server is listening twice. Did I copy paste something wrong? I did, of course I did. And then the other problem is the port that it's trying to listen on. One should listen on port and the other one should listen on, oh, I see. This should be HTTPS port. There, okay, now they should be correct, finally. There we go. So the only problem now is this is still wrong. HTTPS port, this can't be set, so it should have gone to 3006. App.set port. Deadbringer says, I scored 89% of my Java 8 SE Oracle Certified Professional. I love how many qualifiers are at the end of Java now. You can't just say I scored 89% of my Java test. Oh, I guess that's a certification test, so that probably makes sense. So something's still wrong here. This was, There's app.setPort. I don't know where this is actually used. Is it used in here? No. And this is, yeah. Yeah, this is what I don't understand. What is this even doing right here? What if I just get rid of this? And let's also take a look. So yeah, this is still, all right, hang on. Set HTTP. HTTPS port equals 3006. What if we rerun this now? Why is this not start? Oh man, I'm screwing something really basic up. I'm not sure what. The HTTPS server is listening on. Let's just set this to 3008. Okay, well, it's not a problem with a variable then. Oh, no, it is. All right, never mind. I know what's going wrong. It's this. The bind is wrong. So I'm taking address.port of the server address. Let's do stringify address. This might be a circular structure. We might not be able to do this. Weird. Both of these are apparently the same. Yeah, that is strange. Hey, Andrew. Okay, let's take a look at, I've done this before. Let me take a look at where I did this. Because I had this here, set port. I got these things. I created an HTTPS server. Oh, that's all I listened on. And then I said listen app.get port. But now listening on both of these servers is not working for some reason. What am I working on? Accounts? Yeah, I'm working on accounts. It's going to be some pretty slow progress. Okay, this did print test. At least that's working. So then, what? How is this? This should take in. This should take in the. Oh, server. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Let's take a look at something really fast here. I'm going to. I want to save this. Do I already have this written here? Yeah, no, I do. Okay, good. So let's get rid of that for now. I want to take a look at Node.js create server API. There's a listen function. I did my last test 30-something years ago, so I'm guessing my only certification is for the Nuthouse. All right, let's take these same documents because this is what I'm going to need to use. And it might actually be the Express documents. I'm not totally sure yet. Let's go to the index and let's go to HTTPS. And there should be a create server function, perfect, here. And there's a listener. Now what does the listener take in? Create server takes in, wait, a request listener. That seems strange. No, that does seem strange. Well, whatever. Let's just change this a bit. So I'm going to change this. We're going to say HTTPS server. We got what? Server.address. And then if the address is a string, then say it's listening on pipe address. Otherwise port. Yeah. Let's just say message here. Debug message. So we're going to say HTTP server listening on plus port, and then this is going to be HTTPS server listening on HTTPS port. There. Now everything's totally fine. So that was all pointless. Now we have we should have this thing running. Both of these. So 3005, we should see something like Express or Hello World or yeah, Welcome to Express. And same thing over here, but only when we connect via HTTPS. And then we hit advanced. No, whoops. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's try this out again. Yeah. So what I meant to do is click a checkbox. Oh, proceed. It was this. There's no checkbox. Okay, yeah. Great. So we had the exact same thing. So we're not differentiating between the two interfaces, and we could only expose an SSL one if we wanted to. But then the problem is, how do we verify the host from another node application? Now we have this certificate, so we need the public key. We need to verify that. Or, no, you can't just say that, can you? I don't know, you need to verify it with the URL that you're connecting to. You should take the ternary expression on a Blockly, it won't validate. Oh yeah, I don't know if I have that written down already. Support ternary conditionals. Yeah, I just haven't done that yet. Blockly has this block, but it hasn't worked ever. Alright. Chief Mingo says, I didn't hear your question, but I guess it was why it was that low. I've had some operations and bad study morale and didn't really get into how fun it was with Java until I actually started to dive deeper. That actually wasn't my question, so I'll type out my question. My actual question was why you pursued the classes together instead of sequentially. I.e., why not take Java 1 and then Java 2? Alright. Okay, so I have this server now, and we could stop listening entirely on this so that it would only accept SSL connections. We can try that out. So now if I connect to 3005, there's no server even running here. Yeah, good. And if I connect to 3006, it should be refused, no data received. Yeah, because I'm not on HTTPS. If I connect on HTTPS, then I get this weird warning screen. Oh no, I don't. Okay, fine. But I get the crossed out thing here. Okay, great. So now the question becomes, how do I verify that I'm connecting to the proper source with self-signed certificates? And I might need to look this up. Well, okay, so the first thing I need to do actually is write a node application that connects to my SSL server. So this is the real SSL server. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go back and how do I want to do this? Let's make their fake SSL server. So this is going to be one that it works pretty much the same way everything else just worked, except for we're going to use a certificate that I just made up. So I'm treating this as though I'm an attacker right now. We're going to say that this is a fake key, and we're going to make a new CSR. Let's see. So this should ask me a bunch of questions. Yeah, so country name. We're going to go with AU. State or province. Evilsville. Locality. I don't think we even need this, actually. Organization. Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. Challenge password. Don't care. Optional company name. Evil Core. Okay, next. We change this out with fake everything. And we should have 3 files in this folder. Good, we do. Next, we run express and npm install. Whoopsie doodle. Express, yes, npm install. This first year I had Java 1, it went okay, but want to improve. This semester I had Java 2, want to improve that as well. We'll take Java 1 next semester and then Java 2 fall to 16. Following normal study program with Java on the side. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, and I was just curious. Tone sometimes doesn't travel during text, so it might sound like, well, that was stupid. Why'd you do that? But it was really just a question out of curiosity. So let's copy dot/SSL-server.run.cmd here. Then let's edit it, and let's change this to fake SSL server. Now, here we've got almost everything working correctly. The only other thing we need to change is that all of these things need to... Wait, none of this is right. We need to paste in all of this. Which even this is wrong. It needs to be this. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we paste in this. But we look for where we have SSL server. Yeah, we replace this with fake SSL server. And we also probably modify run.cmd to do that same thing. We already did. And then these things become fake. Perfect. And so let's listen on ports 3007 and 3008. 8 sort of sounds like fake. So we run this. It should be running on 3000. That's not right. Well, that's not right at all. Why is that happening? Set port? No, that's not set. More run. This is running. Oh, weird. It's running this code. Where did 3006 come from? It's not even written in this entire file. Do I have HTTPS port set? Oh, I do. Oh, whoops. Okay. That was the problem. Set HTTPS port equals nothing, and then run. And now it's on 3008. Okay, perfect. So now when I run localhost 3008, this will say no data. Good. And then I run it on HTTPS. So now what we have is we have what we've called a real server and a fake server. Now we need to make sure whether Node can tell the difference between the two. And I mean, I'm sure it can. I just don't know how you're supposed to do that. Roving Eye says, I was going to say you came across... I don't want to make you feel bad. I hope I didn't. I can never tell if Roving Eye is being serious or not. Excuse me. See, how do I do this? Node.js verify SSL. Reject unauthorized. The certificate is verified against a list of supplied CAs. So this is, I think this is inherent to SSL and how it's verified with whatever URL is provided. And I don't totally understand the details of that. Let's take a look at what we've got here. So I have cert and key. Yeah, I don't have any of this stuff set. Reject unauthorized. If true, the server will reject any connection which is not authorized. No, I don't want that. Everyone should be able to connect to this server. Oh, but between the authentication server, like the account server and the game server, that actually should be only people who are allowed to connect. Man, this is going to be pretty tough. There is one really simple rule. I'm never very serious. Life is way too short, and I've lived almost half of mine. You never know. You never know when the halfway points happen. You could die tomorrow, Roving Eye. And then everyone would think I'm a jerk for laughing about it. So hopefully you don't die tomorrow. Alright, so this is something we probably need to do. Check server identity. Provide an override for checking server's host name against a certificate. Should return an error if verification fails. This sounds like what I want to do. I'm just not totally sure what I provide here. Man, what do I do? So I got a test key, a test certificate. So what is, yeah. Open SSL, key versus cert. And how did I end up using these anyway? One was key and cert. Yeah, what's... Oh, actually, this will tell me what this is. Key is a string containing the private key, and cert is the certificate key. Okay, what's the certificate key? Just the public key? Who would heckle you? Certificate key. What is this thing? What is the certificate key? See, if some site said, "Oh, it's the exact same thing as the public key," but no, I don't even find this terminology in other places. Cert, a string or buffer containing the certificate key of the server in PEM format, could be an array of certs required. Okay, so OpenSSL certificate key. I don't know what this is. Huh. Like, okay, let's just open the file. More test cert.pem. That doesn't help. I thought it would say public key inside it. Wait, Roving Eye said, I had a date with a young lady who said I should live. I could be dead tomorrow. I asked if she was wishing. We were together for 8 years and have dinner tonight. Her sister just dropped dead last week. Same age as me. Yeah, I think that's why I shouldn't joke about this, because this does happen. Okay, so it's still, I don't understand the difference between these two things. Certificate and public keys. This is certificates and public keys. I don't know what they're terming the certificate key of this. Like this, okay, let's just try this out. Let's test this and just see what happens. So first we need to write something that connects to the SSL server. So this is what we need to do. Then after this, it's try out, what is that option called? We're going to say true will request a certificate from clients and attempt to verify that certificate. Check server identity. Try out the check server identity API. Yeah, so first thing, how do we get Node to connect to server? I just want to connect to any website. Connect to HTTPS server. Connect. Isn't there? Let's use Google. Node.js connect to HTTPS server. So maybe, request. Oh, I didn't realize. Makes a request to a secure web server. All right, so this is what we want to do. So we've got the fake server now. We got the real server. Now we want to make a directory called client. And we want to open client. We want to do express here. No, we don't even want to do that. We just want to use, let's, I can actually do this. So let's open up just app.js. Great. Now over here, let's do var HTTPS equals require HTTPS. We're going to say options equals host name, localhost, port 3008, I guess, path, slash, and method get. Var, let's just copy paste this. I'm not typing all this out. All right. So let me try this out. I knew the sister because we hung out as family. Wasn't much warning. She woke with a headache, went to the doctor. Doc said she had the flu. She was dead by 1 p.m. Do you know what was the cause? Everyone says please Adam use Nginx or HA proxy or SSL and SSL terminate. Save yourself a headache. So first of all, hi everyone, and thank you again for your lovely email last night. I still want to respond to that with more appreciative words than just thanks. Second, here's what I'm concerned about. So first of all, I just wanted to verify, can I do this with Node.js? And second, I still have not envisioned what the architecture would look like if I were to use Nginx. So it sounds like to me, I have this written down here. There's an Nginx server. This would be like the user-facing server. And this routes to various node servers. The problem is if you connect to this with SSL, I don't know how to get it to communicate to the node servers in an encrypted way. Like I have no guarantee, because these are not my computers, they're VMs in the cloud. I don't think I have a guarantee that this can be a safe hop from Nginx to Node. And that's what I'm worried about. But first, I did also just want to kind of test this and see what happens here. So let's go to code JavaScript, SSL test, SSL server. Do I keep typing this wrong? Oh, Java. Oh, JavaScript. There we go. Let's go to the fake SSL server, actually. Not that there's any verification here. We run this, and now server's running, and now we do this. We say, go into the client and run node app.js. Error, self-signed certificate, code, depth 0 self-signed cert. What? Yeah, so here's how it works. You create a public-facing SSL for the client, which Nginx or HA proxy uses. Then you have a private SSL cert, and then on Node, reject unauthorized connections. It's an HTTPS option. Oh, okay. All right. I'll put this in here too. I gotta grab some water. I'll be right back. Hey Skynet. Okay, so first of all, where was this error coming from? It just said error self-signed certificate. Oh, I guess it's coming from here then. Got an error. Yeah, error self-signed certificate. Or if you have something like AWS, you can just SSL terminate and keep all traffic within a VPC. It's guaranteed secure. So I don't have AWS though. And there's nothing stopping me from signing up for it, but I think it'd cost more than DigitalOcean for right now. Did you upload that VOD on YouTube? Oh yeah, I did. So there it is, Skynet. I want to see self-signed certificate. So this is Node.js self-signed certificate. I guess this is not considered to be valid unless it chains to a valid CA. No warnings or errors in client. So server, how does this work? Does this require SSL root CAs? Oh, they just add this to one of your trusted certificates, which actually I should be able to do myself, right? Where am I? Code, JavaScript, SSL test. So let's take the fake server. Can I even open these? Certutil.msc. Oh wait, it's just certutil. Wait, what's the snap-in called? Darn it. I used to know all of this. MMC. Yeah, here we go. Alright, let's add in certificates. There's no way to, wait, find certificate? Nah, I'm not gonna do this. Is DigitalOcean PCI secure? I touched on that a little bit in the email. I don't actually know. So I had very little time last night. I got home pretty late, and then I didn't have time to research anything. So let's see, DigitalOcean PCI secure compliance. PCI requires certain infrastructure. Customer feedback forum. I wonder if they responded here. The main issue is that the data center is not PCI compliant. In order for this to change, DigitalOcean needs to show you an AOC for the data center. What's an AOC? Oh, goodness. They cannot and have no plans to do this. This means if you need to be or think you're compliant, you're wrong. We're moving back to Rackspace because if a breach happens, we're liable. Wait, what? Oh, they're retracting this comment. Wait, so then this is oldest comments on bottom. Huh. Yeah, so it sounds like I need to switch away from this. BRB 9 minutes. TLS reject unauthorized equals 0. We'll fix it for you temporarily, but yeah, CA would fix it for you. Hey, Walter. Yeah, okay. What's happening in this half-hundredth episode? Well, by the way, it's not only the half-hundredth episode, it's also the 3-month anniversary of Botland stream. So, there's that. Yeah, it's mostly research, and it's figuring out how I'm going to get accounts to work, how I'm going to structure the server architecture, and it's a whole lot of stuff that I mostly do not know about. So I am accepting the expertise of chat at this point. Everyone says so. Okay, let's bypass all of this and just get to the solution that you guys suggested originally, which is Nginx. And so I have clients connect to Nginx. Then I have private SSL on the hops from that to the node servers. Here, I will give you Disco Lights access. Wouter. So I should look into setting this up. And there was that article on DigitalOcean on how to do this. At some point, it sounds like I also need to migrate away from, so this needs to be new VM in a space that is PCI compliant. Man, I should put in another BizSpark application. Put in another BizSpark application. I'm assuming Azure is PCI compliant. That has to be. What's DSS compliant? PCI DSS. Oh, right. That's the rest of the acronym. Something digital security, site security, or something like that. AWS is. Rackspace is. Is it true that Microsoft has not yet achieved it? What is it? I'm the one asking this question. Why is an answer asking a question? Azure PCI compliance. Here we go. Azure complies with payment card industry data security standards. Aha. Okay. So yeah, I would need to use something like Azure or AWS or probably Google's cloud. You're going to have the same issue when you connect with a browser as the certificate you generated is self-signed. Right, I will. And there are some CAs that I looked into that should give you certificates that are signed by them. for free. But I don't know for sure. I don't remember where I even wrote this down. If you don't handle the money, do you need to be PCI? I think you do, because from what everyone was telling me, you get a webhook back from a payment service, and let's say that webhook never made it to you, then a user might spend money and you won't know about it, and you'll say that they never spend money. You do, as long as you're directing payment traffic. Yeah. Because imagine if someone got hold of that webhook and then said, like, nope, that never happened. Okay. Yeah, so someone told me somewhere about this certificate service that I'd mentioned, but I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I have this note anymore. Also, man, sometimes I do not like OneNote searching. Just only accept cash by mail, problem solved. I'll write my account on the envelope. Yeah, but what if someone got a hold of that envelope and then added more money, and then your account ended up with more stuff? You'd be really mad, right? So yeah, we can't do that either. Okay, so yeah, part of this is, it sounds like I need to migrate completely away from DigitalOcean, which is probably a good thing to do anyway. But then I need to look into costs and all this stuff. I need to look into AWS probably. Yeah, there's a lot more stuff. Oh wait, no, you're talking about the more stuff that I just mentioned from the envelope. Okay, so let's look into Nginx and how I would do this. At some point I need to close some of these tabs. AWS is free for the first year as long as you're on a single node. I think they also have a free ELB. What is it, the Elastic Load Balancer? Yeah, and I would probably need more than one node. I looked at, what's really tough with Amazon's pricing is that it's hard to know what you're getting for their free tier. They say everything in units that are not exactly like megabytes or dollars. It's in like read units and write units, and you need to know how many writes you're performing, and I don't know how much it would even cost to host Botland on Amazon's infrastructure when it's in production, and let's say there are 10,000 players. You can't put wads of cash in an envelope. You can just skip Nginx and use their Elastic Load Balancer if you go to AWS. Yeah, but then I'm kind of stuck on their system. Like, yeah, there are a lot of problems that are going on right now. One is I don't even know which avenue to pursue, because I don't know where I'm going to end up. So I can't figure out the steps leading up to it. Daniel says just the support on Amazon is ridiculous price. Yeah. My support is the chat monkeys, chat infinite monkeys. We will all write Shakespeare together. So DigitalOcean is not PCI compliant. Something like Rackspace would be. Rackspace is probably more expensive also. In fact, I'm not even sure I've paid for DigitalOcean yet. I think I got $10 of credit, and I've spent either $5 or $10 so far. What is this? Redirect to United States as Spanish? I've never seen that before. Pay-as-you-go pricing. But there are calculators. Display monthly prices. $4 per month? Wait, what? What is this? This is like way better than the machine I have right now. Oh wait, raw infrastructure and managed infrastructure. What is this? What is raw versus managed? manage. If you prefer to do the labor yourself, we'll help you get set up and be there whenever you need us. Wait, why is raw more expensive? Can you make the buffs don't appear if you're not logged in? So Skynet buffs appear right now because that's how you'd play single player. So eventually it won't be the case because of how you'll get through to botland. But for right now, I will probably keep it how it is because I need to be able to test this stuff too. When you aren't logged in, there's a single player game, the buffs for that. My server got sudden load and what Amazon replied, you need to warn us ahead of time so we can... Pretty nice. They tell you guys we can just spin up servers. When the servers aren't running, you don't get charged for them. So depending on the size of the VMs, I'm going to be as cheap as 5 cents an hour. DigitalOcean.com/security. Man, this is why you don't trust their customer stuff. What is this? No, they themselves are not PCI compliant. The only PCI compliance they talk about is how they handle credit cards. But we run our production servers from DigitalOcean's cloud as well, and so security is at the forefront of our thoughts as it is yours. No, so, okay, like, there are different areas to place your trust and different certifications, and so this PCI compliance is more a legal liability. If you have... Yeah, so Roving Eye, like I said, I think the credit card security part is just when you spend money with them, they're saying that we don't handle it. We pass it off to people who are PCI compliant. But if you were to make your own PayPal, let's say, you can't do it on DigitalOcean because DigitalOcean themselves are not PCI compliant. The whole they're on a public cloud and you don't know where your computing is being housed, so someone could get access to data on the network. Alright, so I guess the first thing I need to do is figure out which avenue to pursue. Is it Nginx, HA proxy, something like AWS? I wonder how much AWS would cost. See, that's part of this issue. Is am I going to be spending like thousands of dollars a month if I'm trying to support 1,000 users? Is it like $100 a month? Granted, I would need like a web server. So Amazon can handle all of it, I'm sure. But I need a web server. I need multiple game servers. I need the matchmaking system. I'd need maybe something else. The authentication servers, calculator. Codebreaker says, "Hi Adam, what are you doing?" Mostly just floundering around. I'm trying to work on the account system, but first there's a lot of like design and research to do. Description. So I guess this would be like web server. Web server for client. Linux on T1 Micro. Well, Linux is fine, but all right, let's just pick a large one. I don't know, because advanced option. Oh my goodness. Billing on demand, no contract. 1 year, no upfront reserved. Let's just say on demand, since I don't know if I'd ever switch. So then that's already $76. I don't have this kind of money. I'd be spending like $500 a month, it sounds like. Maybe even more. And who knows how many people I could even host with that. No, man. I don't like any of this. You tell Stripe and PayPal you want to do a $10 transaction, they handle everything, and then you tell it Didn't tell you it completed, or if it didn't. If it did, the user's given bot coins. If it didn't, you don't. No, but that's part of the handling payment traffic, right? For you to do that, I think you need to be PCI compliant. Otherwise, there could be a problem. And then you're the one who's liable and not DigitalOcean. Oh, man. All right, so I can't even totally compare this, I guess. Nginx, I guess the nice thing is I could use DigitalOcean to handle this. Then once I start accepting payments, I switch away from Dio. But on AWS, I wouldn't even need Nginx, as it's mostly a load balancer, and I would have ELB on AWS. Your stream makes my head hurt. Yeah, no, this is making my head hurt too. It's the same thing, Weedly. If someone hacks the server, removes the Stripe lib, then replaces it with a hacked honeypot, I'm going to be responsible. You know, does that make sense? So yeah, Basic Panther linked or pasted in the same thing. Or wait, yeah, all companies. Okay. um, so part of this is figuring out hosting platform, and that's where I think part of what I have to do here is at some point apply to BizSpark again. This was that program where you get like $750 of Azure credit every month for 3 years. That would be perfect for this because Azure is PCI compliant. I could host whatever boxes I want, and I'd save a whole lot of money. Try to keep chat civil. I know you guys are just conversing right now, but I don't want you guys to get into a caps lock shouting match where you try looking into new fonts just to get bigger characters. So yeah, if I go with AWS, I think this will be like much higher cost, but may save some development time. HA proxy, I haven't even looked into it all. We're gonna just get rid of this. This is all ridiculous. Reliable high performance load balancer. Yeah, so these things are just load balancers then. I know they have a couple more features than that, but that's what I'd be using them as primarily. Seems it's only for you if you're going to be storing credit card information. Are you trying to protect servers from hackers? There are a couple things I'm trying to do. For right now, it's not that I'm so concerned about the security. Well, I am actually, because I'm trying to come up with what I'm going to do eventually. So it's securing servers and coming up with where it's best to host them. And really just figuring out all these questions that show up in between. My font is bigger than yours. Adam, just build a data center in that closet behind you. Hey, there's an article on PCI misconceptions. Wow. Passing an ASB scan means I'm PCI compliant. PCI DSS does not just apply to the storage of credit card data, but also the handling of data while it's processed or transmitted over networks. While not storing credit card data does eliminate some compliance requirements, the majority of the controls dictated by the DSS remain in effect. The only way to avoid PCI compliance is to transfer the risk entirely to someone else, such as PayPal's website, payments standard service, what? PayPal's website payment standard service, where customers interact with the PayPal software directly and credit card information never traverses your own servers. So, wait, what? There are certain payment products that do transfer the burden of PCI compliance to payment services. However, they require that a consumer be forwarded to the payment provider's servers to complete their order. If your website integrates via an API, then you're still liable for PCI compliance. Okay, so what this is saying is you can avoid PCI compliance by something like this. There is a purchase button on your page, and when you press this button, it does not just like, spin a little thing that's like dot 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 dot, okay, done. It instead completely redirects you to PayPal site, and you handle everything on there. Yeah, Roving Eye, it sounds like, so Strip or Stripe or whatever it's called, or PayPal, all of these sites, they have APIs and they have their main like processing site. And so I've seen services before where you click a purchase button and you're never taken out of the ecosystem you were in. So like, imagine a game where, like I said, there's a purchase button and you click purchase and it just disables it and makes like a little spinner there and then says, okay, done, you just bought something. For you to do that means you have to be PCI compliant. That's what this page is saying, at least. And I don't claim to be an expert on this, and I don't even know if I can trust this. I don't know what focusonpci.com is. But that's what that sounds like. So users are going to have to buy items with actual money then? So no, not quite. I'm gonna talk about this briefly. Like, you start with 3 bot bays and can purchase your way up to 8, and then you can purchase salvage packs. These contain items. These contain items. So you could purchase salvage packs, but you're also going to get them through just normal playing the game. So this is incredibly short summary of how Botland monetization is going to work. And bot bays are the configurations of hardware that you have. And Roving S says exactly, that's why you should use PayPal or Stripe. Yeah, and then just redirect them to that page. Then I could host things on DigitalOcean, I guess. So this is... I see what you're saying. So if I redirect entirely to PayPal, or what's the other one called? It's Stripe, isn't it? Yeah, suite of APIs that powers commerce for businesses of all sizes. Huh, interesting. This is not something I'd be able to do though, right? Because no need to design payment forms. Offers a beautiful customizable payment flow. I don't know about for PCI compliance, but I don't know if redirecting them or having like some overlay is good enough. Probably, but I don't know. Anyway, something to look into. So if I redirect entirely to PayPal or Stripe, I don't need to be PCI compliant. You use the purchase page on PayPal to make it work. They have 2 different modes. You would want Stripe checkout. I think you can make it all look pretty similar. I think they let you skin the purchase. So Stripe is via Stripe checkout. Okay, so if I'm going to do that, then I can host my servers anywhere. I still don't know if I want to end up using DigitalOcean. I'm using it for right now, and it's definitely the cheapest thing. I can have 2 servers for $10 a month, and that's a price I don't mind paying. It's once we get into like $50 a month, then I would probably start taking donations from you guys. iFrame is also okay for PCI. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so then I think I would go the Nginx route here. So given the above, I think I would go the Nginx route for now, since it will give me the cheapest proof of concept. Hey Spurtman, I didn't see you yesterday. All right. So then the question becomes, how do I get Nginx to work with this? And I could keep following that tutorial. It's basically what I want to do is what everyone was suggesting, which is I have a public-facing SSL for the clients. That's what Nginx uses. Then I have a private SSL cert that goes on from there to Node. Yeah. Hey, Amprax and Mason Pinder. Everybody just signed on at once. Would I have to follow to make a donation? Well, I'm not actually going to open up donations if I can go forward with DigitalOcean. But let's see what we've got. So here's what I think I need to do. So Nginx is get this set up on DigitalOcean, which that's not even the first thing. Nginx, get this set up and forwarding to a Node server. So, and then later put it on DigitalOcean. So put it on DigitalOcean. 1024 followers has to be a special number. Alright, so set up a public-facing SSL cert for Nginx. Then set up private SSL cert for, this is like client to Nginx, for Nginx to Node. And then, yeah, we'll need to try this out. Amperex. Oh, man. Alright, so set up a public-facing SSL cert for client Nginx. First of all, I want to look at, are there any like free SSL cert? There were some sites that were offering something like this. GeoTrust, Start SSL, CA cert. Do you guys know, are there any sites you trust like this? Community-driven certificate authority that issues certificates to the public at large for free. Digitally sign and encrypt, authenticate. Any application supports SSL can make use of it. Join the CA cert community. Google, please. I'm getting money by using Bing. Look at this. Look at these Bing rewards. Click, click. That's 2 more points. I don't even have to read those things. Let's Encrypt is really new and in public beta. Lots of people have been using it. Someone said that earlier about Let's Encrypt, although I didn't realize what it was when they were talking about it. Maybe it's actually you. Though I'm not sure about it. It's free, automated, and open in public beta. Let's Encrypt just seems weird to me. But let's look at the about for this. Anyone who owns a domain name can use it to obtain a trusted certificate at 0 cost. Software running on a web server can interact with it to painlessly obtain a certificate, securely configure it, and automatically take care of renewal. So does this do... How do I take a look at the certificate? Here we go. Does this chain up to... Let'sEncrypt.org is part of Trust ID server, which is up to I didn't trust DST. So I already trust this, so anything that it certifies must also be trusted. How is your site connected? Is it TCP? Yes. So you connect via TCP. Well, there are multiple connections that are going on. You connect via TCP to all of it, though. You connect to the client, which is a website that'll give you, that's play.bot.land right now. But then also hosted on that same place, which will not be the case eventually, is the game server where your computer will communicate over WebSockets, which is TCP. Let's Encrypt uses short-lived certificates like 60 days max. You don't want to run their scripts or clients? Do you have to do that? There's no just download a certificate from them? I don't actually know how to even use this. How would I use this? How? Instructions for getting a certificate can be found here. Oh boy. Deadbringer says they use short-lived certificates 60 days max. So what does that entail? That it's a 60-day max. That means that they should be able to expire them at pretty much any time. Botland uses Gopher. I'm just asking if it's TCP connection for security because someone recently found a way to break it. I don't think so. TCP isn't inherently secure by any means. So in that sense, you can't break TCP. It doesn't provide any guarantee. But as far as crashing a website in 30 minutes, that sounds like it's probably just a denial of service of passing a bunch of SYN commands over TCP and nothing else, or something along those lines. Of course, I'm saying like a naive denial of service. But once you've made a connection, there are algorithms. So if you look up Diffie-Hellman, there's a key exchange algorithm where you can exchange a secret over a public like network. And once you have a secret exchanged, you can then exchange secret data over a public network. And that's the principles behind TLS. So as far as whether TCP is secure or not, that's never a guarantee they try to provide. You can do it manually, but you have to do it often. Oh, Deadbringer, that's what you're saying. You're saying that every 60 days I pretty much need to repeat this process, or I need to automate it. Oh. Alright, well, I gotta read through this to even figure this out. Disclaimer. Beta software, plenty of bugs and rough edges, should be tested thoroughly in staging environments for use on production system. Fully featured extensible client can automate the task of obtaining certificates and configuring web servers to use them. If Let's Encrypt is packaged for your OS, you can install it from there and run it by typing Let's Encrypt. It's not all operating systems have packages yet. We provide a temporary solution via the Let's Encrypt auto wrapper, which obtains some dependencies and uses them in Python. So yeah, I think this is what Spurtman's talking about when he said, I don't necessarily trust the client, or what is it doing? Like, this is what I would have to do in order to get one of their certificates. 90 days, and all you have to do is run their app. Yeah, and their app is on GitHub. Not that means that I should trust it. It just means that I would trust that other people have looked through it, which even then, it's like, what guarantees do you have? And what's the license for all of this? License. This is the Apache license. Apache 2.0. Is that something I can use? I'm pretty sure I'm already using Apache 2 software, so it should be fine. This is not right. Commercial use, yes. Must include copyright, license, state changes, include notice. Cannot hold liable use trademark. Yeah, okay, this is all fine. All right, so if I'm gonna do this, this would be the first step. So use Let's Encrypt to get an SSL cert. I will need to automate this eventually. manually trust Vim. Is there a Vim plugin for Let's Encrypt? How to run it. In most cases, you can just run this, and the client will guide you through the process of obtaining and installing them. You can also tell it exactly what you want to do from the command line. If you want to obtain a cert for thing.com, www.thing.com, and otherthing.net, using the Apache plugin, to both obtain and install the certs, you could do this. Interesting. Ask for an email and an agreement to the agreement. You can automate both those with an email and agree TOS. Oh boy. Alright, where's the terms of service? I gotta read through these things. Where's the terms of service? Wait, what? Why don't they link to it on here? They mention it. Alright, let's encrypt terms of service. Vim doesn't try to manipulate my certs. Here we go. Alright, yeah, what do they bind you to? This is the new Twitch fad that's gonna be out, which is like, let's all read terms of service together. Alright, at least 13 years old. Check. Yeah. So it says by accessing or using any part of the website, which I've already technically done, I am bound by the terms of service. So if you create an account, you're responsible for maintaining the security of it. Yep, that's reasonable. If you post material to the website, you're responsible for the content of it. By making content available, so I won't be doing that at all. User content license. User contributions are licensed under Creative Commons without limiting. What user contribution will I have? I'm only consuming this service. Payment and renewal. Optional paid services or upgrades may be available. Yeah, optional, but I would want to use the free stuff. Automatic renewal. They don't have my information right now. Support services. Okay. I don't have a support services account, but I guess I should read this anyway. Has not reviewed and cannot review all the material posted to the website. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Not reviewed and cannot review. Not have control over those. Yep, that's also fine. This is pretty straightforward so far. Like, so far I don't disagree with any of this stuff, and it's not making me like, oh, I can't use this service. As ISRG. Wait, what's ISRG again? I assume that's just the company. Internet Security Research Group, yeah. Okay. Yep, don't care about that. Does not transfer any rights to me. All their trademarks. Your use of the website grants you, yeah, don't care about that. Display advertisements on your content unless you've purchased an ad-free upgrade. Wait, what? What is this part? Advertisement on my content. What is the whole uploading content to this? Adam, is this what you had in mind for today? To be honest, yes. I was not looking forward to today, and this is exactly why I wasn't looking forward to today. Because this is not like, I know what I'm doing, and then I just type away. This is, I have no clue what's going on, and then I become that dog with the beakers. Yeah, so what's this stuff they're talking about with ads here? Like, they keep talking about user content and ads. I don't know what user content even exists on this site. Like, you can't upload things here. You get their stuff and you... How it works. Wait, no validation emails? How's that possible? You have to pass your email address in. Renewing, revoke, full documentation. Attribution. See, this is what, like, okay. Suppose they bind me to displaying something on their site of like, here's how, I don't know, this probably doesn't matter. If I ever discover anything's weird or going wrong, I could just stop using their certificates. Display attribution links in your content footer or toolbar. Footer credits and elects may not be removed regardless of upgrades purchased. Interesting. How do they even do this? They reserve the right to display attribution links such as powered by Let's Encrypt community support, theme, author, and font attribution in your content footer or toolbar. Weird. Then the rest of this is all just natural legal talk, except for maybe this. Yeah. Strange. Originally adapted from the WordPress terms of service. Wow. Well, that explains the whole thing about footers and toolbars. I have no idea how that's applicable here. The short answer is yes. Alright, I think I can use this. Repositories, what I need. Wait, what did I look at? I looked at the privacy policy. This is the one that was adapted from WordPress? No, this is not it. I didn't look at the privacy policy at all, actually. May retain a subset of the logs for a longer period to invest. I'm not so concerned about this. Legal transparency, certification practice, certificate policy. What was the policy I even looked at? I didn't look at a PDF. What is this? Oh my god. Gotta be kidding me. There's like a 70-page, 77-page document. Oh no, this is like... Yeah, I don't think I'll have a problem with this. And a lot of this is like they have to cover themselves and tell you what it is that this thing's doing and how it chains up to the root. I'm not too concerned about this. Yeah. You're reading the community forum terms. Moron. Alright. Thanks, Deadbringer. Twitch really needs a reading section. I'll narrate Cat in the Hat to all of you. Alright, I think we try using this after lunch. Use Let's Encrypt to get an SSL cert. I need to automate this eventually. Then, actually 2 SSL certs to get 2 SSL certs. Oh, so, and we got to bind those to certain URLs and set up a public facing SSL cert for client Nginx. Set a private SSL cert for Nginx to Node. So that's this. Then install Nginx locally and figure out how to make it take both SSL certs. Then install Nginx on DigitalOcean. Alright, let's take a look at the game that I'm ostensibly writing and see what's going on the server right now. Nothing. No one's even playing. Okay. Wait a second. These players have no buffs? That shouldn't be possible. The only way this would be possible is if they just join the server. Otherwise, there's a problem here. And it's not auto-choosing buffs for people. Right, Kazan just disconnected. Why do you need a cert from Nginx to Node? Because Nginx probably won't be on the same box as Node. So if I don't have a certificate there, then there's no guarantee that I'm actually talking to what I think is my server. There are scripts that handle the automation. Oh yeah, and it looks like their scripts can handle that automation. And it sounds like it's super easy to do. It's just running a command. I just do need to write down that it's something I need to do. Otherwise, the certificates will probably expire. Otherwise, the certificates will expire after 90 days. I'll write the question mark here. So for right now, I only have my computer and then the DigitalOcean VM. But eventually, I'll probably have something different there. You can use self-signed search for that, or even something like OpenVPS. What's OpenVPS? Open source VPN. Oh, I actually never thought about this. Huh. Interesting. This is free to use? Wait, is this even for Linux? OpenVPN? What do you... Oh, I actually went to OpenVPN. Apparently OpenVPS links to that. DigitalOcean's private networking. No, so apparently the private networking is not something I can trust. It's been 50 days. Yeah, no, I know. The self-signed search. So I don't mind trying out Let's Encrypt. I feel like that's worthwhile. I feel like this is a decent plan for now. VPNs are tedious to set up. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this after lunch. And then install it locally, figure out how to make it take both SSL certs. No, so the first thing is, no. Install it locally. Then the first step is actually just, figure out how to route to 2 separate node servers, let's say. And then figure out how to make it take both SSL certs. 50 days of hard work indeed, and this is one of the harder days, I think, just in terms of like, there's a lot more unknown here. Many more unknowns, I should say. So figure out how to make it take in the public facing SSL cert and then the private one. All right. Great. And then, yeah, I like the channel art. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're probably the first person to comment on it because earlier in the day I set that up. How to set up a VPN on Debian 8. I'm guessing this is pretty easy. Configure OpenVPN. Oh, no, it actually is. There are a lot of steps here. Yeah, wait. This requires SSL certificates anyway, right? Which would make sense for a VPN. It's got to encrypt the network somehow. I don't know. It sounds like I'm doing this either way. No, close this. Close this. No, I don't want ads. There should be a pause. There we go. Yeah. Here are the channel things. I still need one for pre-beta. But yeah. Shoyan Sama says, "What about Let's Encrypt Acme?" Oh, so I am going to use Let's Encrypt. I'll do this after lunch. Your public-facing Nginx server can use Let's Encrypt. The private one can be self-signed and set to be trusted on all servers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I can self-sign this and just say that it's trusted on all of my servers. You generate them like SSH keys? Wait, Superman, what are you talking about? You generate what like SSH keys? Because the SSL certificates, I know about that. I know about self-signing, and I actually generated a few of those myself. The part that I can't do is have my public-facing one be self-signed, because then everyone will get, they'll all get this. Localhost 3008. They'll get this in their browser, which, well, that's a stupid example. Here's a better example. So yeah, the first time you, never mind. Take back everything. All right, let me load this in Firefox and I'll show what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, this. So if I self-sign a certificate that's public facing, this would be the problem. Although I'm sure you're aware of that. So yeah, I'll tackle this after lunch. I've got to go take a little bit of a mental break. I know the amount of work I've accomplished today is like zero, but the amount of research I've done so far is non-zero. Actually, I did some work earlier. I've got some, whatever, something on the to-do list done. So I will go through just before I leave for lunch. I will just say this: if you want to see what Botland is all about, go to play.bot.land:3000, and you can mess around with the single player game. Press B and then figure stuff out yourself. No, I'll talk more about it after lunch. That's what's gonna happen. I just didn't want to leave people who are totally new to this channel. Why are real SSL keys not an option? Cost. If by real you mean something that is not in the chain of trust that includes Let's Encrypt, then yeah, it's mostly cost, and that's mostly because for right now, I'm not like the service is nowhere near finished, or Botland I mean is nowhere near finished. So about 15 months from now, I don't mind buying an SSL cert and paying however much per year for it, but for right now, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna go to lunch. I'm gonna take about 40 minutes and go eat some food. So let's check one thing first. Yeah, okay, so BRB lunch 40M. Thank you everyone for your help so far. I'll be back after lunch for about 3.5 hours or so. So, yeah. Alright, see you guys. Welcome back to Botland Torture Edition, where we try to get server architecture set up and a whole bunch of other stuff. What's going on in chat? Aha, here we go. Hi, Aaliyah. I don't know if this person is still here because it's like half an hour later. Built a parser for a site only discovered that has XML API. What is higher range missile or lasers? Actually, they're not the same. Right? Wiki Botland hardware. So who was even asking that? Pizza Belly. Okay, yeah. So lasers has a max range of 5. Missiles has a max range of 4. So I'm going to paste this in. And again, I'm not actually scrolling down in chat yet. So by the time you see this, it might have already been corrected. But missiles has a max range of 4. Lasers has a max range of 5. But only fires in cardinal directions. All right. It's like he tried to iron his keyboard and failed. I could have sworn I spelled it with the A first. Alright, wait, I've almost finished reading chat. Concave keyboard for maximum crampage. Alright. Yep. Alright, cool. So what did I eat? I had garbanzo beans in a curry. Adam is like TCP, responds in of packets received, even if info is no longer needed. Hang on, I gotta cough. Alright. Just throw that chair out of the way. Alright, so yeah, we are gonna get back to this. So get Nginx set up. So let's do this on Windows first, and then we'll work on it after that. Nginx for Windows. Version of Nginx for Windows uses the native Win32 API. Only the select connection processing method is currently used, so high performance and scalability should not be expected. Due to this and some other known issues, it's considered to be a beta version. Okay, that's fine. To install, just download the latest mainline. Alright, let's click this. Download. What's the difference between this and the Windows version? Oh, I thought this was only a Windows download page. Okay, this makes sense. Okay. Unpack it, go to it, run Nginx. Run the task list command utility to see Nginx processes. One of the processes is the master and another is the worker. If it does not start, look for the reason in the error log. Alright, let's test this out. Everyone says, how far did you get? I actually got all the way through my lunch. So, yeah, 100% of the food was eaten. Anyway, no, I haven't done anything yet. So, I have to set up Nginx, and that's where I am now. So, I only got back from lunch, what would you guys say, like 3 minutes ago? 4 minutes ago? So I'm just getting back into things. First I read chat, and now here I am. Okay. So we're going to open this, Nginx. And there it is. So let's put this in some sort of, do I have a tools folder? I do. Okay, so there we go. So we have Nginx. Let's try running this and just see what happens. Could not open error log. Okay, how about this? Let's do ccd c tools nginx. What? Tools does not exist? Does this not work? Slash? Oh, there we go. Okay, so now we're in Nginx. Let's just try running it from here. Nginx. Ah, here we go. All right, let's choose both of these for now. All right, so it's working. Task list Nginx. I don't know how to use task list. It says right here. Okay, so there are two of these. What else do I need to know about this? Standard console application can be managed with the following commands. Fast shutdown, graceful shutdown, change configuration. Okay, well, I guess that's that. Now I have no clue what I'm doing. So let's go look at that article from the DigitalOcean site on how to set this up. Because this was on Linux, but we should be able to follow the same configuration steps. So we don't need PM2. Set up reverse proxy server. What is EPEL release? What is this? Fedora. EPEL. EPEL. I still don't know what this is. Extra packages for enterprise Linux. Oh, okay. So I don't need that. Nginx. Find where slash is defined within the default server block. It should look like something like this. So this is the configuration. Is there some configuration that's been given to me already? Also, let's close out of this. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't do that, actually. I should do nginx.exe. Yeah, so let's do this. Tools, nginx. Then let's run this with help / dash help. Okay, fine. Oh, wait, is it dash help? No, we have no idea how to do this. So this -s quit, graceful shutdown. There, it closed. Okay, so that's something worth writing down in my notes. Excuse me. Nginx. So install, I can show you guys what I'm doing. Install plus run on Windows from here. Graceful shutdown from another shell with this. Good. And to install and run it, we install and run it from, well, this is kind of the page, so I guess I'll just say this. All right. So it's running, or it can run, I should say. Next, we need to figure out where the configuration file is. So there's conf right here. Is this fast CGI conf? Fast CGI params? What is fast CGI params? Query string? I don't understand what I'm looking at right now. Why you know virtual machine for testing stuff like Nginx? I don't have any virtual machine software on my computer right now. That actually would make a lot of sense. Man. Fast CGI is not what you want. No, I just want to see how configurations work here. So can we specify how to start this with a configuration file? Changing configuration? Like, what are the command line arguments of Nginx? Documentation. Beginner's guide. Ah, this is for me, the beginner. This guide gives a basic introduction to Nginx and describes some simple tasks that can be done with it. It's already installed, sure. Start and stop, reload its configuration, explains the structure of the file and how to set it up to serve out static content, how to configure it as a proxy server, how to connect it with a fast CGI application. So I want it to be a proxy / load balancer. Grab VirtualBox. Runs on Windows. Okay. Wait, this is made by Oracle? Huh. Windows. Okay. I guess I'll try this out. Or Docker for Windows? I didn't even know that was a thing. I should probably check that out at some point. What does this say? Virtualization needs to be enabled. Yeah, it's enabled. It's made by Sun, RIP Sun. Hey, I have a question. Does anyone know what is the props key on the Sun keyboards? Oh my god. Sun keyboard. Yeah. What was the props key? Oh, you can't see it in this picture. Why are all these pictures terrible? Let's get image size large. Image size extra large. Nice. One of these is going to do it. Yeah. Here we go. Was it to give properties of something? Because the key never seemed to do anything. That one. Props. What did this do? Okay, I don't think I'm going to get Docker because I just installed this thing, or I just downloaded it. Let's go install it now. VirtualBox. There we go. Alright. File association, sure. Quick launch bar, no. Create a shortcut on the desktop, no. Network interfaces, installing it will reset your network connection and temporarily disconnect you. This is gonna stop me from streaming. Do I press this button? Should I make a straw poll about whether I should press this button? I don't know. What do you think? Is there a reason to even do this? Should I just do this afterward? Like, I can get Nginx working on my own machine. If you go with VirtualBox, download an ISO for Ubuntu too. Downloading an ISO for Ubuntu. Okay, so if I go forward with this route, then I'll be testing all this stuff on Linux, which is at least a little bit closer to the environment I'll want to test on. Making a straw poll is longer than just restarting the stream. No, but I don't necessarily have to restart the stream. That's what I'm getting at. I could keep testing this stuff on Windows. It'd probably just be a little bit annoying. But even setting up... Alright, fine. I'll just click restart. Alright, see you guys soon. Refresh the page in like a minute. Goodbye, dear friends. Twitch installs Linux. Oh wait, it might take several minutes. You'll watch my painful demise. Or maybe it'll just be a little blip. And everything will be totally fine. Am I still online? Huh. I think everything's fine. Not working, you're still here. You almost got rid of me, everyone, but you didn't. Alright, Ubuntu ISO. Rip the rip. Darn right. Alright. Where do we get the ISO from? Burning ISO. Downloading an Ubuntu ISO. Here we go. Ubuntu is distributed over the internet as DVD image. Oh, okay. So it's pretty much only an ISO that you can get. Go to the official download page, select Ubuntu desktop. If you have a recent computer, yes I do. So I want 64-bit. Oh wait, actually, do I want 64-bit? Should I be testing this on? Because this is the VM that's going to have it. Does that matter? You probably want a server one. Maybe I should just install Debian, because Debian's what I'm using in DigitalOcean, so then it would be exactly the same. Debian Linux ISO. Debian on CDs. No, that is not what I want. Getting Debian. I just want to download it. Installation image. A small installation image or a larger complete contains more packages, making it easier to install machines without an internet connection. I don't see the reason to use 32-bit software. Yeah, I think I'll get Debian, and I think I'll get one of these complete ones. If you simply want to install Debian and have an internet connection on the target computer, no. Download. Due to space, only very few mirrors are able to supply direct HTTP and FTP download links. These sites may use bandwidth throttling. What is Jigdo? Pick out the fastest of 300 Debian mirrors worldwide for download. What is this? Jigsaw download. Is this some... how to download an image? No, I'm not doing this. We'll just go with the HTTP route. Please do not download it with your web browser the way you download other files. The reason is that if it aborts, most browsers don't allow you to resume. Instead, please use tool that... I'm not downloading anything extra for this. I could torrent it. Fine, let's just do that. BitTorrent, peer-to-peer. So where's the torrent file on here? You will need a BitTorrent client. I have that. But where's the actual torrent? Oh, official torrents. Here we go. Okay. So I guess I'll take the AMD 64. Yeah. Wait, what? I need like 9, what? Oh god. A fat cookie. They're assuming it's still 2003. There are lots of files. Do I need all of them? In most cases, not necessarily download and use all of these. Debian comes with a massive set of software packages. Initially, only download and use the first image of a set. If there are more images available, they contain the extra packages that can be installed. They will not be bootable and are entirely optional. So I should just get the first one of any of these. Get netinst. What is netinst? Net install? I thought the whole thing though is, don't I want version? I don't want Windows. Linux. Debian. Does this know how to install things itself? Because if so, that'd be totally great. Name, test, Debian. Next. Memory size. The recommended memory size is 768. That sounds fine to me. Create a virtual hard disk now. Okay, let's create one. but I want to create it in a particular place. Dynamically allocated. We'll only use space as it fills up, although it will not shrink again automatically when it's freed. Yeah, that's fine. What's this? Please type the name of the new virtual disk file below. That's fine. I want it to be test Debian, but I want it to be created in a certain place. And for any of that to work, I probably need to go customize some preferences in here. General, default machine folder. Yeah, this is the problem. I don't want this to be here. That's my SSD, and I don't want this to be like, yeah, I don't have much space there anymore. So let's go to the D drive. What do I have here? Yeah, let's put it here. So we're going to say, what's this called? VirtualBox? VirtualBox VMs. I don't know. Yeah, let's just take this path and put it over here. All right, great. Click OK, click New, go through all those same steps again. Debian 64-bit. There was a folder button. Yeah, no, I saw the folder button. I wasn't sure where well, I wanted to change it where everything would be installed. Let me click this though, see what happens. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Powered off. Start, normal start. Select startup disk. Please select a virtual optical disk file or a physical optical drive containing a disk to start your new virtual machine from. Yeah, so I need to go find the ISO. And since I don't have that, whoa, what? No bootable medium found. Yeah, right, exactly. So just power off the machine. Rip Botland bot. Did Botland bot die? Oh, Botland bot probably died. Did everything die here? Wait, Botland bot is still getting stuff. No, Points is working. Yeah, I don't know. Create a hard disk, then once you download the ISO, go into the VM settings and select the ISO as a CD, boot from it, and you're done. Yeah, okay. So let's click this. Wait. Yeah, this is... Oh god. I was just on this page. Oh, I got the torrent. Okay. Now we open the torrent. And you'll see all my OC Remix downloads. Because the only thing I torrent is legal stuff. Or nothing's going to happen. I don't know what's going on. Pro tip, after you have a successful install, save the state so you can revert to it. Yeah, thank you. There we go. It opened. Alright, let's drag this over here. Yes. Okay, I have verified that I only have OC Remix albums on here. Except for, I still haven't verified the rest of what's on here. Alright, well, whatever. Okay. So, where did Linux go? Name. Yeah, what? I should see a Debian torrent, right? Something's wrong. Let's just double click this again. Aha! Okay, let's put this in music, not music. Put it here. I don't know what to call this. Can it just make its own folder? Will it make its own folder? Debian 8.2.0 AMD 64 NetInst. Done. Alright, great. That looks good. Click OK. Now we let this download. I saw something illegal. It's all legal. It's actually, so yeah. Assuming OC Remix things are allowed, then yes, this is all legal. I said after I got out of college that I would not do any sort of illegal software related things because I had money at that point. Okay. Hey, Weedley actually chose a buff. Alright, so to give you guys an idea, this is at 34%, 36%, 39%. So it's going to finish pretty soon. How many seeders are there? 631. Yeah, it says it'll finish in less than a minute. So let's get ready for this. You guys said that I should be able to go into the VM settings and select the ISO as a CD. Is there system? What? Where in the settings would I be able to select this? Some boot media? Man, I've only ever used Hyper-V for all this stuff, and there was a very different interface for that. Maybe I can do it this way. I don't know. Ask for ISO for the first boot. Oh, well, press F12. You have clicked the mouse inside the virtual. This will cause the virtual machine to capture. You can press the host key at any time. The host key is currently defined as right control. Fine, capture it. So now what, the mouse is stuck in here or something? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Storage. CD disk. Yeah, you can just boot first time. Well, it's not first boot anymore. Whoops. Choose disk image. Aha! We found it. It's under devices. Okay. We're getting there. This is like easy mode of Twitch installs Linux, except for, yeah, you've got a silly interface. Adam, I wanted to ask you as a player, would you want, oh man, sorry, I can't parse your sentence for some reason. You as a player would want other players, what buffs you have chosen? What, would people just kind of abuse it to change their tactics depending on your buffs? So, there is a certain amount of that being possible, sure. And wait, hang on, let me start this process first. Because I have no idea what's going on right now. I just set optical drive and I chose this. Now what, I can reboot this, I guess? Reset. Reset. Oh, cool. Okay. There's install and there's graphical. Oh my god, stop showing this. There's install and there's graphical install. So, this doesn't zoom. View full screen mode. No, that's not what I want actually. I want view scaled mode. Right? Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's just go to install. Inglando, United States. Man, this is so easy. I just press the enter key and I'm done. Take that, Twitch. Okay, so yeah, OMG, there's definitely a trade-off between showing other people buffs and hiding them so that for strategic reasons. And I feel like the longer you go without choosing your buff, the longer you're going without the benefit of the buff, of course. But then the more information you can gather about what your opponents are doing. So what we might do is something like all buffs show after a certain amount of time. I don't know. Let me write this down. I'll talk about it at some point this week with the designer. Should we hide buffs from other players for some amount of time? Close that top info bar. Oh, I didn't realize you can close these. No, but the top info bars remind me of all the toolbars from, old people using Internet Explorer back in the day. So enter the host name for this system. Host name is a single word that identifies your system to the network. If you don't know what it is. So let's set this as Debian1. Because if I save this image and I try to just keep applying it to new things, Domain name, part of the internet address to the right of your host name. Wait a second, what? It's not to the right of your host name, it's to the left of your host name, right? Anyway, I can just make something up, but make sure you use the same one on all your computers. So let's just type home. Root password. Alright, well, since this is all just a VM, I don't really care what the root password is. And nothing should have access to this VM. Don't press it too hard though. Alright, let's just I don't know. Let's just say password. Re-enter password to verify. I'd said it in plain text that the password is password. Full name for the new user. A user account will be created for you to use instead of the root account. Please enter the real name of the user. This information, I'll say Adam. User name for your account. Adam. Choose a password for the new user. Password. Re-enter the password. Time zone. Pacific. See, I couldn't just press enter there. The choices are getting more complex as this game goes on. I know your password now. Alright, what is this? The installer can guide you through partitioning a disk, or if you prefer, you can do it manually. No, just use the whole disk. It's a VM anyway. Select disk to partition. Sure, fine. Yep. Looks good. Yeah. Write the changes to disks. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. The side quests in this game have been pretty boring so far. Yeah, because I just skipped them. And my experience is stuck at 6% for some reason. Oh, I leveled up. Okay. Well, let's see what the end game is like. Maybe when I'm done killing all these baddies, SED and core packages, etc., I'll be like level 100 or something. I don't know what the max is in this game. Linux Installation Simulator 2015. Trust me, this is not a simulation. I've only done this once before. I actually didn't expect this to take as long as it is. It only has less than a gig of RAM. I'm also going to close this because I don't want to drop any frames. I think the best way to close it is from here. Exit. Endgame is open world? Oh, good. Remember when Adam programmed on stream? Good times. Hey, 49 out of the 50 days have been me programming or complaining about programming. So it's okay if one day I'm complaining about something different, right? And this time we've been complaining about security and everything else. Alright. Well, let's just play some Botland in the meantime. Alright, it's... Oh, it auto-chose artillery damage for me? I didn't want that nonsense. Alright, fine. We're going to go with a strategy of artillery and landmines. And we're going to be the very best that there ever was. Let's do this, and let's just change some code here. We're going to say, if will artillery hit, fire artillery. If can lay mine, lay mine. Is there an sensors is activated? Our sensor's activated. Nice. If not our sensors activated. There, perfect. Now we move right and up. And we auto deploy. Wait, no, I'm on the red team. No, we want left and up. There. The perfect bots. Hooray. Next you'll be upgrading Node. That makes 48 days. We don't talk about those days. How do I... Why is Alt Tab not working? No, I'm hitting host key. Alright, let's just do this. Damage dealt plus 15%. Oh, nice. It's 8 to 6. I don't think my landmines have done anything. And no, I know about control, but what I'm saying is after hitting control and then alt tabbing, it doesn't work. Oh, control. No, I don't know. Like, yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't like doing that. Nope. Okay, what's this? Configure the package manager. United States. Uh-oh. I think this is the first raid boss. Please select the Debian archive mirror. You should use a mirror in your country or region. If you do not know which mirror has the best internet connection for you, usually this is a good choice. Oh, okay. They give you hints in the game. You need to use an HTTP proxy to access the outside world. Enter the proxy information, otherwise leave this blank. Proxy information should be given in the form of user pass host. Blank for none. Enter. All right. So now I'm getting prestige mode. I still don't think my landmines have done anything. I can't see the buffs a player has chosen. Weedly, are you hovering over? Because it always shows up at the upper left. I didn't make the UI very nice. So I can see you've got 9% lifesteal and plus 18% damage. Do I need to be there before other players chose to be able to see them? Oh yeah, you do. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh no, that's only a pre-beta thing though. This won't be a problem in the real game, but I should still write it down. Yeah. So when you join a game where a player has, I'll give you a couple points for that. Points give Weedly to. When you join a game where players have already chosen buffs, you're not sent those buffs. They need to be serialized with the rest of the player object. Also, how cool is that? Installer downloads an OS from the internet. It's like that, the cloud thing. Wait, what? It's not. The installer didn't download the OS. Right? It's just installing packages at this point. Which this is taking longer than I expected. Oh, the match ended and blue team won. That's because Weedley's a cheater. Look at this. He probably got like 1 million assists, but they just don't show here. Weedley had increased damage by your whole team. Atomics had landmines. What did I have? Landmines, artillery splash, and damage dealt. Cheaters. Now let's close the rest of this stuff. So once I get this, I'm going to use Nginx, and then I need to look into configuration, so I guess I should do that. Only has bare minimum to kickstart installing packages. Got it. Okay, yeah. I'll start looking at the Nginx beginner's guide. Oh, Ubuntu had it even cooler with 10 megabyte? Wow. That is pretty small. Okay, so yeah, beginner's guide. One master process, several worker processes. Oh, what's this? May anonymously supply distribution developers with statistics. Participate? Sure. Alright. The main purpose of the master is to read and evaluate configuration, maintain worker processes. Worker processes, oh man, what is all this stuff coming up? At the moment, only the core of the system is installed. To tune the system to your needs, you can choose to install one or more of the following predefined collections of software. What should I choose? I should definitely have some desktop environment, but I don't really know which one's best. So let's go with GNOME. Print server, SSH server. I don't really need an SSH server if I'm gonna just use VirtualBox. So I could always install that afterward. Tick SSH server. Okay, I'm gonna tick SSH server. Can players pick the same buff? Like everyone picks the damage increase? Yes, they can. And there are team buffs And the team buffs are specifically tuned such that they're balanced even if your whole team picks them, really. So you'll typically see damage buffs like this, plus 15% damage, and this would be the individual one, or plus 3% damage to the entire team. Eventually team sizes will be static, so it'll probably be plus 5% damage to the entire team, and it'll be like 3 players per team. So it'll be kind of the same, except for this one lets certain players get to even more damage than they would have been able to get to before. Maybe retune them even differently. Also SFTP, did I already... Oh, well, I guess I can configure that afterward. So let me keep track of these notes. Debian install, get the ISO via torrenting, and then install with VirtualBox. And what was the command to do that? There was, how do I get that menu back? Don't actually know. Machine. No, that's pretty much the same stuff. How do you get that menu back? Show log. I wonder if I accidentally just closed some settings I shouldn't have closed. Remote display, enable server, video capture, screen. No. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how to get that back. Isn't it like left alt or right alt? Well, none of those keys seem to be working. Control something, I don't remember. Alright, fine. VirtualBox. Show menu bar. Shortcut to access the menu bar. Right control home. I guess I turn off scaled mode. Oh yeah, you turn off scaled mode. So right control C is scaled mode. Got it. So I'm gonna write this stuff down too. Alright, so VirtualBox. Home key is right control by default. Home plus, host key is right control by default. Host key. Hey Radhasen. Host plus home will show the menu bar. Host plus C will go into scaled mode. Yeah. Okay. But I want it to be in scaled mode. I don't want to show this. And I also want to show that. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay, anyway, the whole point was to see, it's devices, optical drives. That's what I wanted to do this whole time. So install the VirtualBox, devices, optical drive, find ISO. Make sure to install SSH. Take a snapshot when done. Yeah, so I am now installing virtualization on my own machine for Linux so that I can test Nginx, which I'm also learning about as I'm installing this thing. Nginx is so that I can have both the proxy into the node servers and a load balancer. And then we're going to figure out SSL with these servers and try out Let's Encrypt. And by the end of today, have made no real progress anywhere. Linux. I still find that funny, even though that is closer to how it's pronounced than what I'm saying. Actually, it is how it's pronounced, right? Linux? Linux? Linux. I'll just say Linux and bother everybody. Okay, so the workers are the ones that actually do the thing. The master is what controls the config. So by default, the configuration file is placed in the directory. So none of these directories exist on my machine because I'm on Windows. Although, I guess it doesn't matter too much. There is this reload. Checks the syntax and tries to apply the configuration. If it's successful, it starts new worker processes. Otherwise, it rolls back the changes and continues to work with the old one. Alright. consists of modules which are controlled by directives specified in the configuration file. Directives are divided into simple directives and block directives. A simple one consists of the name and parameters separated by spaces. A block is the same one, but instead of a semicolon, it's surrounded by braces. If a block directive can have other directives inside braces, it is called a context. Okay, directives placed inside it. Oh, outside any context are considered to be the main context. Alright, got it. So that stuff makes sense. This is almost like a different data descriptor, which also makes sense. Linux in Poland? Linux? I find that funny. Serving static content. An important web server task is serving out files such as images or static HTML pages. You will implement an example where, depending on the request, files will be served from different local directories. This will require editing of the configuration file. So I don't actually want to do this. This is actually very similar to how Apache works. Because, yeah, I want to use the proxy feature of this. Okay, yeah, so I don't care about this one. Setting up a simple proxy server. One of the frequent uses is setting up as a proxy server, which means the server that receives requests passes them to proxied servers, retrieves responses from them, and sends them to the clients. Great. We will configure a basic proxy server, which serves requests of images with files from a local directory and sends all other requests to a proxied server. In this example, both servers will be defined on a single Nginx instance. First, define the proxied server by adding one or more server blocks to the Nginx configuration file with the following contents. So it listens on a port and I guess a host, and then there's something it's going to proxy to, which I guess hasn't been filled in yet. This is a simple server that listens on port 8080. Standard port 80 was used. So this lets you specify a port by using listen. Maps all requests to the data up1 directory on the local file system. Create this directory and put index.html into it. Note that the root directive is placed in the server context. So yeah, this is a context because it is a block that contains another block that makes it a context. And because root is in here, a root needs to go in here to modify the server. Alright, next, use the server configuration from the previous section and modify it to make a proxy server configuration. First location block, put the proxy path directive with the protocol name and port of the proxied server specified in the parameter. This is great. So I should be able to proxy it to my node server pretty easily, I guess. Just out of curiosity, why Nginx over HA proxy? So I have heard more about Nginx, and I did not look into the comparison of the two at all. So there's no big reason why. Also use Socket.io, which uses like 3 different potential backends, which means thrice the fun of proxying it. Transports as backends. Oh, transports. Yeah, different. They're both roughly equivalent, but usually one uses Nginx for a web server middleman. Didn't know you were just proxying only. No, it'll be proxying and load balancing, but a web server middleman. What's the difference between a middleman and a proxy in that case? Set up sticky cookies? Oh man, I don't even know what sticky cookies are. Test using Firefox and Chrome. May need to set up sticky cookies since I'm using Socket.io. Use to sed. Use the HipChat experiment. Oh yeah, HipChat lets you do that. Is there a way to do greater than or less than? Yeah. And Red Kazan is correct. And yeah, so in Blockly you would do this by choosing if and then clicking this block, the fourth one down, and then you can choose less than or greater than here. And in JavaScript, you just type less than or greater than. Sticky cookies ensure that the clients always hit the same Socket.io server. This ensures that the client always hits the same Socket.io server. You know, if all this ends up working, and in the end of this, I am left with a proper configuration, then it either means that I'm able to learn on stream or that everybody helped me a lot. So I'm going to sit down. We're going to consider the rest of this. And one of my middleman is essentially a middleware using Nginx. So I don't know if I don't need to be middleware per se, as far as I understand. But I do need... I do need this to be the front end for Node so that you don't need to specify a Node server in particular. And I need it to load balance for me. What about a game mode where you deploy a bunch of bots only once in the arena, like a last man standing? Yeah, I think that'd be really cool, although I also think that game mode might not last very long. Because that's sort of like, you remember the old giveaway where I used to spawn a bot for everybody? It was basically that. And so it would get down to the last 2 bots, and then those last 2 bots would take forever. But the very first couple rounds, in like 10 seconds, 90% of the people were gone. This is my job in spamming. Yeah, you don't need the middleware at all. So you're saying that I should use HA proxy, which is probably not pronounced HA proxy. Ha proxy. What does the HA stand for, if anything? It stands for high up performance. I actually honestly don't know what it stands for. Dude, a sudden death mode would be great. Yeah, I think it could be cool. Socket.io uses polling, no brainer for Nginx. WebSockets, a bit more complex config. Need to change some timeouts config for upgrade requests and whatever is used for Flash backend. Yeah, falling back to Flash, I don't even think that's going to be possible anymore. So it's really just going to be the polling and the WebSockets. Cat proxy. High availability. Oh. So it is HA proxy. Alright. Yeah, let me write this down. Also, where does this installation stand? Man, it's getting everything. Do I see... Is my network usage like crazy here or what? Okay. Intended that you lifesteal when you hit a shield. You technically didn't do any damage to the bot. It actually is intended. It's not something I ever explicitly talked about, but it's something I'd expect to work. But I'll ask about it. Because, well, actually, it's mostly what everybody thinks here. So if you guys think it should work, then it should work. Should lifesteal work when you only deal damage to a shield? Both will do fine here. Also, let me add your quote. What does HA stand for? All right, there. Yeah, so I guess I'll try this out. What is this though? Nginx can be used to route requests to fast CGI servers, which run applications built with various frameworks and programming languages such as PHP. So I don't think I need this, and this is what Perma was saying also. I do like the quote bot. I think that's pretty great. Oh wait, what did I just pick? Lifesteal. Alright, let's load in whatever bot I had before. Oh, this is that whole melee zapper bot that was terrible. Alright, we're just still going to deploy it. It doesn't matter. I don't remember the context of I can break code in real time. Alright, so if there's going to be a lot of configuration once this server's up and running for me to get Node and whatever else. And so I should really test this out just on my own right now and make sure that this works. So how do we do this? Let me just look this up. Nginx and Node. Node plus Nginx. What now? Set up Node and Nginx. Now I want to use it. How do they work together? Create one single front-end server, which in this case proxies the request to the Node.js server. So here's what I've done. You should have something like this. Upstream. The IPs on which your Node server is running. Oh, so this is how this is surfaced to the outside world. Keep alive 8. The Nginx server. So listen on anything on port 80. Server name yourdomain.com, your domain. Access log. Pass the request to the Node.js server with the correct headers, and much more can be added. See Nginx config options. X real IP. Proxy add X forwarded to. Host HTTP host. X Nginx proxy true. Oh man. I wonder if just using the beginner's guide is where I should be starting here. Because, okay, if I go into documentation, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff I can do here. Using it as a load balancer. Load balancing. Round robin. Requests to the application are distributed in round robin. Next request is assigned to the server with the least number of active connections. And IP hash. So simplest configuration for load balancing might look like the following. So what is the upstream command? Nginx upstream. What is this? Used to define groups of servers that can be referenced by the proxy pass, etc. Oh man, there's so much I have to learn here. There are 3 instances of the same application running on server 1 to server 3. When the load balancing method is not specifically configured, it defaults to round robin. All requests are proxied to the server group myapp1. I see. And Nginx applies HTTP load balancing to distribute the request. So all you have to do is load balance with sticky cookies. So it sounds like I'd have something like this. My load balancing would be, let's say, localhost 3000 and localhost 3001. So I'll listen on port 80, sure, that doesn't really matter. And whenever you go to just slash, we proxy it to those things. So this would let me hit 2 different Node applications, and it's in round robin, so I'll hit them one and then the other. Okay, let's try this out. Where do I put the configuration? Because I don't think waiting for this Linux box to finish installing is a good idea at this point. I might as well just try this on Windows. So somewhere here I have here. So I have this conf folder. I don't know which configuration is used by default though. Oh, maybe it's something in like user profile. Yeah, let me take this. Let's see, engine, no. Yeah, I don't know where it makes this. Yep, well, No clue where on Windows they use the Nginx config from. Well, let's take a look at sticky cookies. Sticky cookies. Session persistence with Nginx Plus. What is this? I think you need sudo for port 80 though. Well, I don't. This part doesn't matter to me yet. I can just say listen on 3005 or something like that, or listen on 3000 and redirect to 3001 and 3002. Or let's pick something different. 7895. Yeah. Session persistent. Despite HTTP being a stateless protocol, many applications store state locally and don't perform well in a load balanced environment. Once a user commences a complex transaction with an upstream server, for example, putting the first item in his shopping basket or using a paginated search, it's often optimal to direct all of the user's requests to that same server because sharing state between servers is slow or even impossible. Tracks user sessions and pins them to the correct upstream server. It provides 3 methods for identifying user sessions: inserting its own tracking cookie into the traffic, learning when servers create a session and detecting requests in that session, and tracking specific data on a request. IP hash is easier than sticky cookies? Actually, that's true. Then everyone would always be redirected to the same upstream server. And I wouldn't have to worry about this for now. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I do that then for now, just to make this easier. When will you show the artwork for the 1K? Can you tell me by day of the month and not day of the week, because I'm not in America? I will. How would I show it to you right now? How's that sound? Oh, premium? This costs money? How much does this cost anyway? Where do I even find how much it costs? Contact sales? Oh man. Price and buy. $1,500 per year. No, thank you. If I'm unlucky, I can't play with my friends or what? Let me think about this. So, the load balancer is to put you onto a client server. When you connect to a game server, that is not even done over SSL. So that should be fine. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. IP hashes work too. You just need to scale once you have a bit of traffic. I just always do things the scale way first. Can I do this the scale way first without having to pay money and without just using the free trial? Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I know Adam.exe stopped working. I am not a fan of the stuff that I've been working on today, but it's necessary to get Botland running, and I've got to go through and I've got to do the due diligence, and that's why I'm grateful that people in chat are helping me out today. So here are the different components of Botland. There is a web server. This hosts the client. Right now, this is play.bot.land. So then there's going to be the account server. This is an interface for the client, for the web server, or the game server. It houses the database of accounts / inventory / bots, whatever else. Okay, then there's a game server. This is where you connect to actually play the game. Well, no, this is where you connect to play multiplayer. So, and then I guess there's like an Nginx server. So what I was thinking is this would proxy to the web servers. That doesn't even make any sense, does it? Maybe it does. I don't know. Anyway, I was thinking this would proxy to the web servers. That way, but I guess this really could just be, this could almost just be a CDN at some point. I don't even know if there's any dynamic content in there. No, I don't think there is. Wait, it's free? I was looking at, oh, thanks, Deadbringer. Sticky cookie name. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at this. Just use Nginx to serve static files. Let me see. Where does this go? Yeah, this here. Oh man. All right. Also, where do we stand on this? It seems this newest installation is the only operating system on this computer. If so, it should be safe to install the grub bootloader to the master boot record of your first hard drive. Yeah, this should be fine. Alright, you need to make the newly installed system bootable by installing the grub bootloader on a bootable device. The usual way to do this is to install it on the master boot record of your first hard drive. If you prefer, you can install grub elsewhere. No, this is fine. Postgres is hip and cool. This directive is available as part of our commercial subscription. Oh, so it's not free? Oops. Uh-oh. I don't know what just happened. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. Installer main menu. Finish the installation. Installation is complete, so it's time to boot into your new system. Make sure to remove the installation media so that, yeah, okay, so we need to do this. Control home, we need to go down to devices and turn this off. Actually, I think it's already off. So we should be fine. Is this gonna work? Yeah, good. 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay, great. So if this does load up, then I need to save a snapshot of this. What did it say? Mouse pointer integration. That means you do not need to capture the mouse. All mouse actions you perform when the mouse pointer is over it are sent directly to the... Huh. So I could turn off mouse capture. Mouse integration. There. Not listed. Okay, so cool. Let's save a snapshot of this. Machine take snapshot. So this is first login after installation. Oh wait, oh. This is from 12/8/15 when I first installed Debian. I haven't even logged in yet. Yeah, so let's take a snapshot there. In before GNOME doesn't work. That would be terrible. Password. Okay. So, we expect something to happen. Oh, this looks pretty good. Right. Enter a command. What's the default terminal in this thing? Holy cow. What is going on right now? Show applications. I just want a terminal of some sort. GIMP is installed by default? No wonder this installation took so long. How does this all even fit in 8 gigabytes? Terminal, there it is. It's called Terminal. Fancy that. Alright, so I probably don't have anything by default. Let's see what's going on here. What do I want to install? I can install like Node, Nginx, everything else. Gnome 3 puke. Hey, I had no clue what I was choosing, alright? It asked me to pick my talent tree and I chose Gnome. I should have picked Troll. Let me take a look at the last time I did this, which was when I was setting up DigitalOcean. Because I set up a lot of different things. So let's start with this. Apt-get update. Could not open lock file. Permission denied. Oh, sudo apt-get update. Sudo not found. Alright, well, the computer's useless. Let's close this down. How do you sudo on Debian? Good God. Do I need to install this somehow? Sudo Debian wiki. Was it capitalized? Add the user foo to the sudo group. Is there... Oh. Oh. Okay, let's do apt-get update now. No password entry for user apt-get. Oops. Is this not... Oh my God. Who am I? Is that even a command? I'm root. Oh, alright, fine. What's the difference between sudo and su? I thought sudo was switch user do, and it switched to the root by default. Good God, I don't know anything about any of this stuff. Alright, let me write this down in my notes. Just apt? Just apt-get. Yeah, no, I got that now. Let me find my notes that I've been typing up here. So Debian install stuff. Use su and type the root password. Apt-get update. Alright, now we can do the rest of this. Alright, so let's try this out. Here's what I like testing first. We do apt-get install htop. And then let's figure out how you run a new terminal. Oh my God, I figured it out. I did it. I'm a master Debian user. Alright, now let's try running htop once this is done installing. Lowing P says, what are you doing? Lowing, if I knew how to answer that question at this point. No, anyway, I am going in a very circuitous process to try to get accounts into the game that I'm working on. And I can show off the game in a bit. My bots keep going into the corner and humping the wall. Oh, what's going on? Alright, here's Botland. And here's Pizza Belly over on the side. Doing nothing. Nobody knows what they're up to anymore. Alright, yeah, so anyway, Lowing, I'll show you the game for just a little bit here. What team am I on? I'm on the red team. So, this is Botland. You make bots. So I'm gonna make a missiles bot, and I'm gonna put Reflect Shield on it, and then let's also put some regen here. And then you write automation for the bot. So I'm gonna put fire missiles, and then I'm gonna pursue an enemy. And before I actually get to the enemy, I'm gonna try to use Reflect. And if none of that stuff works, I'm just gonna move around randomly. And then I deploy my bots, and now you can see them in the arena, and they're doing what I told them to do. And if they ever found an enemy, then they would shoot missiles at them and then try reflecting. And if you wanted to, you could write all this as JavaScript code, but you don't have to. So that's a game. Control-Alt-T is the default shortcut for opening a new terminal. That is also good to know. Thank you, Wheatley. So let's see, did htop work? It did. This is such an ugly background. But whatever. And wow, we're using a ton of memory also. Why is it using so much? I have like no memory to fit any processes. Can you modify memory on the fly on your VM? I think that was something you can do in what's it called? Hyper-V. Okay, so we got htop. Let's get apt-get install build essential. And over here, let's do df-h. So we've used 3.7 gigabytes. Okay. Why didn't you just install SSH? I did install SSH. I'm just not SSHing into this box. You're doing just fine with SSH only on DigitalOcean. You don't need GNOME there. Oh wait, is that what's taking up the majority of the memory? I didn't actually look at this thing. Oh man. Oh wow. Yeah, GNOME is using up only 5% of the memory. No, 41% of the memory. Aha. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of that. All right. So how do I SSH into this machine? Because is there network? Yeah, so this thing, it's on the network of my host. Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, well let's just Google it. By Google I mean Bing. SSH into VirtualBox VM. Set up between host and guest VMs, okay. Enable network adapter. Attached to host only, name VBoxNet 0. Oh, that's not so bad. So we go into settings, network. We click this disabled thing over here. Check the IP in the box. Oh yeah, I guess I could do that. That was alright. If config command not found. Can I install that? Unable to locate package. Shouldn't that just be something that's there by default? Oh whoa, it's just something you can't use as a user, I guess. What? 10.0.2.15? Says who? No, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Check your loops when debugging. Loops often stack up. IFconfig was deprecated. Okay, this stream is pretty much Adam's a moron, and you should all stop watching. Bridge networking, VM will be available on your LAN. So, I don't even know how to set that though. Attached to, oh, by default, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, never mind, bridge adapter. Okay. There. Now, we should see this on my LAN. Except for, I don't even know how to do that. There's like a Shrek again. So what replaced ifconfig? If I'm not supposed to use this, what should I be using? Oh, also there. Now I finally have this. Oh, nice. All right, let's try pinging this machine. 192.168.1.24. Okay, that works. Cool. So I'm gonna write this down in my notes. We're gonna say Debian install. Make sure to go to settings and then network. Make sure to do settings, network, adapter 1. Change NAT to bridged adapter so that you get a LAN IP address. Run ifconfig as the super user to see the IP. Okay, so now I should be able to SSH based on that IP, I think. All right, 192.168.124. Let's try this out. All right, log in as root, probably. No, I'll log in as Adam. Whoops, I think I typed that wrong. No, I didn't. Oh, it worked. Hey, Creeper Fighter. Watched concept art video, looking good? Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Okay, so now we can shut down GNOME and never restart it. So if I do htop here, we should see the same thing that I'm seeing as htop over here. Yeah, whatever. That's the same. So now, how do I kill this? Kill. What's this thing do? Is this log out? We're gonna hope that that's log out. Power off. No, I don't want to do that. I want to log out. How do I log out of the machine? There it is. All right, log out. Is this gonna close down GNOME? What I'm hoping is that my memory usage goes down to like nothing. Also, wow, this is, I screwed up. I screwed up when I did this. I need to X out of this, and I need to load my default settings before I connect to this. 192.168.1.24. That way, oh, well, that was wrong. What I was hoping is that, all right, fine, let's close this again. I'll restart. I'm gonna make it, oops, well, that's fine. I'm gonna make a new thing called Debian1 VM. We're gonna load this Debian1 VM and then save it as this. There. And now some of the nice things that we can do, because of how annoying this is otherwise, is change the font size to something that's not unreadable. There we go. Otherwise there's like no way for me to see this thing. 192.168.1.24. So we save that and now we open it. Ah, perfect. Now I can read things. This is the occasion for code 0. Also, you probably have a SSH client from Git Bash. You may use that instead of PuTTY. Oh, I like PuTTY well enough. Do I have SSH? I actually do. Wow. Well, I'm fine with PuTTY. Maybe actually it's. Let me try this. SSH. Oh, there we go. User at host. Adam at 192.168.1.24. Whoa. HTLP. Oh, this is much better. Well, I want to see if I type a whole bunch of stuff like echo hi and then I just keep running this. Can I scroll up all the way? Oh yeah, this is way better, I think, because this is keeping track of my history and not PuTTY. And I actually probably gain control backspace. No, I don't. But I get control K and control U. Interesting. Loading P says, like your lights. I'm not sure why that was a question. I don't know if it was meant to be a statement. But if you want to find out more about my lights and how, I'm assuming that was you, how you just controlled those. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, you can find out about it there. Okay. Alright, so back to here. We've SSH'd into the machine, and memory usage is still not as low as I'd like it to be. The only reason this matters is because eventually I want to treat this as though it's my DigitalOcean VM. Which, whatever, we've got 500 megabytes, that's really all we need. So now we can close this stuff out. Well, no we can't. It's still got to be running. We can close this though. No, not power off the machine. How do I... Oh, there was a run headless. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, okay, yeah, let's power off the machine then. Power off. And then I think we say start headless. There we go. Now this thing's probably going to say it timed out. That's fine. The swallowing noise. Is it because my Adam's apple is too close to the microphone? My Joey's apple. Help, I have a dead pixel. Dead bearing is Adam's lights, not Adam. Oh, whoops. Oh, I typed it wrong. Oh. He's coding in the club, but there's no music. Run headless will still run X11. But I at least won't have a second window for this. That's totally fine. I don't mind having a preview. Oh, I guess I originally said let me do this so that I can lower memory usage. Which, let's see what we've got here. Yeah, okay. It's at least a little bit lower. 175. We'll probably kill X11. Service GDM stop. Alright, I'll write that down. Sudo service GDM disable or service GDM stop. Man. Okay. Stop is for current, disables for next. Got it. Thank you guys. So here we are. Now we need to do a bunch of other little install things here. We need Nginx, we need Node, and so we need Git, I think, first of all. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, so Node. So first we need Git. Do we have Git? No. So we need apt-get install Git. Switch user apt-get install Git. Okay. Then we do git clone. Let's git clone nvm. Transparent terminal super hacks. Yes, continue through this. Okay, thanks Jesse Main. Then I've got to get nvm. Sudo stands for switch user do. People typically say super user do because the switch user you're switching to is the super user. Okay, great. So we got that. Next, let's whoops. Nope. Nope. It's this that I wanted. Yeah. Nice. So now we got nvm. Oh, and I also don't even know where I'm like putting some of this stuff. Okay, then open bash rc and put this in there. So let's do vim. Do I have vim? No. apt-get install vim. All right. We're slowly making it to like where we really should have been, maybe earlier. Okay, great. Cool. So we got this. Next, open up bash rc. Bash rc. And now let's do this. We're going to say source nvm nvm.sh. Next, we do source bash rc. Dip, that didn't work. What did I screw up here? Oh, there's a slash here. And then no slash there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now I should have nvm. nvm list. NA. So I'm in North America. I don't know how I knew that though. But now we got to do nvm install 0.12.5. Does that work? I also like how you descended further into madness. Your room got dark. Oh, as I descended further into madness, my room got darker. Yes, the madness has certainly set in. All right, next up, what do we need? I could get screen. I'm not probably going to do that right now, though. Yeah, so that's that. Good. All right, so we've got Node, and we've probably got NPM. We do. And we've got... We don't have Express. Yeah, but we can do npm install express, right? Is that how you get express? I think it is. And probably -g at the end. Tmux is greater than screen. I've been using screen because I'd never used anything like this before, any sort of multiplexer. So, I don't know what's better. I am but a lowly acolyte. So, yeah, I'm going to write this down. Try to consolidate Linux nodes. Maybe look into Tmux. In before nothing works because some things were done under root which shouldn't have been run with it. But I don't have apt-get if I'm not in root. Shouldn't do that. Oh man. Alright. What's going on? Let's get express. I'm actually still in root. I should probably just re-SSH into this. SSH Adam at 192.168.124. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's echo this to debian1.cmd. Okay, so do I have npm? not found. Do I have npm? Also not found. That actually makes sense why that wouldn't be found. Do I have Vim? Okay, I at least have Vim. You see that? Help poor children in Uganda, everybody. So let's open up bash rc, and at the bottom of this, let's make a bunch of mistakes. So let's do source nvm slash, I forgot what it was called. nvm.sh. Except for this won't be in my home directory. This is exactly what they warned me about. I knew it. Alright, fine. Do we have git at least? Alright, we're going to fix it. We are going to fix it. Are you ready for this? That's the fixing music. Okay, there. It's been fixed. You've got Vim. You're good, Superman. That was it. I'm done now. Okay, let's source bash rc, and now we should have nvm install 0.12.5. We got there. All right, now we're gonna have node. Yep, see? Oh, look at that. People said I couldn't do it, but I showed them. Add quote, Vim is pretty much all you need, except for everything else you also need. Yeah, you should feel honored, Spurtman. Alright, rubbing elbows with the greats here. Let's do npm install express-g. Okay, we're nearly there. Perfect. Now, let's make a directory. Make dir coding botched attempts. No, what should I... Oh, no, Control W is overridden. Let's go into documents, I guess. No, let's just make dir code. So in here, we're going to make a directory called express test. cd express test express. Express command not found. What? User bin express, shouldn't it be there? npm install express save. There's a way to install express globally on a Linux machine. I just don't know how to do it. Hey Quantum KO. npm i-g express. Oh, is it? Oh, whoops. I put the -g at the end. Oops. That means I probably installed it in this directory. Oh, that's bad. Is express in here? Node modules? No. Well, we're going to act like none of that just happened. And we're going to go into this. We're going to make dir. So if I do express here, npm i-g express, under root, yes. Oops. Oh well. Express command not found. Where did this go? Node modules express. So there's something in express under here, I guess. Home, Atom, NVM. Oh, actually this path is longer than. Okay, so what's in here? There's the lib. Alright, we're gonna look this up. Installing npm init express save. Oh, it's the express generator I'm thinking of. Is that something different? Oh, that's what I wanted. Oh, I'm stupid. The -g can go at the end. That's totally fine. So I want to do install express generator -g. There we go. NVM should export as global bin directory. Yeah, it's that I wanted. So now if I go into express test and I get rid of node modules, so rm-rf node modules, and then do express here, this should work. Perfect. Yeah, and let's copy this command for later. Wait, this. There we go. So let's write this down too. Oh, we're getting there. We are getting there. npm install -g express generator. I don't know why anyone is watching me do any of this. Like most of the time I'm coding something and things are going well and it's like, oh look, that guy's making progress. I guess I'll stay here for a while. But this has been just a nightmare. Oh, by the way, as long as I just said the trigger word nightmare and just remembered from the other week, I found this link. I actually made a post on this on Reddit this morning. So check this out. There was a post this morning about, oh, and I'm the only one who commented on this, hunting a ghost, finding a memory leak in Node.js. So this blog post is exactly what I ran into like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was going to make my own blog post about this. And so the TLDR version, what's happening? Node tries to use 1.5 gigabytes of memory, doesn't have 1.5 gigabytes, the garbage collection never happens, your process closes, you get frustrated, you eventually find this argument and fix it. And look at that, max old space size equals 400. Look at my server over here, what do we have? Max old space size, well, equals 290. I set it to a little bit lower. But yeah, so this is a thing. Okay, next up. So we have express, and now we should be able to do this command. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. All right, can we scroll up here? Yes, we can. All right, so let's do this. Let's do touch run.sh, change mod plus x run.sh, and then vim run.sh. Can we just paste here? No, we have to paste after we're in insert mode. Let's try this now. /run. Oops. No such file or directory. This is not Windows. Okay, listening on port 3000. So now if I go to 192.168.1.24:3000, we should see an express notification here. Yes! Take that, Linux. Plus 400 experience. All right. I am one step closer to Nginx. Okay, so now let's install Nginx, and then we're going to test out the sticky cookies. We are going to make a fool out of the paid version. So how do we, no, I don't want this. I can't use this on my computer. Delete. I said delete. Hey Solar Virus, you're the only person with a cyan name in my chat. Atom 1 Linux 7. that's a lie. Oh, now Windows got 1 point as well. Congratulations, Windows. Okay, how do I install this on Linux? There's probably, so first of all, apt-get doesn't work for me. Oh no, it does. What? This apt has super cow powers? What? Am I playing Diablo 2? Did I not realize I just accessed the console version of Diablo 2? Yeah, so let's look at apt-get and see if I can list out what is in... Yeah, all right, let's see. They're up to 1.9.8. So if I just go to Debian packages, this is what you can get with apt-get. So let's take a look at Nginx. If they have 1.9.8 here, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll do the tar-xvf, whatever, blah, blah, blah nonsense. Apt-get cow. Nginx. Okay. Yes, this is bad. We are going to do this. We're going to curl this URL. We're going to see if I know anything about Linux. Curl. Ha! Apt-get install curl. Could not access. Can I get sudo? Okay. Apt-get install curl. Then can I just do exit here? How do I get back to being Adam? Like if I run who am I right now, it'll say that I'm root. Can I just exit and be Adam? Oh, I am. It does work. So now I can do curl. Nice. So I do this. I make a new directory. Whoops. I make a new directory temp. And here's where we try things. Apt-get install. What's control D? Oops. That's like the end of file signal, right? Which just so happens to be closed connection when I'm in that situation. So, all right, let's just get back to where we were. Whoops. Don't you keep track of that, Quantum KO. Linux 8, Windows 1. Somehow Mac OS X is getting like 3 points while all this is happening. All right, so we've got a URL on my clipboard. Let's try just curling it. Except for you should be able to save it to a certain file, right? So let's do this. Let's say curl help. Oh, that's way too much. There's a -O option maybe? Or -W? Those are both letters in the alphabet. Output, file. Write to file instead of output. Here we go. curl-o test.tar.gz. Did that work? Oh, it worked. This is not how you untar things. Or is it? Ho ho ho. Touche, Nginx. Now we don't know what to do. That's it. That's the end of my Linux knowledge. Document. That's not a README. Oh, I'm not turning on my keyboard camera because my password is password, and it's not worth hiding that from you guys. Could just use wget. I think I would need to. Oh, I do have wget. Oh well, ignore that. But I still don't actually know how to install it. So there's that. Linux packages for stable version or mainline version. Oh, mainline is the newest one? Oh, I wanted the stable one. What does this link me to? CentOS? For Debian, replace codename with Debian. There's a deb command? No. Wait, what? Best thing for Linux is to install ls? Why not just apt-get install? Oh, it is? I couldn't find it on... Well, that explains that. Hey, I was trying to use hard mode over here, and... There. Thanks, Spurtman. Also, it's probably about time that I doled out some points to a bunch of people. Alright, we'll give 3 points to you, and 3 points to you, and 3 points to you, and who else helped me throughout the day? Well, that's as far back as my chat goes. Quantum, you haven't been helping. You've been hurting. Okay, So we should have Nginx now. We don't. Wait, what? I installed it, but this is probably only available for root now. Right? I did install it, didn't I? What is this image? Everyone gets the point. It's probably under /sbin. User /sbin /nginx. Oh, wow. Could not open error log file. Permission denied. So how do I apt-get install things as just a normal user? You also need to use service to work with Nginx. Service nginx restart. Service nginx start. Service command not found. Because it runs as a service by default. Oh, sbin is service bin. Oh, needs root. Oh man, okay, sorry everybody that this is incredibly ridiculously stupid. Nginx start. Okay, so now I can do pid of nginx. Yeah, so there's one host and then many other processes. There's some way to install sudo. Oh, that's the, oh, yeah. Okay, got it, yeah. So make sure to install sudo. That way you can run an individual command as root. And also, nginx is installed as a service, so it goes in sbin, which you need to start nginx as root. So service nginx start. You can download and compile things and run the binary from your home dir, but you can't apt-get install as a user. Yeah, okay, good. That makes sense. So then that all fits in line with what I thought. I just need to make sure of some of this stuff. And okay, so now there was a way in nginx. Yeah, also before I forget, sudo no, switch user. Whoops. Apt-get install sudo. Okay, great. So now I can do sudo echo hi. Adam is not in sudoers file. This incident will be reported. Yeah, fine. Fine. I gotta sneeze. Okay. Yeah, so add to sudoer group. Reported. Sudo add user username sudo. Shouldn't this not work because you have to be the add user username sudo? Yeah, okay, got it. So here's what we do. We do switch user, type the password, add user username, what's it called? Sudo. Great. Now we control D and then do sudo echo hi. No. Richard Stallman will hear about that. That didn't work. Oh, allow members of group sudo to execute any command. This works because EDC sudoers is pre-configured to grant permissions to all members of this group. You should not have to make any changes to this. Need to relog then also. Okay, let me try that out. But then let me also write this down. Then before able to run as sudo, you need to switch to root and do add user Adam sudo. Time for control D. Debian1 sudo echo hi. It worked. Adam's at 2. Okay, good. My score's going up. I don't know how chat got 1 point, but I'm almost up there. All right, next we can finally test some things. So we got to figure out how to use Nginx. I don't know how to do this. There was There was a way to see. Oh no, there wasn't. If you want to stay as admin, just type in su and log as admin. Yeah, I was doing that before. Iceman earned the chat points. Where? What did Iceman say? Needs root. Was that it? Oh wait, could just use wget. I see. Okay. But you pressing Control D by accident. Okay, yeah. So I don't know how to actually use Nginx on here. One of the things I want to try is that sticky command, and I don't even know where it is anymore. Well, someone linked this to me, so let's find out where I put this. Sticky here. So I got to figure out how to what's the word I'm looking for? It's an English word. Configure Nginx. Adam's on Twitch pace right now. Hype. I don't think there's any hype around this. So I've got to figure out how to write my basic. Let's close this stuff. How to write my basic configuration for this. I don't need any of this. Where's the... Here, this. So where do I put this? Oh, it says time to install a VM on Linux to run Windows. It'll never end. Nginx config location. I think it said it was in user something something. Homer go crazy. User local nginx conf or etc or user local. So let's check all of the above. Let's do user local nginx conf. No such file or directory. etc nginx. It's a directory. So what's in there? conf.d. Oh, nginx.conf. Oh, we found it. I think. But also, let's check user local etc nginx. Does that exist? No. No such file or directory. So it's in etc nginx. Okay. K-Pack says, IT jokes. Yes, my time to shine. The box said Windows XP or better, so I installed Linux. Okay, so it's an etc nginx. We need to load up the config. Can I make changes to this? Warning, changing a read-only file. No, I can't make changes. So I need to do sudo vim, and then I should be able to make a change. Hello world. Yeah, I can write this. Okay, great. All right. User is a place to be managed by a package manager. I'm going to write that down. This user is a place to be managed by a package manager. Don't mess with it myself. Bertman says so. All right. Also, hi, Lowing P. So, what do? We first take a look through, I guess, what this is trying to tell us. Do we have? Oh man, hang on. I gotta fix something else. I want syntax highlighting on by default. I think there's like set syntax on. No, syntax. I don't remember anything about Vim. I wrote this down though. No, wait, where did I write this down? VI and Vim. First setup. Type syntax on. Syntax on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Also prefer to do all of your custom coding in etc nginx conf d. Oh, so I should have put my hello world in there. ggdd colon q. Whoops, colon wq. Alright, so what we should have used is conf.d here. Directory listing. What in the world is this? Quick help. What? nginx.conf.d. Oh, this is Vim. Oh, it's a directory. Ha 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 ha. So you said prefer to do all your custom config in here. All right, yeah. Touch atom.conf. Atom.conf. Permission denied. That's why I ask my root user to touch stuff. Blam. All right, next we go over to here and we say nginx. Go to edc nginx conf.d and make a file there called Babby's first conf. All right. Okay, so you got a configuration file, finally. That didn't take very long, right? Haha, right? And then we're gonna, I should try out tmux. I think maybe first what I should do is install the thing that I actually know how to use, which is screen. Yeah. Hey, Ricardo. And then we're gonna check to see, yeah, here we go. So I'm afraid to get T. Adam, you break all the things on maps. That's what you'd like. All right, so now we've got a screen running, I think. Yes, bash, look at that. So now I can hit something, Control A, Shift A, set window title to, yeah, bash. I actually didn't want to change that. But we can do you still have a life? Avoid Dreamer and I want to write scripts for Botland Bot. What do you guys want to do? Because I can definitely contact you guys afterward. Void Dreamer and Quantum KO want to write scripts for Botland Bot. I am pretty much fine with that. Screen is usually sufficient. I just use tmux because I have up to 8 SSH connections concurrently. Well, so I'm familiar with screen, which is why I'm going to use this for right now. And we're gonna. How do I make a new screen? Control AC. Whoops, that's not. Nope. Abort. I don't know what I just did. There. Now we made a new window. Now we can name this new window. We can name this Node 1. Then we make a new window and we name this Node 2. And now when we list our windows, we've got all 3 of these things. So let's go into Node 1 and we'll go into the home directory and into code. And before I forget, let's do this. Woof, woof, what? How did that even just happen? Let's go modify this so that we have aliases. You added another level of complication. With what? Oh, Lowing P has never. Mark visited Lowing P. Yeah, that happens every once in a while. You should be able to gift points to Lowing now. And remember, it only costs, thanks to this thing, it only costs 21 points to buy the pre-beta right now. What was I going to do? Yeah, that's right. I was going to fix the CD stuff. So there's an alias somewhere. Or I have a bash RC. Where did I make this? I had a bash RC. Okay, let's copy it from over here. Vim bash RC. Ooh. Let's take all of this stuff. Did this yank it into the Windows clipboard? No, of course not. So we need to do it this way. This is not how you do this. I'll just right click. And then we will exit that without saving. We should have this saved here. Perfect. We'll put this into Sublime and get rid of these. Paste this into, well, I didn't mean to close that, but paste this into here. There. Great. Now we write this, and now we should be able to do CD capitalized. No, we need a source bash first. And then we should be able to do CD capitalized. Perfect. There, now I can accidentally type the capitalized C in CD. Lulong says, what am I doing wrong? Oh, it's give, not gift. Wait, is it? No, it's gift. That's weird. Oh, you're typing the name wrong. I mean, that was Lion GGP. Which is actually pretty funny. Alright, let's go into express test. And, oh, that's how that thing shows up. We should be in node 1 right now. Except for, no, we're in node 2 somehow. Oh, I know how that happened. Okay, then we run run.sh. Line 1, npm command not found. What? Do I need to, yeah, what? npm isn't found. Is nvm found? nvm list? What's going on here? Oh, I probably need that in my... let's do this. Has alias latest. No, I shouldn't need that. That's weird. Maybe I... Collection of random hacks go in screen RC to make it better. Huh. Yeah, I haven't been using it for long enough to... Okay, I think Lulong is messing with us somehow. Did you type an L there? Yes, you did. Oops. Oh god, I keep closing Sublime. Maybe it's case sensitive. Alright, I don't know what's going on with bot right now. Okay, so now we should be able to run this. Okay, perfect. There we go. So we finally have a server running on this box, which we already actually got to before. So when I do this, then we have Express running, and we should see something print out on the console here. Oops, no, that was the wrong IP address. Whoa, what? When was the last time I connected here? There we go. Okay, yeah, we get this stuff. So this works. Now we need to check out Nginx. So how do I make it use this config file? Let's just close all this stuff. Nginx reload config file. Control C, Control V. Just copy paste, guy. Reload the configuration file. But how do I specify which thing to reload? By default, once a master process receives a signal to reload, it checks the syntax validity of the new one. Yep, we already read that. Yeah, great. Okay. But how do you pick which thing to reload? Or is it just anything? That doesn't really make any sense. And what is my configuration file anyway? Apparently it's empty. Or I'm doing something wrong. Atom.conf. Oh yeah, I just never put anything in here. Okay, this is what I wanted in there. So let's put this in here. Changing a read-only file. Tisk sudo vim atom.conf. So this is going to use round robin by default, so half the time this will just outright fail. But now if we go to 7895 after doing like sudo nginx service nginx restart reload, is this what I... Oh man, I have no idea what I'm doing. Hello, how to use computer. HTTP directive is not allowed here in atom.com. If you accidentally ran vim and no root, right, bang sudo t%. I'm not going to remember that. Okay. Nginx doesn't have health monitoring for the round robin. I actually don't know. Yeah, let's do that. Sudo service nginx status. I think it's running. Whoa, it's got a green dot. Windows doesn't have a green dot. Wow, Linux might be better than Windows. Call the police. It should see that one of those are offline and stop forwarding. It might do that. I don't know. And hopefully it would be able to check to see when it's back up. But for right now, here's what I need to do. I need to figure out what's wrong with my configuration file. Because it says you can't use HTTP here. Which would mean that it'd have to go into this configuration file, nginx dot. Oops, not. Yeah, because there's HTTP right there. I don't know anything about nginx. I should probably learn about that. This dot changes everything. It's a whole different ball game. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so we got to figure out, what did this say when I tried to reload it? This. HTTP directive is not allowed here in that. I guess because this block is already defined in a different configuration. But the problem is I don't understand enough about even this. I probably could have just said less nginx. I typed more and then piped it into less. Deadbringer says correct. Although I don't know. Oh, remove the HTTP block. Wait, so remove it from nginx.conf or from atom.conf? I guess I get rid of the basic one. What is this? Server, charsat, listen, files, root, var www, auto index. Move the block. Wait, but that block that's my life. Without this. Are you saying just remove these lines? Like, this wouldn't make sense, right? I'd have to remove this entire thing. And if I remove this entire thing, then where am I supposed to test this stuff out? Alright, we'll write this. We'll reload nginx. Everything should be fine. That's my setup for a reverse proxy. Try it now. Well, what would I even be loading? Like, this might work, but now it's going to use whatever settings are in here. Adam is super serious in the mornings and then gets giggly toward the evening. It's a food problem, I'm telling you. Like, my breakfast has not been good lately. I need to get back into the habit. I used to have like so much food in the morning that it'd be hard for me to finish eating. And that's back when I like started the stream. And now I've switched to, well, this morning actually was a little bit different. I had like half a sandwich and a frozen burrito. It was a very unusual breakfast. Your atom.conf but without the HTTP. Oh, that's it? Okay. Got it. Let's go back into this. Sudo vim that bad boy. Put all this into here, but without this stuff. Put this back. Insert. Run. Reload. It worked. Okay. So now we should be able to go to 7895, 192.164.124, 7895. And this should... Oh, I think it worked. Okay, so now if I refresh, it'll possibly see that it's down. No, it'll always... Okay, so now here's what we test. Here's the real test of everything. This lets me know whether I've graduated into I'm better than a stupid coder scenario. So we're going to make dir express test 2. We're going to run, let's go into it, cd express test 2. We're going to run express in here and then... You don't have express. NVMe 0.12.5. Now we're going to run express. There, npm install. Other sections which could go inside may go in other files. HTTP session can live in one file, and other sections which could go inside may go in other files. Oh. Okay. Can someone come make a bot that cloaks I want to test something? I can do that. Except for I need to be on the opposite team, which I am. So yeah, I'll make a cloaking bot. Let me do this. Cloaking, thrusters. Actually, I won't even put thrusters on. I'll just put regen on here. There. Okay. Now I'll make one that cloaks and runs around. There. There you go. Cloaking bots are in the arena. Okay. Now here's what we do. We load this up. We copy / express test 1 / run to here. We modify it, vim run, and we put express test 2. Then we export port equals 3001. And now here's the special part we have to do here. We go into views and we modify index.jade so that it says I am the best. Except for this isn't valid jade anymore. Oh, darn it. Okay, let's woof this thing over to here. Oh, except for that's still not valid jade. We need to say pound I am the best. Okay, and just in case we screw that up, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say hi. I think 4 more. Yeah. Okay. Then we go into here and we run this and we type run correctly. Okay, listening on port 3001, 192.168.1.24, 3001. We should see new text. Good. And now when we go to here, when we refresh, every other time it should show that new thing. And if so, I got proxying and load balancing working. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's working. This is the greatest day of my life. Oh, I see. It includes it. I got it. Also, you could look at console access log for each server. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Now we do a giveaway. You know what? No, we're gonna manually give this away. Let's do token x deadbringer x token spurt man token everyone. There. Now expect my lights to go crazy in here. So we got part of this done. Install Nginx locally. So this part's done. Now figure out, no, I'm not even gonna do SSL stuff yet. We're gonna try to figure out the sticky cookie thing. Hey Trump. Okay, so sticky cookies. How do you use tokens? So tokens are these things. Oh, except for, yeah. So time allowed equals 45. This is the thing where you can control the lights in my room. So I just gave access to a bunch of people. So I'm not touching the web page. Someone else is doing this right now. In fact, I can tell you who is doing it. It's everyone. Now rave mode in here. Okay. So now we need to figure out the sticky part. That's what I was getting at. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so sticky cookie name. Where's the example of this? Sticky cookie. Let's just try this. Because I don't know what this is exactly. And we're going to try to figure this out. So let's close that. Let's get back to the Debian page. Yeah, this. So we go back up into bash. And I modify this. Sudo vim atom.conf. So where is this supposed to go? Is it supposed to go in server? It's supposed to go in upstream. So I've got to put this here. Oh, that's not how paste works in Vim. And then can you... Ooh. How do you tab things in Vim? There's no indent. I have to do this. Adam dropped the G out of graveyard. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, so this will let us know. So if we get some like big message that says you didn't pay money for this, then maybe unknown directive sticky. Yeah, we need Nginx Plus. I don't know if everyone is here, but I think Deadbringer mentioned this earlier. So what does this mean for us? I don't think I can use this without paying $1,500 per year. Everyone except me got a token? No. So when you follow, you get a token, and then after that, you have to win giveaways or help out a whole lot on days where I don't like coding. And the people I gave tokens to today just were really helpful for me today. And yeah. Oh man. All right. So if we can't do this, this goes back to this. We would need sticky cookies so that when you connect to a server, you always get put back on that server. And yeah, IP hashing could kind of do that too. But the server you get connected to is just a client. And after that, there's no routing involved anymore. I think this should be fine. Oh, hey, everyone. What's this? Oh, there wasn't a question necessarily. It was that the sticky command is not found in Nginx. So I either need to use Nginx Plus, or I guess I need to use this. What is this? This is what's in Nginx Plus, but someone put it in Bitbucket? Because it sounds like they'd be letting you get a feature for free that you shouldn't be getting for free. I told you paying $1,500 is a bad idea. It's an open source third-party module. Oh, okay. I see. So if I really need this, I could use this one. I don't know if I do need this, though. And welcome to Linux. I don't know if I do need this, because... Oh, maybe for the account server stuff. How's that going to work? Yeah. This should just connect you to any account server that it can connect you to. And it should always connect you to the same one. Huh. I'd still argue that you should use Nginx itself to serve static files. So... Okay. And everyone is recommending a high availability proxy. So serving static files is fine. At some point, what I'm going to need to do though is this. Like, let's say there are 1,000 clients are playing the game, and then they decide each one wants to go buy a salvage pack for $1 or something like that. So ignoring the actual transaction, let's say there was just a button you clicked and it just purchased and it didn't cost any money. So let's just change this example, I guess. Each one wants to go create a bot bay, which is an account feature. So there might be like 2 or 3 different account servers somewhere in the world, and those are something that should be load balanced across. And this is where you should connect to the same one each time. So yeah, having sticky cookies would be needed for this. I'm making $1,000 in this hypothetical scenario, minus whatever hypothetical PayPal would take. Yeah, so can HA proxy handle this sort of thing? Sticky sessions. Apparently it can. And does HA proxy have a paid version? Like, will I commercial support? What's this? If you think you don't have the time and skills to set up and maintain a free load balancer. Oh, this is not that. Add-on features. Geolocation, don't care. SFlow support. Are these even paid things? No, they're just like GitHub stuff. This is all totally free? It looks like it's free. Huh. Yeah, we use Sticky for HA proxy. Okay, so I just need to undo everything I did. Uninstall VirtualBox, uninstall Windows, throw out my computer, and stop making Botland. Okay, yeah. Let's put that on the to-do list. So let's change all of this to cancel. Switch to HA proxy. Free and open source equals awesome. Check the license. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that actually. So if this is open source, then I should be able to find the repository for it. Do they have a GitHub on here? Aha! Oh, whoops, no, that's not it. Let's search for HA proxy GitHub. Loading P says didn't work too well. What are you talking about? License. Historically, it's been covered by GPL version 2. However, non-GPL code can be built using the headers you provided. Build a core system able to load external modules to support specific application protocols. Whoa, what? This is like the weirdest license I've ever read. Solution was then to apply LGPL to the exportable include files while keeping the GPL for all the rest. This way, it still is mandatory to redistribute modified code under customer request, but at the same time, it is expressly permitted to write, compile, link, and load non-GPL code. What? I don't know if this is obtusely written or if I'm just not understanding things very well in my current fried brain state. I don't know if this means I can use this or if I can't use this. I'm going to have to read this again. Oh, Lowing says your game didn't work too well on my tablet. Yeah, it will work on a tablet eventually, but it's not really optimized at all for a tablet right now. Oh, I see. Only be a problem if it's AGPL. Okay. Yeah, so then we're fine there. But now I have no idea how to use this. Also, out of curiosity, what's my memory usage like on this thing? It's running 2 node servers and Nginx. And how do we sort by memory? Sort by F6. Memory. GNOME shell is running? Well, alright, memory usage isn't too bad then. I don't know how that started running. Show this to your lawyer. LON Ham says, can I play it now or try it out? Yeah, you can. Type !1000. So !1000 in chat, and you'll find out. You'll find a lot of people use it, including our company. Here's another list. Which companies use HA proxy? All right, I'm gonna tell you which one. I bet everyone works for Farmville. I got it. I figured it out. I'm a master hacker. Okay, so what do? We get HA proxy and we figure out how to use it. Let's try this out. Download. Development version. Oh, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to do sudo apt-get install proxy. GNOME shell is loaded when the init is loaded, which is when the computer starts. People were talking about service GDM stop and all that stuff, so I should probably try that out at some point. I'm not really at the point where I need a ton of memory on this computer, but I will at some point. You got me. You got me. I'm over here petting virtual cows. Is this? Someone figure out a way to change these independently? There was someone who used to come into my channel who had a script for that. How much will the game cost? It'll be free. I know you don't like to share your personal information, but do you have a goldfish? No, I don't. Although I did watch the Final Fantasy VII trailer last night, and it was pretty good. Alright, so do we have HA proxy? Can we just start using this? It's probably a service. Aspen. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we can do sudo service HA proxy status. Yeah, there's the green dot. It's running. Oh, and you can see where the configuration file is too. Interesting. So let's go there. Alright, well the config file isn't too big. I don't really know how to do anything here, but this is where suggestion quote all. I think that'd be a little too much. Why don't you upgrade your PC, Adam? I don't really need to. When I said not enough memory, I was talking about on this VM. Hummel pups. Yeah, it's something only I can do, Void Dreamer. I'll make it so that you can do that too, because that is something that's kind of tedious if I have to keep doing that. Let's go into Phantom Bot, scripts, commands. I probably put it in here. Mark visited. Where is it? Not in here. I don't know where I put it. Oh, there was. Alright, here's how we're going to do this. Copy file path, cdd over to here, and find stir snip mark visited. There it is. If command equals ignore case. So these are things only I can type, or what? Oh, I said username equals ignore case Adam13531. I gotta change that to, where's the mod stuff that I did? I don't remember where that is. Adam handler, mod. Where, has pre-beta is a thing, I just don't know where it is. Find stir snip has pre-beta. It's in the light commands thing, so it's already in here. Alright, where's the mod stuff? Here we go. So we take this, we put it into mark visited. There. Now we get rid of this nonsense. Alright, Void Dreamer, you can now do that too. You might cover this, but what's the game going to be about? Oh, I will show you. It is not hot bottom not action, as Red Kazan thinks. Poorly written script for the lights. Oh, I see. Okay. Nice. You're probably still spamming my server right now then. Oh no, you're not. Okay. Yeah, so here's Botland. Here's what the game is about. You make bots and then you write automation for them. So I have a bot configured here, but I'm going to come up with a totally new one for this. Let's make landmines and I'll make Zapper. This is going to be a terrible bot. I'm just going to make one to show you though. So then you write the automation like I said. So I can say something like lay landmine, and then if we can't lay a landmine, we're going to move, and in between we're going to activate our Zapper. We're going to try to pursue enemies if we can, but we don't really care if they exist or not. And that's it. So I wrote this code. Now I will deploy this. And you can see they're laying landmines, and they're activating their Zapper, which is a close range area of effect ability. And they'll move around until they find enemies. And currently, there's only one other person on the server right now, and they're probably not playing because there are no blue team bots. But you can get access to the game right now. You can start playing. And there's also like a half-baked single-player mode. I automated Adam's stuff before he started pre-beta. Don't think I can do that. Oh, make it so quote shows all quotes. Oh, no, Lulong, like I said, I don't think that's a... Like, for it to even do that, I would need to make it upload them to a site. Otherwise, they'd just spam chat like crazy. Oh, see you, Deadbringer. And thanks a lot for all the help. I'm hoping... So, I don't think any of this is going to get done by, like, the end of tomorrow or something like that. But hopefully, at least I've got the right direction with all this. And I've got some of these questions answered. And really, it's thanks to chat that I'm even where I am right now. So, I certainly appreciate it. Always on Charger Master Race. Okay, so we got to figure out how to use HA proxy, which means we got to learn two things. We got to learn load balancing, while proxying, which it certainly knows how to do, and sticky sessions. Oh, see you, Void Dreamer. Okay, so let's figure this out. HA proxy documentation. Here we go. Documentation. Here we go. 3 types of documentation now: reference manual, architecture guide, and configuration manual. I should probably read some of these tonight, but let's see what we should start with. What version am I even on? Stable 1.6. I'm probably on that one, but I don't know for sure. I also don't know how to check that actually. Do you guys know how you'd find sudo service help? There's probably like man service. There's status. Can you figure out the version of a service? What are the commands you can pass into this? Service dash dash help. There's, oh wait, maybe it's that. Sudo service dash dash version HA proxy? No, that's the service version. How do you get the version of a service? It's apparently not this way. Oh, there it is. Start, stop, reloads, restart status. That's not how I do this then, huh? Quote all can whisper you and quote num is normal chat. Yeah, but even quote all, imagine if there were like 500 quotes and it whispered you. That would probably still take up a lot of time to do that. Each binary has its own version arguments. apt cache show HA proxy. apt cache show HA proxy. Let's grep-i version from here. 1.5.8-3. So we're not even on this version, the other stable version. We're on 1.5. I don't know if it really matters, but well, it kind of does, because you know what happens when we try to upgrade. Everything breaks. So let's look at the starter guide. No. Let's look at the starter guide for the version we actually have. That's not even a starter guide. What? Oh well, whatever. HA proxy dash version or dash v or something. Yeah, but you can't actually run things like this, can you? HA proxy dash dash version. Oh. Huh. You can. Oh, I didn't know that. It's dash v. 1.5.8. Yeah, okay. Then don't make 500 quotes. Okay, Lulong. I'll try to keep that in mind. I could just show you whatever quotes there are now. I think there's a database in here somewhere. Any store quotes. Yeah, here we go. So here they all are. There's these. I will paste bin them and then send them to you. So there's your command. 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes to read this. There. All right. Now, let's write down how I just did this. So HA proxy is whatever that command is. Yeah. Got it. All right. Now what? Now we go modify we read the startup guide. Oh, this said starter guide, so I expected something that was like 2 pages, but this is way more than 2 pages. Well, actually, it's only this wide. When enabled, you can use left and right keys to navigate between chapters. Okay, well, first let's expand this. And that was a huge ad. There's a problem with ad block for some reason. I can't disable it on this, or I can't enable it on this. I press enable and it doesn't do anything. And look, this is what's so stupid. Look, the ads get bigger as you watch them. Can you believe that? And it was actually all on one page, NP for the help. Wait, what? Exo Gaming? Oh wait, no wonders in Python IRC channel there's a bot which requests repost ads pasted to Facebook. High load is a serious business. Also, until you profiled. Pastebin seems to be Pastebin partner. I have no idea what any of chat just said for like the last 7 messages. And see your RodSN. Oh yeah, and also RodSN had deployed bots. So yeah, you can kind of see Botland working here. Very few kills are happening since our bots are moving randomly. Oh, Pastebin seems to be an ad block partner. No, that's not the case. I actually manually disabled it on Pastebin, thinking, come on, what are the ads that could possibly be on a Pastebin site? It's for pasting snippets of code. And I was very surprised to see the ads got at large enough to take up the whole screen, had like video and audio. And okay, yeah, so let's read through the starter guide. We are going to do this, close all the other tabs. All right. So, doesn't provide any configuration help nor hint, but it explains where to find the relevant documents. This is like a scavenger hunt. The summary below is meant to help you search sections by name and navigate through the document. So fine, I'll read this, and I'll try to figure out what I can about this because it's pretty important. Complete documentation is contained in the following documents. Please ensure to consult. I'll just leave that highlighted for everyone else to read. The relevant documentation to save time and to get the most accurate response to your needs. Also, please refrain from sending questions. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not going to do that. I'll send questions to my Twitch chat. How about that? Intro.txt is this document. Basics of load balancing. AC proxy is a product. What it does, what it doesn't do. Some known traps to avoid. All right. Management.txt. If only partial data were here. Here, I'll type it for partial data. Oh, multiple thoughts. No wonders in Python IRC channel. There's a bot to repost pasted to Pastebin. High load is serious business, and it's hard to say what to do until you actually know what are the bottlenecks. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And this is the kind of thing where here's what I'm sort of hoping. One is that Botland very smoothly ramps up to the number of people it'll eventually have, which is hopefully a lot, but there's no guaranteeing that. So that way, it's not like I release it and it just like goes right up to maximum, crashes a bunch of servers, people get upset, they're like, why can't I play this game? Why didn't they predict this would happen? Why didn't they buy more servers? Didn't they learn anything from World of Warcraft? So I hope that doesn't happen. And then I also hope that by the time we've gotten to the point where it's like, you know, we're getting more population playing, like at this point, I hire a consultant who just does all this for me. Because for me, this is not interesting, but I don't have the money to pay someone else to do it. And I'm definitely learning a lot, and I'll be grateful for having done it afterward. But this is the kind of thing where it's like, I might work for 3 weeks on this and not make as much progress as I expect, and it'll just be a little demoralizing, that's all. The original Pepper says, can I ask where the income is going to be from for the game? So I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and like I said, I want to come up with a document or something I can share with people. You know what? Let me just do that now, because I've made a lot of progress on this stuff today. So here's what I'll do: make monetization document. So, and then you have a whole can of worms of issues compared to balancing some HTTP servers. Yeah. Do you have any questions on HA proxy? I do, everyone, but I think I'm going to read through this guide and use this to answer my questions. And then tomorrow, I'll probably try to do some of the more advanced things. So right now I'm going to write the monetization document as a response to send to the original Pepper afterward and make a command for it. So I'm going to write that. Then I'm going to get back to HA proxy and I'm going to read about this stuff. And then I'm going to try to do the very basic commands of proxying and load balancing. Then tomorrow I'll get into the more advanced things like SSL and maybe buying a new server. And after that, we might be able to start working on the database. Maybe there's just going to be one day a week for the rest of Botland development where things are like ground to a halt. But anyway, thank you for asking, everyone. And I'm going to write this down. Reply to everyone's email. Okay, so make monetization document. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make... I think I'll just make this in Pastebin. So basically, I'll just type it here for right now. And no, it's not intrusive, the original Pepper. A lot of people have been asking about this, and even if people don't ask about it, I've still wanted to share it. So I'm going to write, this is, so background. A lot of people have been asking about how Botland will be monetized and what you can purchase in the game. Keep in mind that whatever is written in this document is tentative and could change. All right. So I want to write a couple of things here. So this is the background. This was written on Tuesday, 12/8/2015. I'll write this out because some people don't use the same date format. December 8th, 2015. And yeah, thanks everyone. DevOps Wednesdays. I know. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Okay, so that's a background. Tenets. When designing the monetization for Botland, we've had two things in mind. One is you should not be required to pay real life money to be competitive at Botland. And two is you should not be required to pay real life money just to play the game. And this first note, you should not be required to pay real life money to be competitive at the game. The word competitive is subjective. So will you get some advantages by paying real life money? Yes. Will they directly translate to more power in the game? Hopefully not much, if any. You guys talked about date format. Okay, so here's what you can buy in Botland. Additional bot bays and salvage packs. And now here's what those are. So bot bays. A bot bay is a hardware. A bot bay consists of hardware, e.g. missiles 3, cloaking 3, thrusters 1, and cosmetic pieces, e.g. dragon head plus knight armor plus UFO legs. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll just write this here. A bot bay consists of these things. You start with 3 bot bays. You can purchase 5 bot bays so that you end up with a total of 8. So there's that. And then salvage packs are a collection, well, I'll say a random collection of items that may, a random collection of items that you use for bots. And there are 3 things this can be. Well, for now, I'm just going to say 3 things. Bot coin. This is the currency This is the in-game currency you can use to purchase the other things in this list. There's probably not a space between it. Anyway, and then what are the other things? Hardware. So, e.g., lasers, like missiles, lasers, artillery, shield. I'll put those things in. And then cosmetics. And this is, you know, the things from above. Dragon head, knight armor. Yeah. Let's lowercase these. Okay. How do you open the thing to make a robot? So, you should watch this video. Lowing P. That'll teach you how to play. And it goes from big to small and vice versa. One of the developers for domains already apologized for shorting domains and subdomains the wrong way. Make it 9 so you can have 3 completely different bots. Wait, Exo Gaming says make it 9 so you can have 3 completely different bots. I don't know what you mean by that. So a bot bay, maybe I haven't done a good job of explaining this actually. A bot bay is the hardware. So with 3 bot bays, you can already have 3 completely different bots. You could have an offensive bot, you can have a defensive bot, and you can have a support bot. Okay, so for example, if you spend $5 on the game, you may purchase, I'll say, and keep in mind that the actual dollar amount is not set in stone, you may get the following. 1 new bot bay, I don't know, 400 bot coin, like lasers, artillery, and a feathered hat. Feathered hat. I don't know. Like this is what you might get if you spent $5 on the game. Maybe you get different things. Maybe we also put something like regen in here. Then you may say, I've never had artillery. I've never had an artillery bot before. So let me fill the new bot bay with an artillery bot. So yeah, that's something you might be able to do. Hey Panda. Yeah, so hopefully this makes sense. And this is how you spend money in Botland. And so the takeaways are, the core game is free and will hopefully always be free. You don't necessarily get better by spending money. So imagine in this case, you spent $5. First of all, a feathered hat is just a cosmetic piece, so it doesn't do anything. The 400 bot coin does not have any impact on the game. It lets you buy more of the hardware. And then the actual hardware is not necessarily better or worse than anyone else's that they've already gotten. And having new bot bays, this does not let you deploy. So I'll say this. A bot bay is just a configuration. By having more bays, it does not mean you can deploy more bots than other players during a match. That number is always constant and is currently 3. Excuse me. Currently equal to 3. That's what I should say. Yeah, Reddit problems. So I'm going to upload this. And I am also going to say, hey, let's do this. Let's say lasers, vampiric lasers, artillery regen. So maybe you get something like this. So then you may say, I've never had an artillery bot before, so let me fill a new bay with an artillery bot. Yeah, and I'm about to export it to Pastebin, so thank you, Panda. So this. Botland monetization. And let's just spell check this really fast. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, let's paste this into Pastebin. Actually, I really should just put this on my website. That way I can modify it and it's not like indexed by all the search engines out there. But then I really shouldn't have typed it up this way. All right, let's go put this into Markdown really fast. Markdown preview. Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say all right, so, and let's put different sections here. There's gonna be, yeah, background, tenants, and then how do these work? We should just be able to space them in, right? Or maybe 2, yeah, there we go. All right, so what you can buy in Botland. There we go, perfect. So bot bays. A bot bay consists of hardware. Yeah, there we go. Cosmetic pieces. There. Yep, this goes back here. You start with 3 bot bays, you can purchase 5. How did I even tab this in? Yeah, the rest of these are tabbed into here. Okay, so salvage packs. So this is a random collection of this stuff. You have this, this, this. Okay, great. So for example, if you spend $5 on the game, keep in mind, so you might end up with this stuff. All right. Whoops. Fine. All right. I think that's formatted. Yeah. Let's put this into Markdown, and we'll save this over here in docs, EULA, pre-beta, documentation. No. Let's just put this here. So monetization.mdown. Okay. Then we build this to generate the HTML, open file location, and we should see this should look fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay, great. So now I'm going to upload this, and then we'll check it in at some point. I'm not going to do it now. It doesn't matter. I don't care if I lose this document. It's not like it's a super important thing. So let's put this in Botland / yeah, let's just put it here for now. And then let me navigate to this. So it's called monetization.html. Yeah, okay, so here is the link. I will paste this in. And now you guys can go read through this. I mean, I just typed it out on stream, so chances are you don't have to read through it. I'm going to put this in a command, and we're going to say this here. So we're going to say monetization to find out more about how how players spend money in Botland. Check this out. There. Now I screwed one thing up as I did this, which is accidentally make a help command dot that. Yeah, cool. Whoops, that's not what I meant to type. That's what I meant to type. To find out more about how players spend money in Botland, check this out. Yep. And clicking that brings you to this URL. Perfect. Okay. So hopefully, let me know. I have this. I need to send this to the original Pepper. Let me know if that answers your questions. And if you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. For example, one of the things I did not mention is that for you right now in the game, the way that things work is that you can always pick anything. So I can, if I want Zapper level 3, I just put Zapper level 3 on my bot. And if later I don't want it, I just get rid of it and make, something new, Landmines level 3. In the future, you'll have done that before you even enter the server, and you'll do it slightly differently. So the current way is you can modify a bot at any time you want. and you can always choose something like landmines 3. In the future, it'll be you customize your bot bays before you even enter a game, and then you need to build up to landmines 3 using 3x landmines 1. So basically, when you get a salvage pack, you might end up with this. You might get lasers, you might get like 40 bot coin, and you might get, actually maybe that's it. Maybe that's all you get. You get something like that. Then you get another salvage pack, right? So I get another salvage pack, and this one has lasers and vampiric lasers. Well, now you have enough to form lasers level 2. So lasers plus lasers equals lasers level 2. But you can't put vampiric lasers on this bot because it already has lasers. And it would be really complex if you could have 2 different kinds, because then your fire lasers API wouldn't know which one to fire. You can't combine these 3 into a level 3 regular lasers. You need to find the same style of thing. So what's really cool about this, we think, is that we can have many different types of lasers. Let's say we've got 5 different kinds, and 4 different kinds of missiles, and 3 different kinds of artillery, and 7 different kinds of shield. Well, now when you find vampiric lasers, you might think, all right, it's an offensive weapon. I don't really want level 1 of that thing, so I'll wait until I find some more. So then by the time you've hit a critical mass of, wow, I've got 3 artillery, 3 cloaking, and the shield that I wanted. This is awesome. I'm going to go make this bot. You do that, and now you might have a bot configuration that you've never seen before. It's got like super explosive artillery, and it's got like double reflect shield that only lasts for half as long, and yeah, who knows what else. So I think this is going to be really cool. And I think on top of all of this, you get these cosmetic items so that maybe you've got a stealth bot that looks like a ninja, and it's, I don't know, trucking around the arena, stabbing people in the back with its melee katana. I don't know. That's a little probably too far-fetched because of the art requirements for that, but yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. Buy access to the documents for 5 gold coins. Wait, what? Good guy Adam? I'm having a stroke. Please send help. School tomorrow. Wait, what? What, everyone? And Exo Gaming. Yeah, so part of this plays into the concept art video that you may or may not have seen by this point. I just linked it into chat. If you go check this video out, and this is the YouTube version of this video covers the concept art round 1 that we got from the artist. So I'll just show you a little preview right now. It shows some of the bot images we have. None of this is game art yet, but it shows the bot images. It shows, I go into detail talking about like what we did here, why we made them make these sorts of things, and there's some really cool art that we've got. So even, I mean, just look at this. I really like this. It's very whimsical. It's not a game sprite, but it could be the inspiration for a game sprite. Oh, I see. That's why you said the thing about having a stroke. I thought you were saying, good guy Adam, I'm having a stroke. But I see. Okay. So yeah, this explains the second half of monetization, I think, but this is what we're trying to work toward now. The only way that you can have bot bays is if you have persistence, and the only way you can have persistence is if we have proper accounts, and accounts are not set up to do that right now. So we're not only working toward scalability, but we're working toward having it so that you set up the game in such a way that you would be playing it in the future. And there are a lot of rules that are being violated right now, like there's 9 minutes left in this match, and no one else is in the match. If you guys wanted to, you could join it right in the middle of it. That is not something that we're going to be supporting later. And yeah. Wow. Red Kazan said, I wanted to see if a cloaked enemy still passes exist. Those test cases, Red Kazan, if you ever want, you can just tell them to me and I can add them. I have a test suite of about 330 tests. So well, that is certainly one of them, I think. Mushroom pot is so quiet, it reminds me of Adam Snuff. Eyes bleed. Yeah, so, and hopefully all the tests are passing still. I don't think the couple of things I did today would have broken it, but you never know. Is it possible for uneven teams? Currently, yes. Eventually, hopefully, no. There's one caveat there. It's that if Botland starts out and there aren't enough people to play another game, it almost might be a good idea, I don't know if it is or not, to add in an AI player so that it's 2 humans versus 3 humans, but the 2 humans have an AI player on their side. But I don't know how we'd balance that and how we would, I don't know. Like in most games you play, like in a first-person shooter, if you made a perfect AI, you would never beat the AI. As soon as they could shoot you, they would shoot you because they could be spinning 360 to see all around them and immediately have perfect aim. So that's an instance of a game where AI is too good when you make it perfect. So you have to tone it down. And then there are games where AI is not nearly good enough, like RTSs. So you have to make them cheat by giving them more resources or faster building time. Botland is a very interesting game because you as a player are writing AI. So for us to add in AI players means it's as though I'm playing in the game, but I came up with my strategy long beforehand, which also means that it's not as good as a real player because you should be reacting in a game. But it's an interesting way of thinking about things at the very least. Test failed. Should Nginx be installed, right? Wait, what? There are 2 stars in your message. I don't know if this is the profanity filter or you type 2 stars, but if it is, I have no idea what that word used to be because I think all the profanity filter cuts it down into 2 or 3 stars. Okay, so we were reading documentation. I don't know if I want to continue this right now or if I should just read this after the stream is done. I think I'm going to read this after the stream. We'll try to do something Botland related right now. Maybe we'll add a buff or something like that. Read about HA proxy. And is there anything else I should read about right now? And maybe MySQL and Persona. Okay, yeah, let's add a new buff. So how about this? Let's take a look at what buffs we have. And let me check in what I had done over here. And let's close out of these things for now. We don't need really any of this stuff anymore. What is this game server change? Oh, this was a small bug that was fixed. Fixed a bug where Hello World was being sent to players. That's not a bug I'd like to admit that I just coded, but whatever. Added a documentation page about how monetization in Botland is currently planned. There we go. You should add AI if no other players. There's no laser buff, don't have to be good, just something to test against. Yeah, so AI, for right now, if you want to play against the AI, just go to play.bot.land and don't connect to the game. You'll be able to play right away against the AI. And so you could choose, okay, I want lasers, I want to see how good this is. Let's put fire lasers here and then move left. And I'm going to deploy like lasers bot. I'm not even going to put other hardware on it. So here are my lasers bots. As soon as they're in range of this thing, they're going to start shooting lasers. And yeah, you can see roughly how good this strategy is. You're not testing against perfect AI though. The AI here has some dumb scripts and some good scripts. Like intentionally dumb scripts and some intentionally good scripts. Laser buff or zap buff. Adam, why does Apple make for no fun but make such a nice Unix-based OS? I just want to boot Kali Linux off an external hard drive, but no, can't have that. Oh, alright, see you, Spurtman, and thanks again for all the help. So here's what I was going to do. I was going to do this. I wanted to take a list of all the buffs we have, and then a list of all the hardware that we have, and then ask which one you guys want me to work on next. So let's do this. Actually, I don't need to do it this way. I guess I could do it this way. So we have lasers. Missiles already has a buff. But I'm still going to write this down. Well, artillery, melee. Harvesting isn't really in the game yet. Zapper, reflect, landmines, regen, shield, thrusters. Regen, shield, thrusters, teleport. Okay, I'm just going to put this down. We're gonna put this into a list. What's it called? Straw poll. Can I copy paste all this, or is this going to totally screw up? Yeah, no, that's screwed up. I gotta type this list out again. Missiles, artillery, melee, cloaking, zapper, reflect, landmines, regen, shield, thrusters, teleport. Alright, and some of these already have this. What would you like to see a buff for next? And I'm going to allow multiple choices here. There. I'm going to go grab water while you guys are answering this. I'll be right back. Now remember, in the final game, that it's very unlikely that you would see whatever buff I'm about to code in like even once every 10 games, because there are going to be so many different buffs by then. Does buffing teleport mean teleporting enemies? No. It means this teleport is a personal teleport, so you teleport yourself farther away. And actually, I don't really know how I would buff teleport, given that it already has a buff associated with it. Gabe's there says, by the way, what coding is this? It's JavaScript, and I actually haven't coded really hardly any JavaScript today. We're about to do some for this new buff. People have said mostly lasers, melee, and zapper. So all offensive stuff. So I think I'll work on lasers. How would I buff lasers? There's damage, there's range. I can make it steal life. I can make it so you take less damage from other people's lasers. All right, let's do buffs for these things. Lasers and melee. I actually thought of a really interesting melee buff. This is probably going to be really overpowered. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to add buffs for lasers and melee. And by the way, the voting's closed as far as I'm concerned. These two things were in the top, so I'm gonna buff those. Could buff range instead of cooldown, piercing lasers, since it's directional. Piercing lasers, while I think might be interesting, I don't think I'm going to code that. That would probably take a lot longer to do for right now. Could buff range instead of cooldown. Oh, you're talking about range of teleport. Okay. Reflect seems really cool. Yeah, Reflect is already in the game, and you can actually see it working. It's this gray shield. It actually just happened right there. It's this gray shield here, not the green shield. The green shield is just shield. It absorbs damage. This is, oh, see? Check it out. The red bot just killed itself by shooting the blue bot's Reflect shield. So that's already in the game, and that's working right now. And a buff to it would make it slightly better somehow. So I'm going to add buffs for lasers and melee. And the melee buff is going to be this, because I think this would be really interesting. Charge has no cooldown. Or no, how about this? Charge has no cooldown. We're going to say that. It's going to be pretty crazy. And then for the lasers one, well, if we look at lasers right now, we have, yeah, like I said, there's range and there's damage. So how about we do this? Here's some ideas. And maybe you guys can vote on the ideas, but let me at least write them down. You take minus X% damage from enemy lasers. So this is pretty interesting. In a game where you're seeing a lot of lasers, you might want to take this buff. So you take minus X% damage from enemy lasers. You deal plus X% damage with your lasers. We could say you steal plus X% life with your lasers. And then we could also... See, there are a lot of plans that we have for this. We want to add effects to lasers eventually, but I want to code something relatively quickly right now. So what are some other easy things to tweak here? We could... Let me take a look at the buff list that I have. This is something I'm not going to show on stream. This is that design document, which I finally consolidated all my notes into, or almost all my notes into. Apply a burn effect on hit. Yeah, we've talked about that. And that's the kind of thing I don't want to do just yet, because again, that's like a graphical change and another, like a bigger code change. Could lasers ricochet? Yeah, we talked about that too, and that's another thing that I want to do eventually. Same thing, knockback, yeah. So all these things are definitely things we have planned. And we may not end up doing all of them, but definitely not today, because I have about 30 minutes left today. and I want to get something quick done. So let's look at specific buffs. Let me see what I have written here. So we have, yeah, apply fire, apply acid, add bounce, splash damage, vampirism, take less damage, increase damage, death effects, constraints. How's this? What if we did this? You deal plus X% damage. No, I'm not gonna write that actually. Let's do it later, I think. Yeah, let's pick one of these. And yeah, stun is something, I don't think we're gonna have stun in the game exactly, but we've talked about like an icy effect where, let's say you had ice lasers, the target you hit with them would move a little bit slower. I think stun is really, it's kind of a feel bad mechanic in a lot of games. I don't know if you guys ever played. I remember World of Warcraft at the very beginning, there were no diminishing returns, I'm pretty sure. So rogues would pop out of nowhere, stun you, and kill you while you were stunned, and there was like nothing you can do. And the game's totally changed since then. But still, I don't want in bot land you to be like, this guy's got stun lasers and I just can't do anything. Lasers that disable the enemy from shooting for a period of time. There's going to be something like that in the form of EMP. It'll be a totally different hardware. So here's what I'm going to do. I know this is not super exciting, but I'm going to set up a straw poll for this. And that is not how you type straw poll. Wow. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, which lasers buff should Adam code now? -% damage from enemy lasers, +% damage given by your lasers, and +% life steal. And I'm going to change this to delt. Yes, good. Okay, now there are no multiple choices for this one, so just pick which one you want to see. And I'll take a look at the results, and I'll code that. And yeah, then we'll get right to work. We'll code this, and then I'm going to call it a day. So there's about half an hour. And interesting. People actually don't want +% damage dealt by your lasers. So majority of the votes are for lifesteal right now. I'll let that go for a little bit, and let's start to code this. Yeah, leave this page. Okay. Yeah, so let's start, and I'll come back to that at the end. So let's close this. Charge has no cooldown. That's what we're going to work on now. So let me close out of some of this stuff. I want to keep a couple of these things around. Yeah, so I want to keep that stuff around, and then this too. So let's make a buff for charge, melee charge cooldown. So we will add a buff for this. Now let's look for another cooldown one. Here we go. So melee charge cooldown, we're going to say your bots with melee have no cooldown on charge. And we're going to say the value of this is just going to be 1. Like, you either have it or you don't. And I know that seems really weird. No, we could say like -100. Yeah. Someone come make a cloaking bot so I can test something. I can do that. Am I even on the server? No, I'm not. Okay, now I am. I am on the blue team. Yeah, here we go. So I'll make the cloaking bot that you want. So let's do this cloaking, and I'll make him move around, and we'll say cloak, move, done. We'll call this cloak 13531. There you go. Okay, I don't know what you're testing, so I can't really watch and get in on this. So melee charge cooldown, here's what we do now. We go into code execution system, and where we have charge, we're going to effective melee range, yeah. So there's a charge cooldown component. Here's what we need to do. We need to get the buff of this, get buff value, perfect, put this over here, and then say get melee charge cooldown. So we call this the melee charge cooldown buff amount. This cannot stack. It is set to 0. we say cooldown component dot cooldown equals this plus melee charge cooldown buff amount. All right, there, and that's it. It should be coded now. So now let's hard code it so that we always get this buff. So we got to do the classic, like comment out everything else other than this. So let's comment all of that and then all of this. Good. Go into the simulation server, import constants, and then over here make use of it by setting us in the post game time for 1 second. Then go into constants and set the in-game time or pre-game time to 5 seconds. Okay, and then we got to close some of this stuff, otherwise this won't even work. So let's do this. I don't think that caught. Okay, great. And then we're going to close some of these things because I have way too much stuff open right now. So close, close, close. This is my SSH session. Wait, I have 2 of these open? Oh, one's for root. Okay, there we go. So that's everything. Let's run this again. Also, people overwhelmingly voted on lifesteal, so that's what we're going to do, lifesteal. All right, here we go. Your bots with melee have no cooldown on charge. Choose, and now let's make a melee bot, and this is probably going to be like ridiculous. So we'll make a melee bot, and we'll make it move left, and we'll call this melee. All right, so when they are 2 tiles away from an enemy, and that enemy is in a line with them, essentially, then they can charge and attack the enemy. I actually don't think this is too overpowered, but it's a nice buff, definitely. Yeah, interesting. Well, I actually don't know. I don't even know what the charge cooldown was to begin with. What is the charge cooldown? Charge cooldown 7, 4, and 4. So this is cutting 4 turns off the cooldown, which actually isn't too helpful. But if a bot is ever running from you, you will kill them because they can't run faster than you can charge at them. They could teleport faster than you can charge at them, though. That's true. Okay, so you know what would make this even better is if these bots lived for a little bit longer. Let's put this on here. Get rid of auto deploy. Yeah, so if you combine this buff with taking less damage, you'll survive for a little bit longer. I don't know. I don't know what's best. I think I'm going to keep this buff in. We'll need to test this out, of course, but... yeah, interesting. Okay. All right, there's that. Next, let's make the lifesteal. Actually, we should really finish up this buff. So yeah, let's go into buff test. And so we'll uncomment all of that. And then we will write a buff test for this melee cooldown. Should correctly apply melee charge cooldown buff. All right, we say melee cooldown bonus equals -5, and we say let's say melee charge cooldown equals 5. Great, yeah. So set the charge cooldown on all melee levels to melee charge cooldown, and set the buff amount to melee cooldown bonus, this. And this is a melee charge cooldown. Okay, then we make a melee bot. Melee code is going to just say melee. And it's going to be at 0, 0, and it needs melee hardware. I don't think we have that yet. Test simulation server, so melee. Here we go, melee slot config, that's what we need. So we put this here. Good, now we call this melee bot. Next, we grant them the buff of melee charge cooldown, and then we make a target bot that has no code at 2-0. And it's very important that it's at 2-0. Otherwise, this is going to totally screw up. And I coded this wrong, but there. Okay. Then we update the melee bot. And now what we expect is, let's do this. TSS.assert that the target bot took damage. So if it took damage, we know that melee charged. Otherwise, there's a problem, and the test will catch that. Or after that, we get the charge cooldown, and we go into component names and look for charge cooldown. Yeah, this. So we take this, put it into here. We say charge cooldown component does not exist, and then we assert that the cooldown on this charge cooldown component. So assert that the cooldown is the cooldown plus the bonus. And let's set this to -3. Okay. Now we run the test. And then that's it. And then we can code the laser buff, and we'll have 2 more buffs in the game. And the goal was to get 4 new ones for this week, so we'd be at 3, because I coded 1 yesterday as well. So let's see if the tests work. Although, I think it worked based on what we saw here. Yeah, actually, you know, now that the more I think about this, the more I think this isn't really such a buff. We'd have to, like, debuff. This is like a fake sale. If you ever go into a department store and it says something's 20% off and you think, did they raise the price 20% just so they could lower it 20%? I think we'll need to raise the charge cooldown so that this turns into a buff. But let's see. Entity did not take damage, undefined. Test simulation server 333 coming from bot test 54. So that's this target bot, and it's undefined. So that means we couldn't even create this. Oh, we're creating for player. Oops. Okay, yeah. Also, the undefined shouldn't have printed out. But I know what happened there. What happened is I put these on the same team, so you can't melee your own bots to death. That wouldn't make any sense. So it failed. So we fixed that. Now we go to test simulation server and we say took damage. This should only print the assert message if we have an assert message. So we fixed that too. And this should be here as well. Yeah, perfect. So Red Kazan, what were you testing with cloaking there? I'm curious. All right, hopefully these all pass. Shield bot. I still, this right here, this should have been melee bot. Okay, now I think we're good. Let's check this in. I'm still gonna wait for it to finish, but I might as well type up the commit message right now, especially because I gotta go through all this code. So that's not gonna get checked in. This is now, we're making use of this. So that's good. Why does this sometimes screw up like that? That is very strange. Okay, so yeah, code execution system, we're fine there. Buff constants, we are fine here. We said -100, so it's not exact, because if we ever made the melee charge cooldown like way more than that, which would be ridiculous, then it would break. Yep, great. So added a buff for melee charge cooldown and added a test for this buff. And look, perfect timing. We get to see all of the tests pass. 331, great. Check in. Next up, let's code the other buff that you guys voted on, which is laser life leech. So we had global lifesteal. We're gonna make this laser lifesteal. Laser lifesteal. Good, this goes here. Steals % of laser damage dealt as life for your bot. Now here's where I'm eventually going to want to theme these as HTML so that I could say something like put laser in bold so that you know for sure this is not all damage at this point. But for now, so if you stole 9% of like globally, 9% of all damage was life leech, we're gonna set laser damage to, this is probably too much, but let's start it at 15. Is that too much? Lasers do 400 damage, so you'd be stealing 60 life every hit. That is probably too much. No, let's just leave it like that. That's fine. We're not in the balance business right now. All right, so laser lifesteal. Next we go into code execution system, fire projectile. Actually, this is not where this even happens. It happens from here. There's life stolen. Here's what we do. We get const laser lifesteal buff amount equals, well, really all of this stuff. So let's just copy all this. Whoops. Laser. Great. So now we get laser lifesteal. There, buff coded. That was easy. Yeah, that's it. That's really it. That's all we need to do. Okay, so let's write a test for that too, I guess. And then let's manually test it as well. So I'll write the test and then, does that make sense? No, let's just manually test it first. In fact, let's manually test it by setting this to like 500%. Do laser lifesteal stack with global lifesteal? Yes, it will. And actually, I don't know if you were looking at the code right there, but first we add any of the global lifesteal we have, then we add your laser lifesteal on top of that. So yes, they will definitely stack. So you could get, if you, and remember, you won't be able to count on this in the future, whereas right now it is possible that you end up getting presented with both these choices. We only have something like 12 buffs, and you get presented with 9 different choices in a game, so you probably will see both of these. But in the future, it's very unlikely that you'll see both global lifesteal and laser lifesteal. But if you did get them both, you would end up with, based on the numbers right now, you'd end up with 24% life stolen per hit. But don't forget, someone else might have come up with, they might have their 2 buffs be take less damage from enemy lasers and take less damage from all damage sources. So they have like minus 30% damage. And yeah, there's a lot of weird combinations that can happen. Fozzie says, kind of new to programming in this stream. What language is this? Yeah, this is JavaScript. And it's ES6. So it is the newer syntax of JavaScript that gives you things like export, import, class, let, const, all of these other things. And I can share more about that if you want to know anything else. Okay, so we have coded the buff. Let's try it out now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick that buff. It should be presented to us. It steals 500% of laser damage delta's life for your bot. I set it to 500 for right now, so we can definitely see it working. Now I'm going to make an OP laser bot, and we're going to make it fire lasers and otherwise pursue enemies and otherwise move. Now, despite that it's overpowered, there's still lasers, so this bot could still die. But it's possible. So whatever takes damage, watch, it'll immediately heal back to full on every laser that it shoots. And that's working. I really should have made it move left. There, deploy. Okay, so this one's always going to move left if it can't find anything. So now here it goes. It is moving over here, and it's taking some damage, but it can't take damage fast enough to the point where it can't just out-heal its enemies. Oh, look, it just took 700, but it's still alive. Yeah, so this is super overpowered. I'm going to tone it back down from 500% down to just 15%. That's much more reasonable. It might still be overpowered, but hey, that's for you guys to find out. It's okay, not the first time someone asked, it won't be the last. Oh yeah. What about obfuscation of the final product so no one steals the whole thing? Always wondered about that. So this is something that the code is obfuscated, but it's still JavaScript. The client code is all just totally accessible to you. Even right now, if you just go to play.bot.land and you load up developer tools, you go into sources and you take a look at dist and then bundle.min, you have the code. You're not allowed to use it. You're not allowed to redistribute it, but you've got access to it. And here's what it looks like. It is totally unreadable. That doesn't mean anything, though, to someone who's dedicated to figuring out what your code is. This is actually still pretty usable, and Chrome actually put a button to make it easier, which is this button right here. So if I press this, watch. It's going to take a while. But it'll make this much more readable. So, yeah, here we go. So now we've got functions here. Sure, variables are 1 letter long, but it's not that hard to figure out what this is doing and what it does and how to change it. What you don't have access to is the server code. And even if you had access to all of that stuff, you're still not legally allowed to distribute this. So, like, I'd have some recourse if someone took that. But yeah, it's something that you always have to worry about when you're distributing anything that's copy pastable. So if I made a cool lamp, you can't copy paste that. You will be able to in the future, 3D printing. It's not in every household yet, but once it is, would you ever download a car? Will become a reality. All right, so let's set this back down to 15%. Let's also comment these things back in. That way we can write the test, and then that'll probably be all. The test won't actually take too long to write, but we're going to test this out. We're going to do should correctly apply, and I want a test for every buff in the game. I don't think there should ever be a buff. Like, let's say we broke Lifesteal, but we didn't have a test for the buff. We might not find out until someone complains to us that I just spent a bunch of money, I got Lifesteal, and it doesn't work, and you guys are the worst, and I don't like your haircut, and I don't want to hear that because that's hurtful. So we're going to change this to laser Lifesteal set to 5. How do we do this? We set a bot's life to 100 somewhere. We need to do that. Yeah, starting life equals 100. Stop reminding me how much I want a 3D printer. XO Gaming says, Adam, your haircut is fine. Well, thank you. Thanks. We have one at my school and I got to use it and I need one. I have not gotten to use a 3D printer yet. And I'm pretty sure I would just non-stop print like video game figurines. I'd have like the whole Super Mario RPG team on my desk. And I'd poke Mallow whenever I'm frustrated. Knock him right over. Groggy says, last time I wrote something in JavaScript, it was years ago, and that is basically all we did, was obfuscate it over and over until it didn't work, then go back once. With all people making JavaScript games, I thought there'd be something cooler by now. Nope, nothing cooler. All code has to be on the client at some point for it to run in JavaScript, and there's no getting around that. For right now, at least. They might eventually make something where it's like, I don't know. The bottom line is this. Any code that's running on your machine, a dedicated enough person will eventually reverse engineer it, I think. Especially if it's JavaScript, because of how easy it is to get access to it. Original Pepper says, could you make a graphical front end and do callbacks on all functions needing to modify the game state, e.g. create bot, and then have push for each bot action, everything server side? That's already the case. All the stuff you see happening on the server. So if I were to deploy bots that just move around here, as soon as I shut down the server, these things will stop moving because the server is what's running all of the code. The reason that needs to happen for Botland is because this is an automation game. So imagine if we ran the code on your own machine. Eventually, someone would say, I'm going to cut out all of that logic, and instead, I'm going to map it to my keyboard. So when I press up, I want my bot to move up. When I press right, I want my bot to move right. And now the strategy of, hey, go use this really fleshed out automation system here, and go look into scripts and come up with strategies is really just, oh, there's a bot in front of me, shoot a laser, shoot a laser. And so we need to run it on the server. And as long as it's running on the server, that means that the server needs to be sending out these commands to everybody. I think it works pretty well. So we're going to say laser lifesteal equals 0.05. We're going to say const laser damage equals 100. Then we need to do tss.set laser damage to laser damage. And set the lifesteal, laser lifesteal to laser lifesteal. Good. Then we make a lasers bot. Laser code equals fire lasers. Good. Make a laser bot. Good. Get a target bot. Perfect. Laser code goes on the laser bot. We delete this code, except for that highlighted it weirdly. I finally realized what just happened. Right now, I finally realized. I double click, but it takes a little too long to process, and I've already moved the mouse away. And so what happens is it highlights it like that. And I never expect that to happen, but it's just the tiniest little blip of lag. Original Pepper says, I was just curious why people were worried about people stealing the code. Nothing useful would be client side. Yeah, okay. So originally, Botland was going to be the kind of architecture for servers that Terraria and Minecraft and like the old Quake games have, where you as a player would host a game server, and then you would actually have game server code on your computer and the client code. But we decided to change that, and then we decided to redesign the entire game because we'd changed that. That was one of those core decisions. And in any decision tree, when you change something at the root, you need to reevaluate every decision after that. Anyway, let me finish writing this code. So we're going to grant a buff laser lifesteal to the player. We're going to update the laser bot. We're going to assert that the entity took damage, and then we're going to see what their life is exactly. So TSS.assert health of the target bot. Well, actually, we don't even need to do that. We need to say const expected life equals. So it's going to be constants.max life minus laser damage. Wait, no. This is not what I want to test. This is the expected target life, so I guess we say this. But then we say TSS assert that the laser bot also is at a different life. So we say const expected source life equals starting life plus laser damage times laser lifesteal. Okay, now we say starting life, const starting life equals 100, and then we set it, so we say this right up here. Good. Next, we need to actually do that once we've made the bot, otherwise we've made a huge mistake. We are on every episode of Rust development. We set this to source life, which really should be starting life, and we assert entity health. This should be expected source life. Good, 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 good. Run the test. And then tomorrow we will get back to struggling with HA proxy and accounts and databases and all of that fun stuff. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. I really shouldn't have a bad outlook on this stuff. Like, I've got everyone here in chat at least to talk to, and when you're alone coding and you do something stupid, you get frustrated and no one's there to laugh at you. But when 50 people are watching me make a bunch of mistakes, at least I'm bringing some humor into the world. Oh, good. Good. The test pass. Perfecto. Let's check in. We've added 3 of our 4 buffs for this week. So we don't check this in. I guess, check this in. Also, let's take a quick look at something. I want to see what it looks like now that we have more buffs in the game. I want to see what it looks like in the choice screen. Added a laser lifesteal buff. Added a test for this buff. Alright. Close my keyboard cam for a sec and check this in. Good. Alright, let's check out the buff selection screen. Oops, that's the wrong URL. Let's close that. Okay, here we go. So we start a game and we see 3 buffs. We have steal 9% of all damage dealt as life, steal 15% of laser damage dealt, and then increase damage dealt by 15%. So that's choice set A. Now choice set B is, well, we still see this again, and actually oh, these are all the same choices. Uh-oh. That leads me to believe that there's a problem. There is a problem. This never rebuilt. So let's wait for that to finish. Okay. Here we go. So yeah, now we get this. 3% haste, increased missile range by 1. Your bots with melee have no cooldown on charge. See, some of these are going to be really cool because they're going to be very unique effects. And sometimes we might actually put this in the game as hardware. So right now, you know how there's melee in the game and you can drag melee onto your bot? Eventually there might be something like fast melee, or which is it's going to basically be this. Your bots with melee have no cooldown on charge, but because you're guaranteed to have it, we'll probably lower the damage on melee. So Yeah, it'll be very different. Which actually, you know what's interesting about this? This buff lets you do something like this. You can put melee level 1 on your bot, which again, you can't count on this in the real game. And then Zapper and Cloaking, let's say. So I'm going to write a bot that does this. We're going to say this. We're going to say this. We're going to say this. And we're going to say this. And move left. So we're going to have the majority of this code, except for I'm going to change it a bit. Let's write it in here. Are you planning on adding kill streaks, death streaks, for example, a temporary buff? Probably not. No, probably not. So instead what we might do is if your team is losing by a large margin at, let's say, the 10-minute mark out of 13 minutes in the game, then the winning team will only get a minor buff. So you've seen me do this for the majority of the time. I code a major buff and I code a minor buff. So if you get minor buffs, they're roughly 1/3 the power of the major buffs. So that would be enough for the losing team to maybe come back at the end of the game. We're not sure if we're even going to do that, but we might. So I'm going to do this. If will melee hit and get distance to closest enemy is equal to 2. So this is basically if we'll charge toward the enemy, then melee them. Then we're going to do... actually, I guess all of this goes in here. So then we're going to cloak. Then we're going to activate our zapper. Let's activate our zapper if can zap and get distance to closest enemy is less than 4. Then we'll zap. Otherwise, we'll pursue them. Otherwise, we'll move left. If can move left, then move left. Otherwise, we'll move randomly. Okay, so check this out. Here's my super cool bot. I've got melee, zapper, and cloaking. I'm going to super cool B. Let's get rid of the B. All right, where'd that go? There it is. All right, so he's going to go hunt down enemies. And he's going to use melee solely for the purpose of charging. So he cloaked because he could see an enemy. Now he's going to activate his zapper, I think. Okay, well, that didn't happen in the order I thought, and then he died. So this is a terrible bot. Zapper is really, really hard to use right now. Oh, see that? No charge cooldown. That bot just evaded me 3 times and got charged down each of those 3 times. That's the best case scenario for no charge cooldown. The best case. Yeah, nice. Zapper is hardly ever activating. Oh, wow. Okay, that time Zapper activated and did like 400 something damage. I still don't think that's good. I think Zapper sucks. I think we need to rebalance that. Right now it's doing 200 damage per tick and it lasts for 6 turns. See, the problem is we need to balance it while keeping in mind that its potential damage is 200 times 4 plus 100 times 4, so 1200. It can potentially do 1200 per tick, which is higher than anything else in the game right now. But the chances of that ever happening are basically 0. That'll pretty much never happen. Unfortunately, the bot zapping lasts for 1 turn. Yeah, and that's why if you pair this with cloaking, you'll live for longer. If you pair it with melee, you'll kill a single target much faster, but then why are you zapping? So I think we need to change zapper so that maybe this is what we do. Maybe we expand the range of it to... I want to be really careful about this. There are a lot of different ways we can theme this. We can theme it as sort of like a Tesla coil where like electricity arcs to nearby bots and does maybe 300 damage. I don't know. No, this is really hard. We've got to figure out a better way to do this. The other nice thing is it can hit cloaked enemies. So a lot of the time you're hitting something while you're zapping and you don't even realize that it's happening. And it attacks diagonally. I don't know. We'll have to figure this out. Less enemies hit equals more damage. Yeah, that's another thing we can do. We could say that it always does 400 damage, and the more targets it hits, it does less damage across them. So if it hit 2 targets, it does 200 each, and then 4 targets, it does 100 each. We'll figure that out. And these are the things where what I like about this is nothing's set in stone right now. That also sometimes comes back and bites me. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, and I'm going to bring this up until Botland is released. But one of the things that we'd been talking about for a while is we made... Where is this? Let me find it. I think it was this video. Yeah. All right, check it out. So in this video, you'll see something you have not seen in a very long time. Building. Oh, what's that, Adam? Well, you're about to find out. Building was an idea that lasted in the game for 1 day. And you can see it working right here. You could build walls, and then walls would stop people from moving. And you'd have to shoot them down in order to move past them. And we decided this was a bad idea for a lot of reasons. But really, just imagine that this was happening in the arena. Someone put like 5 levels of walls down and then was just shooting artillery at you from behind all of them. That'd be really frustrating, like really, really frustrating. And there are a lot of other reasons too. But yeah, we scrapped them. So we're not afraid to cut things in the game, even if I coded them. If it makes sense for the game, I will do it. The only time when I won't do it necessarily is when it costs too much money to do it. So if we design all the art and we're like, oh man, this really should have been a 3D game, like, too bad. No, that we can't do. Because we'll have spent money at that point. Well, we've already spent money, but we'll have more money. Okay, cool. Well, it is 5 o'clock. Let me check my uptime. It's not like I'm waiting for this. Can you put your cloak bots back? I'm still messing around. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've been live for 8 hours and 3 minutes. Yeah, and today was one of those very intense days where it was like, there's just a lot going on. So let's do cloak. Let's just move randomly after that. I'm going to make this a little bit more interesting. I'm going to say if can teleport x minus 5y, then teleport x minus 5y. And we're going to make this plus. Oh, I screwed up. There we go. Otherwise, just move. Okay. Let's put some regen on this bot. Okay, cool. So now these bots are going to teleport when they can. They've got a cooldown of like 10 or 15 turns. I forgot what. I think it's 15. So they'll very rarely teleport. We should see them do that relatively soon. Yeah, there they go. Why would you have to spend money on 3D? No. What I'm getting at is you have to spend money on really any asset unless you're making it yourself. So suppose this were the game and it were out and I had to have spent money on this particular bot and anything else. Well, if we all of a sudden decide to switch to 3D, we don't need this image anymore. So what I'm saying is we wasted money. And that's a case where, that's the only case where we might say this is better for the game, but we're not going to do it. So what I'm getting at is if Zapper really sucks, nobody's using it and everybody hates it, then we say, well, we'll change it because that's better for the game to have people like what the hardware is in the game. If we'd somehow, with the only way we could change it is by spending, $20,000, then no, we're not going to change it. So that's all I'm getting at. Like, game design comes first, and then the only thing that sometimes supersedes it is money, and we typically don't have to worry about that for the game design. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me. Thanks everyone who helped today. You guys stuck in there. I'm not actually totally sure why people watched, considering today was not a great day, but it was the 3-month anniversary of Botland. So I've been on the stream now for 3 months, been 50 days, and there will be many more months, probably 15. So take care everyone. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.